All right, and here we are testing. Got a new microphone, trying to see if this thing comes out clear. Check, 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 check. All right, so what I'm going to do is actually try to send the link to my cousin and see if he is able to come on in and give me some feedback here on the sound quality and such. Not now, sir. If I can do that. I do that. Do that. Copy. Control V. Yes, paste. Whoops. Paste that there. All right. So let me see if my cousin can actually come on in and join that way, or do I got to send it to his email? Hey, you know what's crazy? My phone doesn't even tell me when I'm live myself. That's an interesting conundrum. I gotta actually go find myself. My channel. There we go. My channel. All right, I can hear myself. There we go. All right, so check one, check, 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 check. All right, I can hear myself. There we go. All right, so check one, check, 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 check. Check two, check, check, check. All right, so check one, check, 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 check. Check two, check, check, check. All right, so what the hell is that? Check two, check, check, check. All right, so check. What the fuck is that? That is very annoying. What the fuck is that? It's annoying, I tell you that. At the very minimum, it's one of the most annoying sounds I've ever heard. Nope, I still hear it. Did it go away? Check, check. Check. All right, now we're all the way back up. Let me see if that did anything. All right, now we're all the way back up. Let me see if that did anything. How about now? All right, now we're all the way back up. Let me see if that did. How about now? I still hear a high-pitched squealing on it. What the fuck is that? Let me try that. That is trash. That is trash. Damn. I have no idea what the hell that is either. I have no idea what the hell that is either. Check, check, check. Now it sounds calm again. Run it, run it, run it, run it. Now it sounds calm again. Run it, run it, run it, run it. Now it sounds calm again. No, but I still kind of hear that pinching sound. Yeah, I hear it. Let's try this. It's not gonna work now. Yeah, because that one's in the other one. So I ain't gonna get it. Damn. Let me see. Still here. Check. 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 Hey, peace, B1. Just trying to do some audio tests, man. See if this thing can work. It's definitely giving me some high pitched squealing feedback that I cannot stand. I wonder, is it because my YouTube is on? Oh, let me try that. Let me see if it's coming through the phone part too. Let's see that. All right. Check. Yeah, no topic tonight. I'm just trying to see if this microphone and equipment is set up right. All right, so. Yeah, now I don't hear it at all. Check. So let's try this. Check. Yes, sir. Then it's got that funny delay on it, so don't worry about it. And were you hearing like that high pitched feedback as well, B1? That shit was absolutely annoying. And I think it might be because I did have the YouTube up, but I don't know. So let me see this. What happens if I do that? Did that change anything? Oh, because that just says speakers. No, that ain't what I need. Check, so that's still clear. 100. 100. Right, no, part 2. Audio non-mic. Damn, that's interesting. How the hell did that start coming in? Peace, y'all. Now, I'm just here to checking on equipment, man. All right, let me see if I can slip it in right there. Oh, I could probably email that bad boy. Hold on, let me try that. Oh, yeah, that's right there. That's pretty loud, but let me try this. Check, check. Check, check. Huh. Oh, shit. All right, I just sent the link. I'm also on the chat with it. They say it's starting to come. Yeah, the music is too loud. Oh, okay, my bad. All right, thanks. All right, now excuse me, I'm gonna take a quick walk to see what it sounds like with just the music and not me on the mic. All right, so let's try that. I think that should be a better level, but I think this one is a little bit more wavy, so let me try that. There you go, Cousin Ro.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Hi, Cousin Ro. So I'm trying a couple of ways to test the audio. Number one, I got my cell phone out so I can listen to it when I'm not in the room. So I'm seeing where the music volumes are when I'm talking, so I can talk a little bit naturally right here without feeling like I'm competing for the volume. But I'm gonna walk away real quick just to see what it sounds like without me here. So real quick.
Okay, for sure. Test 1 2. See if you can hear me speaking as well. Whoa.
All right, I'm content.
So they got let me try.
All right, so let's do that. Check number 2 is pretty good.
What'd you say?
Now the other one was this mic was a little bit too hot for me there. And then I want to see what it sounds like when I turn this mic down a little bit more. All right, so I turned the volume down. I think I probably should have turned the gain down, right?
Right.
Yeah, so the volume is just how loud I think I hear it in my headphones. But the gain is in the back here. Freaking Yeti mic, man. Okay, that's right. So the gain is the thing that's trying to bring me back up versus the condenser mic right here in front of me. Zoom. I don't know if I went through. Anyway. All right, how about now? Check, check.
Yeah.
So when you're listening, so no, I'm still not getting it. Say something again.
Chess. Hello. 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 Hello.
Why
Can you
is
hear me?
your audio coming through my computer and not my headset?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but it's through my laptop instead of through my headset.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Maybe that's a quick setting that I'm. Let me try that.
Test.
All right, hey, D1 Taz is on. I didn't even know he was on right now. All right, say something, cousin bro. Let me see if you come through the headphones.
Can you hear me? Test. 1 1.
Absolutely. Now you're through the headphones.
All
All
right.
right, so I changed the settings there.
And right now I'm using my cell phone. So my
Oh, let me try this. I'm gonna take these headphones off because I hear you very well. But now I'm gonna listen through the YouTube one and see if both of our levels are about the same or if I'm kind of super loud and everything.
okay.
All right. Peace, bro, Rob. All right, go ahead. Say something, cousin Ro.
Check 1 1 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Oh yeah, I think we good right there.
Okay.
All right, so now the music is off. One and final. Engage in a regular conversation. We can go back and forth just a little bit. So yeah, we can pick it up where we left off, and then we'll let them go. When it
All right.
comes to negotiating, I ain't gonna be able to do it with the phone. The phone got an echo on.
I have a delay.
All right, that phone has a demonstrative echo on it. But when it comes to negotiating, that was something you and I had discussed. And so moving into my new role, I wanted to make sure that I was leveraging some of the skills that I already had, but also having that boldness or that comfortability with my own sense of self. I don't know what it's called, self-efficacy.
Mm-hmm.
So not, they say self-confidence. That's what everybody can talk about is self-confidence. But then when you're moving into some roles, sometimes you're like, well, I might need that whole 30, 60, 90 game plan just to really get acclimated. So
Right.
how do you take that? But at the same time say, but I'm also worth more because once I do get acclimated, we'll be off to the races. And so I leveraged both of those, went in, had a great conversation, and then ended up putting myself in a good position and they agreed. And so that's where we're at now. Going
No,
into 2020.
that's what I'm talking about. It's funny because when that 30, 60, 90 days is kind of too late to negotiate. I mean, there's been opportunities where sometimes you'll be in a role and they will negotiate because they're like, whoa, we got something special here. Let's take advantage that we have something special and work to keep it in advance or proactively. But no, you have to go in knowing what you're bringing to the table. Even when I went to my last company, I was like, okay, so I'm willing to come out to a whole nother state to work on your team. There's going to be some things that I don't know, parts of the business, because it's a new industry for me that I don't know. However, I know what kind of employee you're getting, and me being in an unknown state is not something that I'm comfortable with. So I'm going to work to get ahead. And I mean, even now, I mean, I do things sometimes that my team doesn't even get to, not that my team doesn't get to do, that they don't seize the opportunity to do. Got to do shadows in different retail locations. I've gotten to do ride-alongs out in the field with our techs. Gotten to do quite different things that it's just like I keep my ear to the ground so I can hear when those opportunities are coming, and then I speak up and say, hey, how do I get involved with that opportunity? So that 30, 60, 90 in the negotiation, it's not necessarily that you're going to come in knowing everything. It's just knowing what it is that you bring to the table. And once you know what you bring to the table, as long as what you bring to the table, what you perceive that you bring to the table is of substance, as long as you know what you bring to the table is of substance, there's really no room in the negotiation for discounting that substance. And so that's what I've always done. And I mean, obviously, when you're learning a skill set, like me learning analytics, when I was first learning, yeah, okay, you can pay me below market of an analyst while I'm learning this. But now, shoot, 8, 9 years later, I'm like, yeah, no, you can't get me at a discount. Sorry. If you want a discount, then go and get somebody who needs to get this experience. But I have this experience, so I can't give it to you at a discount. Sorry. So I feel you.
Absolutely. And then having that alternative to where there's somebody who will pay you at a premium. There's someone
Yes.
who will pay a premium for it. And don't get it twisted. Both of them are going to get their lion's share out of you. Both of them are going to make far more off of your skill set than what you're actually selling your talent for. I mean, but everybody's not in a position to be that super entrepreneur and take all those times and get that network established, develop the infrastructure. Even when it comes to the taxes and things like that, it can be a bit overwhelming as an entrepreneur, and even managing that and the accounting, keeping the books together. But being your own marketer, being your best advocate, being your own politician, if there's different, I think we can get by with just what are the forms that I need to fill out. And we can also get by saying, look, I can use my credit card to get some of the first products or get, some of the first key elements of my business to where I can start running it. But to actual grow and expand a business as an entrepreneur, I think that's one of those areas of opportunity for many of us. Even if it's the small things, is there something that I already do that can be automated that now can create a residual income stream? And what is the opportunity area for me to make that thing, hum? Make it hum. Let's make it buzz. And so I like the 30, 60, 90 as well, not just when you're coming into a new role, but they give a Christmas bonus, right? I think as they you do like a yearly evaluation or a yearly review where they're looking at employee increases and things. And oftentimes you'll find out that they want you to fill out the paperwork and stuff like in November. And then December, you get your bonus. Don't be distracted. That is that discount thing happening to yourself again, because what typically happens once the new year starts, they're still looking, they're determining, are we going to do more? Are we going to do less? Are we going to do the 0.5 of it? Or are we going to do the full, 4% merit increase or whatever that might be? So that 30, 60, 90, again, it starts that 30 days before that last evaluation has to be done, where you're showing your worth, you're raising your hand a little bit more, you're doing your job shadowing, you're volunteering. The Christmas party comes, you may have to have that good joke with the office manager or with the team. Is there a team outing that you can put together? Is there a pizza party or something small but recognizable to increase morale? Is there a project that you can close on within that 30 days before you're writing that your evaluation? And then you have at the 60, which is the next 30 days, is getting ready for that Christmas bonus to come in. So is there any events that you can host that are more inclusive? Maybe bring in some other functions. If you have like diversity networks, can you partner and collaborate on any of those? Or is there a major project that you can close at that point so they see you at that 60? And then that last 30 days is after Christmas, you've gotten your bonus. Now they're determining whether or not they're going to give you that extra increase. How do you start your year? Did you schedule some time with your manager or with your 1-up, with your 2-up, with your 3-up to actually have that conversation and say, here's what I think 2020 can look like. I wanted to get some feedback from you as well. Why? Because they are still going to go inside of some room and they're going to put everybody's, you're going to get a rack and stack list. And that might be those things that you did before the Christmas party. It might be those cross things where they bring in other groups of people, other functions, and they have that conversation, not just with HR. It might be something that, we was at the Christmas party. Oh, who put that together? Oh, that was Cousin Ro. So it might be those last little fundamental pieces that come together in your 90 days around that reevaluation time. And it can be the difference between getting that 2% increase, which is right there at the rate of inflation, that 2.5, which means you are a good performer, but maybe just an individual performer. You got a good bonus or something like that. That should hold you over. But they really mean you ain't do shit outside of what your job was. You get the whole 1%.
That's the boxes.
Yeah, you checking boxes. And at this point, they're still looking for creative people, because as much as we like to think our jobs are secure, these young millennials are changing jobs every 2 years. And they're coming with big, lofty ideas that they're trying to put in place. And when they change, sometimes they didn't have a succession plan to carry on those projects and things. So it could have been something that was, 30 yards from the finish line. But now they either got to hire somebody and pay them more, and don't be that guy who ends up having to 30, 60, 90 onboard train the person who's going to make more money than you and manage those projects that they could have put you in, all because you didn't really formulate and have that open communication with those brothers, man.
Right. It's so critical to get in front of that communication. And it's funny because a lot of people don't talk to their second and third ups. They're like, oh, they're big wigs. And I'm like, these are people you want to know your name outside of, oh, well, that's our problem child. You don't want them to know your name for that, but you want them to know your name.
Hey, they know me for that too.
You want them to know your name through your work, and you want them to know your name through your conversations. Because when they just know your name through your work, yeah, man, they do really good work. But anybody can do really good work that I may not know yet. When I know they do really good work and they represent our company well. Yeah, not everybody does that second part. Some people do that second part kind of shaky, and it's always interesting to me because especially in the organization I'm in, I talk to 1, 2, 3, 4 levels up that I'm able to talk to, like can legitimately send an email, can legitimately Skype and have a conversation with, can go into their office and say, hey, these are the things I'm thinking, or you said you were looking for something, I want to make sure I have it. It looks like that Deity is on.
Hey, come in on mute, Deity.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Just a test stream I got a new microphone. It's a Yeti, and it came with instruction manuals and everything. I typically don't do that. I'm typically a Geek Squad type person. Like, hey, can you set up all of this stuff? But I finally got it set up, and so got my cousin here, Cousin Ro.
Okay.
Deity, Cousin Ro, Deity.
Do you even know who I am, Brother Moses? How you doing, Ro?
I'm doing well. How are you, Deity?
I'm good. Hold on, let me turn this down. So, do you even know who I am, Moses? I ain't even introduced myself.
You haven't, but we were on, I think, Taz's one time, and you came up and you were breaking bread with us there. So,
okay.
Introduce yourself.
What's up? So I'm Deity. I like to give my analysis on certain things regarding Black people and our situations.
Claim.
And how they could either be progressive or why they're not progressive.
Or why they're not progressing.
Progressing, right? Well, progressing. But Brother Moses, I wanted to talk to you because you're very insightful. You're more insightful than a lot of Black men that I've ever ran across in person or personally.
Appreciate that. Respect. All right. So what's on your mind then? What can we chop it up about? Me and Cousin Ro was just talking end of the year. We were talking about jobs. That's kind of my impromptu mentor at some things. Every once in a while, I try to get some skills from him in Excel, and that's how we rock. And he's also a content creator on the First Row. That's the number 1 STWROE, First Row. Definitely, if you like insights from the Black perspective on the workforce, or just on I know we talked about transformations. What were some of our topics, man?
Transformation, Brother's Keeper. We did. Oh, you know which one I was watching the other day was Dating 101. That was a fun one.
Oh, listen, I want to talk about dating.
Okay, that's what's up. What's up?
So I want to ask y'all this. Do you think, and this isn't necessarily geared towards race, but it can definitely, in certain parts of this conversation, it can go that way, because I believe that the functions of Black relationships, are based on the fact that we are Black people and the things that we've had to endure in this system. You know what I mean? Being oppressed in more ways than one. It's like these white people really have, whether or not we want to see it or not, white people have these puppet strings on us to a certain extent. And we are moving in this system based on how they allow us to move, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? And that goes from, how we're able to survive, our money and or lack thereof, you know what I mean? That also affects who we choose to deal with. The self-esteem issues that Black women have, the self-esteem issues that Black men have. These are all things that are caused by white supremacy, to be honest with you. Even us talking about getting out of oppression is caused by white supremacy. These whole fucking conversations, excuse my language, but I get real passionate and I start.
Oh, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, they have to shut me down before they make me censor my sister. Go ahead.
So even the conversations about getting out of oppression, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're aware of it, but the fact that we would even have to be aware of something like that is still something that was caused by white supremacy. So they have control over that, to be honest with you, or they've created that, put it like that. So we're just navigating in their system, even when it comes to relationships. But to get on what I wanted to talk about, do you, and this right now doesn't necessarily have anything to do with white supremacy per se. Maybe you might find something in it that does. But do you believe that a man could be completely satisfied with one woman in every single? No, hold on. Let me ask. Hold on. Okay, well, you basically told me. But do you believe that a man could be satisfied with one woman physically, emotionally, spiritually, to the point to where he doesn't even have to look at another woman? I mean, another woman could be beautiful and he's just not even interested. Could he be that full in himself, with that woman, that he doesn't think of nobody else for his duration of time on this earth?
Can I raise my hand? I got something.
Raise your hand, cause bro, I'm on mute.
Yeah, because I'm gonna answer that question too. But go ahead.
Right.
So here's always been my theory on trying to be completed by something outside of yourself. The challenge is when you come in as incomplete, it is not the other person's responsibility to complete you. And thus, if you are incomplete and you are seeking external completion, what you're going to find is you're going to find that you're putting yourself out there and you get something that you feel completes one of your needs, but it's impossible for one person to complete all of your needs. So the answer to the question is yes, a man can be satisfied by one woman for the rest of his life. Absolutely. But that satisfaction has to come from a place where he is complete in and of himself. When you're not complete, you're going to be distracted and jumping at every single thing that you see moving. It's like, oh, well, I like her breasts. Oh, well, I like her butt. Oh, well, I like her personality. Oh, well, I like her jokes. Well, I like her intelligence. You're going to be trying to build a woman. And so when you have that completeness in yourself internally, which is something that I have found being back in the dating realm for the past 2 years now, I think I've been in the dating world. The people that I spend time with are the people that I choose to spend time with. But if I'm not spending time with those people, I am still happy and satisfied and complete. So right now, I'm not exclusively in an exclusive like boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. However, the person that I spend time with the majority of the time, her and I, we spend almost every day or every other day together. And it's not that there's not other people out there that I can't spend time with. And there's not that there's not other men out there that she can't spend time with. But because we know who we are as individuals, we are able to enjoy each other that much more. So even like walking in today, we were doing some shopping and walking around. It was like, yeah, there were women out there that were physically attractive. Like, I don't think any man or any woman should stop seeing the beauty in people externally. Like, oh man, you're a beautiful person. You're a handsome man. You're a beautiful woman. I don't think that should ever stop. But what goes beyond that and solidifies that relationship that I think you're talking about is when you know who you are internally and that person knows who they are internally, individually of you or independent of you. And because both of you guys know what you are independently, you know what you make up collectively. And that 1 + 1 actually equaling 2 instead of a half and a half equaling 1, that you're like, yeah, so old girl looks good, but she's not bringing to the table what you're bringing to the table for me and for yourself, for what we're building. So I think for me, it's not necessarily that anybody can't be your end all be all and you can't focus on that one person for the rest of your life. I think it's just more about, if what you're looking for is for that person to come in with their 0.5 and you bring in your 0.5 to the table and you equal a 1, then that's just not enough for a 2-person relationship. And both parties at points are going to be looking on the sidelines. Now, they might have loyalty and character complexities that allow them to stay loyal to the relationship. But I think both sides will be looking like, oh, well, it would be nice if she did that, or oh, it'd be nice if he did that. It'd be nice if he bought flowers. It'd be nice if he rubbed feet. It'd be nice if he took baths. Like I think that's what ends up happening. So overall, yeah, no, I think it can happen, but it has to happen from a place where you're coming in as a complete whole individual.
Now,
And so
when you
that's
say a complete whole individual, what defines the completeness of a person?
Good question.
in my opinion. So trust me, I'm no doctor or anything like that, but in my opinion, what has defined my completeness is the fact that I am able to sit with myself in silence, and I don't have to like get on the phone with people. I'm able to sit in myself and reflect on the decisions that I've made and reflect on the future that I want to create. And I actually am able to bring that into fruition and bring that into reality. When you're complete and you stop making those excuses for why you're not doing what you say you want to do. Because then you start having honest conversations with yourself about, well, do I really want to do that? Do I really want to be celibate? Do I really want to be monogamous? Do I really want to be married? Do I really want to be in a relationship? Now, because I have that completeness, that ability to really reflect inwardly myself, to see, hey, is what I'm saying manifesting in the physical realm? Is what I'm thinking manifesting in the physical realm? When you get that level of connectivity internally, that's what my definition is of a complete whole individual. Because then you can have an argument or a disagreement with somebody externally and not immediately begin to question everything about who you are. And, well, am I the jerk that she said I am? Or am I just out here tricking? Or am I out here being easy? Now you can really, in any situation, reflect inwardly and have open, honest dialect with yourself to be able to either insert change or change the environment.
So basically, you're saying that you would have to connect to your own soul. You would have to go beyond just the flesh and the physical of everything. You would have to really connect to your core being, which is your soul.
I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. And Brother Moses, what about you?
Hell no. The answer is still hell no. That was eloquent as hell. That human, but no, that alien does not exist.
Why doesn't it exist? Why don't you think it exists?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I think that we are too broken of a people. We are just far too broken and shattered. We're too distracted. The core principles that would determine a endearing love relationship, those ones are subsidiaries to, well, I got to get this money. I got bills to pay, the electricity. I have certain desires and wants. I have all of those things are easier to accept as, why I operate every day. My modus of operandi is geared towards those other things, as temporal as they might be. And so the number one that they're always going to fail at is spiritual, right? That spiritual connection is going to be a big miss. And I think it's not at their own fault, but because many of us do not know what a pantheon of religion even means, or the ability to have a worship or an adoration for multiple God entities or multiple all-powerful, this thing controls me without me being able to even determine it. So long story short, before I get all philosophical and theological on you, I'll just say that the spiritual miss is going to be something where they're going to struggle with. Right. Well, so the man and his relationship with God, and then the man then trying to find a relationship with God that says, well, I am, masterful myself, and then trying to find a balance there with the feminine energy that is brought into his space. So the spirituality, that one's going to be a miss. I don't think that they're capable yet. You can show me a preacher or a pastor and I'll still find some faults there. It just doesn't really work for me. Satisfactorily with my eyes, visual, I think they can become disciplined. And they can be near perfect in discipline, which means even though they see it, they're no longer chasing. Or even though they can desire it, they can take that desire, throw it away, like, not watching porn or not being triggered by it, to the sense of, I am now lusting after that person. And they can point that back towards, wifey. And then what was the last one? You said physically, spiritually was the one you said last, but I hit that first. Emotionally, that's where we're probably the most broken, right? So that's the roller coaster. Our emotions go from anger to sadness to I am 100% complete. I am achieved. I am accomplished. And any of those, I think even for me, the harder ones are when I have accomplished some big phenomenal feat. $25 million bonus for my company. We're in the red. Now it's time to do something. When that energy hits me, how do I how do I then come home and not create a space where there is jealousy or envy or damn, are you being big headed? Are you, all of those things. So there's a lot of conflict that rests in man that makes perfection hard, that complete satisfaction. I think at best, you'll find somebody who's more mature in their relationship development and they are able to be a lot more disciplined. And that's the best that we can hope for.
All right, so let me give you my perspective as a woman, right? And then I want you to tell me what you think, because you're against that idea that it's possible that a man could be completely just for one woman and one woman, period. Okay, so to me, I honestly believe that a woman can definitely get a man to that point, but there has to be a foundation between the two. Like, she just can't go up to any random stranger and get that going, because it would be more of an infatuation or a lust. It wouldn't be genuine love or care. So if two people have a foundation, the first thing that woman would have to do is get in his mind, right? And once you're in a person's mind, and I don't want this to sound narcissistic or bad or like you're abusing a certain level of your power, but she would have to get in his mind. And once she's in his mind for real, he'll begin to praise her. Then she would have to get in his soul. And once you're in his soul, you pretty much become omnipresent, which means that he'll carry that woman with him and not be distracted by any other woman around. Basically, she'll be in his chest like a cold. You know what I'm saying? Like a cold, like, when he's sick. But unlike a cold, he won't want to get rid of her. And if a woman only taps his physical, which is usually through sex for a man, it will be no different than the next woman that can come and offer the same thing or better. And one way to get a man hooked in that way is that you would have to pretty much become the mirror image of him in order to understand him. And you would have to understand him so much to the point where you would even have to know when he's lying, because in a lie, you'll be able to see a person's truth, because most people lie out of fear. And that fear comes from a form of weakness. Now, if that woman really loves that man, she won't use his weakness against him. Instead, she'll strengthen and nurture that weakness and make him strong in that area without him even realizing what's going on. And that will cause him to become attached to her, because she's building him without him even realizing, again, that she knows what's wrong with him all along. You get what I'm trying to say? And he'll be so into that woman spiritually, her spirit, not her physical, not her flesh. The flesh is the topping. You feel what I'm saying? But she'll be so into him, like how y'all are into us. Y'all can penetrate us. She'll penetrate him. She'll go deep in his subconscious guts and break him down.
That woman doesn't exist, Deity.
It does exist. Listen,
that woman doesn't. That woman died.
No. She'll get so deep inside of his subconscious guts, and break him down, and not to break him down to hurt him, but break him down to understand where she can build him up, if need be, of course. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, she would have to impregnate that man with her energy. Like how y'all can get us pregnant, we can get y'all pregnant too, but it's with the energy. But I promise you, it'll last longer than 9 months. Believe that, if she really know what she's doing and if he's receptive. You see what I'm saying?
That's dope.
And so what I'm saying is that a woman can definitely get to that point with a man. For one, she would have to know what she's doing. And two, he would have to already be receptive to a certain extent.
She damn near has to be like intentionally in tune with like vibrations and shit, like his emotional, like if she can't like close her eyes and just touch and understand, that's almost like a soothsayer, somebody who can really go deep. Like I thank you for bringing that out. I don't want to go too deep right now because again, I'm a struggle for my voice right now. But I think that woman that you're speaking to, she is a rarity, a precious gem, much needed. And if she can, she needs to call me. But monogamy, I thought that's where the conversation was going to go initially, versus like that polygamous, multiple relationships.
No, this ain't. We're not talking about polygamy. We're not talking about polygamy.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't go that direction, is what I was saying.
Absolutely not. Like I said, I believe that a man could definitely be into one woman and one woman only if she knows how to tap into that. Now, how the race part comes about is, again, understanding you having to deal with another person of your race, and them understanding where you're broken, understanding how the system has messed you over and how to build you up from that. You know what I'm trying to say? But again, that man has to be receptive to those things. So it's not just something that can work on anybody that you meet because you are lustfully attracted to them. It has to be somebody that's, you know, that there's a genuine connection between the two.
Well, the challenge though is that even though we have historically and ancestrally a similar struggle, the traumas that have come from that struggle are not universal. Within even with cousin Mo and I grew up 3-4 blocks away from each other. The things that he went through in his household and the things that I went through in my household were not the same.
Right. They're not going to be the same, but the foundation of the issue is pretty much the same. Now, when you're talking about the issues that you all went through, you would have to be more specific, you know, as to what you're talking about. But if you're talking about anything relating to our race, you don't necessarily have to be poor. He may be poor. Not saying that this is either situation, but you as a Black person would understand where that came from. But if you're talking about your manhood and what you went through as a man and what he went through in his masculinity or his manhood, then, you know, that's kind of different. But
I'll go deep for a second. In perspective, right? So we're trying to avoid it because it doesn't seem like it's relevant, but it can be. So, right. The plantation, let's start there. And from that plantation, the different functions that happen on a plantation. We're all out in the field, but one picks cotton and his experience is different than the one who does the tobacco. It's different than the ones who do the rice. It's different from the ones who work in like the sawmill. They do the horses. They do all of those things. And how does that impact the relationship that you might have? Let's just project into it and say that even at that time, there was if there could be a thing, a massa that allowed relationships to foster. The experience of someone who was doing the very tedious, hard labor, back-breaking labor of the cotton fields then plays on their conscience when they're back in the relationships. They may need their feet rubbed. They may need their hands rubbed. So those are the things that they're looking for in a relationship. If they're not getting something on the lines of that foot massage and that hand massage or whatever it might be, the blisters, the balm that they need for their hands because of the thorns, then they would feel that there was a lack or a miss in that relationship. It severs the fellowship because the expectations, you see what my need is, and are you in a position to actually help me with what my actual need is?
Right. Well, that would mean that they're not equally yoked because, again, whether that person is a field nigga or a house nigga, so to speak.
I just kept them both in the field because both of them going field nigga, house nigga. We definitely know those are two contrary. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but regardless of the experiences, if you are a so-called Black person, you would still understand where that comes from and that you also are oppressed in that environment. Therefore, although you may not be as oppressed as that person, you would still be accommodating to that individual because you, again, understand where that comes from.
So let me ask, what would it take, like even from then or now, with everything that's against us, the programming, the propaganda, the constant go, 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 the capitalism, which is the individual rather than being communal, all of those different pressures that are upon the man and the African-American man or the Black man and the Black woman, how do they turn off that world so that they can tune in to themselves and be that whole self that Cousin Ro was talking about?
You would have to genuinely know who you are and understand. By knowing who you are, you would then understand the system around you and what is set up to do against you. You understand what I'm saying? You wouldn't necessarily become broken by it, but you would understand how it's trying to break you, and therefore you would be able to then deal with the person that you're dealing with on an intimate one-on-one level, as opposed to letting all of these outside influences distract you because you know what time of day it is. A lot of Black people don't know what time of day it is, and although they may hold these conversations, they still are trying to assimilate. And anytime you're trying to assimilate to an environment that's not conducive to you and your being, and or the person that you're dealing with, you'll never be able to fully connect with that other person. That's the reason why a lot of Black men and Black women date outside their race. Because
hold on, Deity, you're going too far. We can't do all those topics in one show, man. I don't even got my notepad down to be taking notes.
I'm just saying,
Hold on now, Deity.
So what I'm saying is that that's the reason why people date outside their race, because they're not comfortable with their reality. They haven't understood, or they're not trying to understand how this system is working against them. Rather, they would rather want to fold and try to integrate themselves. And if you're not comfortable with being Black, how can you really be comfortable with a Black spouse? Therefore, you choose to date someone who doesn't have to deal with those types of struggles and stresses, because you can't even save yourself from it. You're not even trying to understand it. So again, in order for two Black people to be committed in a relationship to the point to where they can dig in each other's soul for real, you know what I mean, to get to that point, and they're not distracted and they're not stressed, is you again would have to be comfortable with who you are as a so-called Black person in the system. You would have to know who you are, genuinely know who you are, and know how these white folks and this whole system is set against you. And once you know that, it takes a bit of the edge off, because it's like, man, I already know what time of day it is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
You won't be so hurt if you get fired from your job. Your old lady wouldn't be so pissed off with you if you get fired from your job and ready to say, fuck you, I need another, because you would already understand what's going on.
Damn, even when you bring that up, I can say that my old lady has moved closer to that space than I have. My assimilation, and so I got to raise my hand and say where I'm guilty there. Maybe I was projecting even when I said, go to work, get the, I got bills to pay, and all of those things being the distractions that keep somebody from moving in their true spiritual self, or moving towards even their spiritual self. Maybe that's the thing that keeps myself, Brother Moses. I'm speaking for Brother Moses, not for you, Kanan, not for you. Now, I am pretty damn gangster. I'm not speaking from your perspective. This is just Brother Moses right now. This is not the B1 movement. But when it comes to it, my assimilation is one that says, I am in a space to actually impact change where it needs to be changed at. So I'm in financial services, and being there, I'm talking to brothers every day who really look at assimilation as if that means more white people will accept us for who we are, rather than whether they accept us or not. This is what we got to do.
But let me say this,
and that's why I be breaking their heads right there. Go ahead, Mom.
Let me say this, Brother Moses. Like, okay, so for instance, assimilation can be a very minute thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that's extremely obvious, where you want, white consumers. Assimilation can be the way you talk. You know what I'm saying? You get around these white folks and your whole dialect changes. Or for a Black woman, you get around white people, or you have to work in corporate America, and you change the way you wear your hair. If you then go back home to a Black spouse, knowing that you are having to bend to white supremacy in order to make your money, how can you respect that Black person that you're dealing with when you understand that you can't get, if you're looking at if you're depending on the system, if you're depending on integrating within the system, that will cause you to look at that Black person that you're with as baggage, as opposed to somebody that can advance you. You understand what I'm saying?
Ouch, you cutting too many souls right there. Cousin Rogan coming in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
He said, I got
I'm listening, but I don't have a notepad to take notes either, because you said you wanted to do a test video, and
it was a test video. Deity come in putting us to work. Like, y'all don't get the brains.
So going back to because there was a lot said where I was listening, going back to the relationship, and I understand what you're saying as far as conforming to a society outside of your household and coming back to that household and having to look your spouse in the face and being like, yeah, I went out and I embarrassed us because I conformed to this society that is not really designed to elevate us. So I'm going out and I'm participating in something
that can cause you to lose attraction to that so-called Black person. I just want to say that.
And I get that aspect. However, I also understand the aspect of success. We'll call it success, even though everybody's definition of success is different. Success is, for I'll use what I used in my family. When myself, my sons, my wife at the time, or any of us went out the house, the objective was, do not bring dishonor to this house. So let's say my son gets in a fight at school. I don't immediately associate the fact that my son got into a physical confrontation as dishonor. But if you've gotten to the fight with somebody over something unnecessary, then I associate that with dishonor. And the way I associate it with dishonor is because there's never a day that I go outside of my house thinking about how can I embarrass my family? How can I bring shame and dishonor to my family? And so just the fact of that you're conforming into a society that you right now are choosing to participate in, the fact that I don't know where you live at, Deity, but the fact that I live in America. Oh, you're in my, oh, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm Florida in May, just FYI. But the fact that you're choosing to conform to a society in order to, and I got 15% battery left in my phone, but in order to progress and move forward and bring honor to your family, I don't really see anything wrong with that. And whether that's how you wear your hair, that's how you wear your hair. Like if you have braids, if you have dreads, if I cut my hair off because it don't grow in the middle, how you do choose to wear your hair, I think that that's more of an identity thing. But when it comes to what Cousin Mo was saying, and I'm actually currently working on a book talking about this, when it comes to talking about the bills that we have, these are mechanisms when you truly understand the system that were designed to lock you into the system.
Mm-hmm.
And before we even got on YouTube, we were talking about how in 2012, I was operating at a certain amount of income. I don't know where my camera is, a certain amount of monthly income biweekly. And now in 2019, 7 years later, I am still operating roughly around the same amount of income on a monthly basis, even though I make almost double the amount of money I made in 2012.
Mind games.
So it's a matter of understanding that just because you're participating out in a society, when you're out at war, like if even you can go back to tribal war, when you're out at tribal war and you come back, you're not the warrior in the household anymore. You go back to being the head of the household or the head of that particular tribe.
Right.
The same works when you're out in corporate America. When you're out in corporate America, the way I speak in corporate America meetings with either the VPs or the senior directors may not be the same way I interact with Cousin Mo when we're on the phone talking and not in a live audience.
Right.
That I lose respect for Moses because of the fact that he understands when you are within a system, when you're in a system, that you don't have the means to get out of right this moment, like today. When you're in that system, what you do is you work to thrive, to strive to get out of that system. And you realize, if you're intelligent enough, that the system may be big enough to where you may not get out of it, but you try to set your children up or your children's children up to be able to get out of that system. It's a leapfrog process. It's not a process of, okay, we're going to destroy America today, and then tomorrow all Black people will be in charge of America. It is a process of, okay, we're going to destroy some of these trauma-based traditions today. We're going to destroy. I had a conversation with my oldest son where I had to tell him I was proud of him. How easy should that conversation be? That was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had with my son, to be able to say, son, I'm proud of you. Immediately my mind was like, but you got to say something negative. But this, but you ain't that tight. And but you ain't got it like you think it is. That was a growth place for me that I understand for me and my children, that I may not have gotten it right for the majority of my oldest son's life. I'll get it a little bit more right for the younger two. But I'm trying to destroy that within this system that I go out and participate in. Now, going all the way back to interracial relationships, I've been married 2 times. And in the 2 marriages that I've had, I was married to an African woman from Congo, and I was married to a Black woman from the United States in these 2 marriages.
What state she was from?
Sacramento, California.
Oh, sorry. Oh, drop that right on in there. You're welcome.
But in these marriages, I understood that, like, hey, when you're out and about and you're doing what you do as whatever their professions were, they have completely different professions. But while you're doing what you're doing in your profession, you may have to put on a persona that elevates you in that competitive nature. It's like a basketball player. When they may be the nicest person on the planet, but when they're in the key, they're throwing elbows. Like, you put on that persona so that you can be successful and you can rise to the top. Because as Cousin Mo knows, I always say, I don't care what building you go to. The objective should be to make as much money that you can in whatever position that you're in. If I'm gonna go to the White House and that's where I'm gonna work every day, then my objective is every day that I go there, I want them to pay me more for coming. Because other than that, what is the incentive for us to go to work? There is no incentive to go to work. If we were just working based on voluntary efforts, we would probably all be doing something different. I love analytics. It's something that's fun. I did it in my own free time. However, would I be doing analytics 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week? No, I wouldn't be doing that. What'd you say?
I think, hold on, before you go, Miss Deity, I think she's making a good point, and maybe we could break that down too, the participation versus eradication. There is one mind of a fellowship between Blacks that says, look, we got to take ours back. And in order for us to reclaim that is ours, then we need a total disconnect from that is not ours. And the access even to that is not ours has started to make us comfortable and complacent and accepting of philosophies and behaviors and conditions and things that make that leapfrog that much more longer, that much more of a gradual process. And so because of that, you have some who are a little bit more stronger about, look, disconnect, turn it off. Henry David Thoreau, leave, do what you need to do. Find yourself situated in like the Nation of Islam or something that allows you a different discipline, a different daily regiment. That way, the time that you spend can be more invested in putting back in you, sowing those seeds back in your health. Now, you can do that if you're able to walk in yours already. Then, like Cousin Rose says, it wouldn't matter if you were in corporate America, the White House. It wouldn't matter if you were walking on somebody else's real plantation. They're still out there. And still trying to have that conversation as well with them because you're able to walk in yours already. But I think what she's saying, though, we have so many that have already either accepted and conformed, and then so many that are already, they don't even know, so they're at that broken state. I'm saying finding that one who you're equally yoked with is damn near impossible. And we can continue that for a second, but let's put a pin right there real quick. I got to walk just for a second. Well, y'all two can keep it up, but I got to take the headphones off for a quick second. I got 17 kids in this house almost, but they're being very good. I'm going to tell them I'm proud of them. I'll be right back.
So, Ro, okay, so your explanation was very detailed, but what it sounds like to me, though, and this is no offense, but I'm very honest.
No problem. I'm not an emotional person. Go ahead.
Okay. What it sounds like is that you conformed, and the spouses or the people that you were around and dealt with were conformed to the point to where, again, your issue wasn't the system and how it affected your relationship, which is fine. Because at that point, if you don't see it that way, then that means that you see yourself within that system. Therefore, you don't see yourself and your spouse and your children as people that's trying to combat the system, but rather get along, integrate, and survive and build within it. So you didn't say anything about yourself and your spouse and your children in any way against the white supremacist norm. You were functioning in it. Your whole thing was wanting dishonor or not wanting dishonor. What I'm talking about is Black people dealing in a white supremacist system, going out every day, having to survive, and then coming back to their Black spouse and having to see this same person dealing with this same struggle. You feel what I'm saying? And if you haven't gotten it figured out as a Black person, you're looking at this other Black person like, how the hell, how are you going to figure this out for me? Which is the reason why Black relationships in certain cases, they don't last, because you're dealing with two broken people in a situation. So that's why you have a lot of Black men who choose to date these other races of women, because those other races of women do not represent struggle. They're not somebody who they have to fight for. They're somebody who they see themselves being able to build with, because those people already have a culture, an environment. They're not being attacked by the police. You know what I'm saying? You and your Black wife or your Black girlfriend may get attacked. And not only do you have to protect yourself and your Blackness, you got to protect her Blackness as well. But when you have conformed and you start trying to act like white people, talk like white people, think like white people, you don't see yourself and your spouse as against the system. Y'all are trying to blend in with Mary Poppins and them.
That's crazy.
Okay.
And that's the point that you're driving. I was having that conversation with my wife a little bit earlier, and we were talking about the things that The strong women. So I date a very strong woman. Still date her, still court her. We've been married about 13 years, but we're still right there in that same lens. And for her to find her wholeness or her oneness, she doesn't view the battle as one against the white supremacy, one against the racist or the systemic oppression that has been enacted. She doesn't see it as one where she's under attack as even gender-wise, like as a woman. So the thing that she actually does see as the biggest opponent for her happiness would be shame. And we were having that conversation, and it's those things that that would be of a blatant disregard to her feminine or her feminine energy, her womanness, that where she finds the most shame at. And because of that shame, that's where she finds herself being the most protective of me as her man. And so I think that kind of almost connects with what Cousin Ro was saying about honor. Don't do things that would dishonor us. How do you define things that are wrong in your life? For me, as being a pro-Black person, I'm always trying to find something where African Americans can find an advantage here in this system. I'm always looking critically at the areas where we are disadvantaged: economics, housing, education, and industry. And then in looking at that, I'm trying to power map out who are their key players. And then I'm looking back at us and saying, now, who are our key players that need to move into these spaces? And how do we have our key players, like our point guards, go up against their point guards? How do we bring down the John Stocktons? And right, so with all of those different articulate thoughts, one more last one, with all of those different thoughts that I have, that's what my wife, when you say equally yoked, she has to mirror and match. She has to mirror and match that energy when it comes to our entrepreneurial endeavors, our savings endeavors. How do we spend our money? When we're spending our money, is it for something that triggers her shame button, or is it something that triggers her accomplishment button, or her sense of love and esteem and value? And that's the way that we've been managing so far. So I don't know if it's a whole diversion, but our assimilation is trying to get closer to ourselves, as well as closer to ourselves as a relationship. And then from there, even though we're a part of the system, how do we make our part of the system as Black as we can make it and as proud as we can make it? Go ahead.
Okay, but then that goes and answers the question, or that gives further a clearer view as to why you don't think that a man could be fully wrapped around and enthralled with one woman. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm saying this humbly and respectfully. You're saying that your woman isn't focused on her Blackness, but more so her womanness. But she does have to understand that her Blackness is what's seen before her femininity, because in this system, this system really doesn't even view Black women as women in most cases. You understand what I'm saying?
Still an animal. Go ahead.
So they view Black women in a very masculine way. The system views Black women in a very masculine way. So I don't see, unless she's an African, I don't see how her femininity would be tested in most cases. It would be her race. How would she, as a Black woman, know that feminism is playing a part in a form of discrimination as opposed to racism? That's something that we as Black women have that no other race of woman really has to deal with. We have to deal with the fact that this discriminatory act may not just be because I'm a woman, but because I'm Black. So being that she's not tapped into that, she can't really understand that aspect of you. She can't tap into you in that way, because that's not where her mind is. Her mind is on being a feminist, or having a feminine perspective on her struggle, as opposed to it being a Black perspective. And so do you think that could possibly be where the disconnect between you and her could be, to where you can't fully be enthralled and wrapped into her?
We disconnect on a lot more than that, but go ahead.
Right. Where it seems as though your relationship is more of a business relationship as opposed to an actual emotional soul connecting relationship. Do you think that could be the issue, that she's not understanding the whole Black experience?
And hers is I think, and I normally don't go too personal on relationships, but wifey's energy is more invested in the matrilineal side. So her mitochondrial DNA is definitely strong as hell. all of the women in their family had their own businesses. They had their own educational aims. They were the cream of the crop, the breadwinners, the foundation of not just their own homes, but in the community. They were pillars inside of the community when I met her, and that was the most attractive. Already traveling and doing things. She's working even on a doctorate now. But because of that, the challenge then becomes, is she going to be sacrificing of her own ambition and the things that drive her in order to play that subordinating role to be my rib?
Right, but see, that's not what I'm talking about, Moses. That's not what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about it at all.
I hear you though. But listen to how they're connected, right? Because for her, it's about the shaming of being a woman. Is there anything that a woman can do? So like when she's going, anyway, I'll stop right there. Less than my feminine energy, like, is my hair, how's my hair, how's my nails? For her, it is contractually. For her, it is almost even that physical. How do I carry myself?
Well, how old is she? In her 40s?
Hell no. That would be old. I would, they got a brand new Benz. It's a newer model. It's right there ready for me. Okay. 40 is no. We're still in our mid-30s.
Okay, so I mean, I guess I could see why because a lot of black
I had to raise my hand on that one, Cousin Ro. She said that she 40. But hell no.
A lot of modern day black women, and I'm a modern black woman, but a lot of modern day black women don't see race because you have so many different distractions nowadays. Like the issue of race isn't something that's extremely forefront. There's other things, but I just don't see how a black woman, especially in her, I don't see how she wouldn't see race as opposed to her, like, where would she even think that her femininity would be suppressed? Because black men can't suppress femininity.
I could tell you, for her, it was strong woman, whore.
I was gonna say, you said, wait, hold on. You said black men cannot suppress femininity?
Absolutely not. Black men don't have the power to suppress a black woman in this system.
So no, but see, no, I'm just going based off that comment because I grew up where I knew some true, real pimps.
That's a pimp. That's an individual. But I'm talking about systematically, black men don't have the power to suppress a black woman to the point where she would be focused on, this feminist perspective. When black women join feminism or the feminist movement, it's completely different. A completely different reason for why white women join. White women join feminism to get from underneath the control of white men. Black men are not controlling black women systematically. Women
are still controlled by white men.
Right. Black women join the feminist ideology because black men, in most cases, for those women who do join, don't want them. So you have one woman who's trying to get from underneath the tight ropes of a man, and you got another woman whose man don't want her. And so now she becomes this somewhat radical, lesbianized person who's trying to claim her body and her image. And even though the black man don't want me, I'm still big, bold, and beautiful. And those are usually the types of black women that join the whole feminist movement. I'll give you a metaphorical explanation to it. It's just like a woman who has a dad who's extremely strict, but he's rich. And she's pissed off that her daddy won't let her do anything. And then you have this black girl who doesn't have a daddy. She doesn't have the financial benefits of this rich father, and she's pissed off because her daddy ain't nowhere around. So now these two people come together, but for two different reasons, although I guess it would involve a man. But this black woman is still depending on this white woman's white daddy to still further advance not only the white woman who wants to get away from the white man, but her as well. So feminism, I don't see how black women could focus on just their femininity and being this strong black woman, because nobody is keeping you away from being a strong woman. Race is the issue for a black woman, not feminism.
Yeah, that was heavy. You put some heavy shit out there. I do like the idea of black women and this segregating piece, right? Are you putting your black first, even as a woman, or are you putting your woman first? That is a hell of a content. I had to turn on a whole new screen, Cousin Ro, just so I could take notes. A lot of this has to be unpacked by the cool kids.
What do you mean by that, Moses? You said what Because what were you saying?
Your black is can an African American woman or a black woman be black first, or can she be woman first? Is there cases where the black woman starts to put woman first and not compete on race, or is there cases where she puts vice versa, black first, and doesn't compete on gender? And there's a lot to unpack there, even as we start to even. As men, it's harder for us to have a conversation about feminism without sounding derogatory, which is why whoever came up earlier, I think it may have been Cocaine Kells, needs to rejoin us to add some balance to this panel. I would feel like an asshole trying to talk about femininity from that lens. But even when I thought about that, here's what I wrote. I said, Black women can't compete on race when their men become economics first, adopting ideologies of capitalism over that spiritualism. I think that's our big miss right there, is that we do start looking at capitalism. We do start looking at our jobs, our responsibility, paying the bills, and all of that is the primary driver. That's where we spend the most of our time. That's where we spend a lot of our energy. And that's where we really stay. It becomes our comfort zone that allows us to be complacent. And that's where we try to compete, is on economics. And so in doing so, imagine yourself in that boardroom and you have two conversations you can have. One of those is about the benefits of, the Black demographics, benefits of, the Black experience, the Black perspectives, the way that you see things. The other one says, here's my idea. It's going to make $25 million next year.
Wait, but Moses,
which one do you lean on? Economics, or do you lean on Blackness? Go ahead.
But Moses, a Black woman, to answer to get back on the topic, Black women and femininity, I don't understand how that could be. What would that have to do with being Black? Because again, feminism is not a part of the Black woman's struggle, other than the fact of a Black woman that most Black men do not deem attractive, and she then tries to gain her attractiveness or her representative. She tries to gain confidence in her representative by joining a feminist movement and saying, well, I am going to be this big, bold, and beautiful woman, and no Black man can tell me that I'm not attractive, and I need to be skinny. That is the only reason why Black women would even join a feminist movement, is because Black men do not want her or find her attractive, and therefore she tries to regain self-confidence by joining forces with a white woman who wants to distance herself from her man, but for a completely different reason. So I'm not, so to stay back on the topic, feminism has nothing. I don't understand how. I don't know you're a woman. I'm in my 20s, but I don't know your girlfriend. I know that anytime that I face, your wife. I know anytime I faced any type of injustice, I didn't think it was because I was a female. I felt that it was due to my race, and in most cases, it is. So I'm not understanding how a Black woman's femininity could have any. How could that be her main focus when we're still in a system where white people, regardless of their gender, still understand that white is first. White supremacy is first.
Let me ask you a question, and don't dismiss it outright. Listen a little bit. And then after you've listened just a little bit, then respond just a little bit. In your relationships, do you see yourself as more in a traditional role, what we would project out into the old 60s, where the man opens the car door and chivalry, courting, man pays the bills? Or do you see yourself kind of leading on, well, I pay my bills, I want new things, so I'm going to hustle and bustle to get what I want? Which ideal do you typically assume in the relationship? More traditional or more modern type relationships?
I would prefer a traditional relationship. However, with a modern twist. I don't mind having my own, which I do, and I'm not in a relationship right now. I'm in my early 20s, so I'm not really trying to rush that. But I don't mind having a relationship where there's a man who is successful and he's doing his thing. I would want somebody to match that. I mean, I wouldn't want to just be the only person that's out there getting money and being successful and he's just sitting there not doing anything. I mean, I wouldn't want that. Idealistically, I would want somebody who is just as successful or more successful than myself. But what would that have to do with my femininity or feminism or feminist thought?
Yeah, so your feminine energy, like the whole joining of feminist move. Oh, let me drop it back in there. Give me a sec, Kells. The feminine energy is that one where wifey may prefer to stay home. The one where wifey may not want to hit that $100,000
Yes, but
mark.
Kenya, he's not talking about femininity in the aspect of the woman's body. He's talking about femininity in the aspect of feminism, which is having this women's rights movement. And the
Where did
woman,
you get that from?
because you
Who's he? Did I miss a part? I'm sorry.
because you were saying that your woman wasn't focused on the race aspect, she was focused on the femininity aspect of not being suppressed and oppressed.
Yeah, in a relationship. Yeah, go
Correct.
ahead.
So we're not talking about her femininity as far as her procreation or her essence or, you know, her body. We're not talking about that. And even in that, what would that have?
It's definitely her body. It's definitely the shaming. Again, I think where we might be finding a disconnect is the woman who wears the power suit versus the woman who wears, when I come home, baby, I want to see you with, the lingerie on, or who walks around there. The shaming things that she really experiences are more or less in line with, I won't be defined by what beauty standards might be. I won't be relegated to a role like,
That's
a
a
teacher
feminist.
or something like that.
That's a
Go
feminist.
ahead.
That's a feminist that's trying to define her femininity. So it correlates.
Okay. And yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I'd be a jackass to try to argue what femininity is as a man. That's why we have our ladies here who can actually school us on that.
Right. So again, but going back to the main point of it all is that I don't think that I think that when black people are in a relationship with each other, in order for it to thoroughly thrive, and not just being on a business aspect, but for two people to be spiritually and soulfully connected, you would have to be on the same wavelength as far as understanding what you are first, your representative first, and that's your race. Every other race understands that. We are the ones who have been devoid of that. That has been taken from us. Our culture has been taken from us. Our religion has been taken, or not our religion, our actual, where our spirituality needs to be focused, has been taken from us. Our spirituality has been focused on a white Jesus and Christianity and
Now,
all.
Deity, I started off with spirituality first, saying the same exact thing. And the last thing that I said was, what about those black women who feel like they can't compete on race? And then I said, especially when their men have become economics first. So if the men that they are seeking, when you said they're evenly yoked, the men that they are seeking are now about creating intergenerational wealth, and that is their focus. And in order to do so, those men have compromised that whole black first, and now they're economics first. They're not love and fulfillment first. They're now ideology first, capitalism first. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's going against what I'm saying. That's why those two people would not be able to communicate, to spiritually connect, because they're still focused on white supremacy. They're not focused on who they are as black people. In order for a relationship between two black people to thoroughly thrive, they have to know who they are. It's fine to get money. Nobody's saying that you have to be broke out here in order to be black. But what I'm saying is that if you're going to go out there in this world, you have to understand what you're up against. She has to understand what she's up against. When you're just thinking about the economics of it all, you lose yourself and you will lose your blackness in the midst of it. And therefore, you're not going to look at your spouse as a person who you want to help up in that aspect. You're just looking at it from a money aspect. That becomes a business partner, not a lover.
Okay. So I don't think I've ever felt like I could lose my blackness from where I've grown up at. Like one of the things that you had said was,
I don't have that problem either.
How we speak. I've always spoke this way. This has been the way that I've spoken since kindergarten, when I first started talking, after I started really enunciating myself. But that is not because of a white supremacist system. The aspect of how I speak in regards to a white supremacist system is my language, my dialect, my original language was stolen and eradicated from me. I speak English because I'm here in America. However, I don't lose my blackness because I speak English.
I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying. I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying. Let me break it down. What I'm saying is, and you have to really be in that space to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not talking about the inevitables. I speak English. You speak English, right? That's inevitable. The clothes you wear, the schools that you go to, that's not something that you can change. You got people from China and Africa that have their language, but once they come to America, they do what the Americans do. That is just what it is.
But they keep their language. They do keep their language.
Right. What I'm saying, they still speak. They adapt to the customs of America. So I'm not talking about the inevitables. I'm saying that you have to learn to love your blackness. The issue with a lot of black relationships is that Black people don't thoroughly love who they are individually, starting with who they are on the outside, understanding that your Black experience is going to be different than any white man, than any Asian man. So when you go out there in that world and you're trying to sustain yourself economically and build, you're going to be put through a lot more because of this white supremacist system.
And you should.
And therefore, when you come back home and you feel defeated and your Black wife can't give you that uplifting from a Black perspective, that causes a disconnect.
Oops.
What I'm saying is that Black people have to be thoroughly aware of their Blackness when they join in unison with another Black person, and not just trying to live like white Black people trying to survive and trying to become successful. You have a lot of Black people that want to live like white Black people, and their Blackness is nowhere in the midst. And again, you can't fully love that spouse if you don't really love yourself genuinely. If you just trying to chase the paper with a white man's face on it, I mean, what can that really do for you for real? I mean, when you're dead and gone, that money is still going to be here. That's a business partner. That's not a soulmate. The premise of this conversation was, can a man thoroughly love a woman? And I said to the point,
I said, hell no, because he's too distracted
about anybody else. And I did say that initially the conversation didn't necessarily have anything to do with race, but down the line, it more than likely would, because race plays a part in how you see yourself and how you then see the person that you deal with. You got a lot of Black men that don't even like the Black women that they're dealing with because of her certain Black aspects of herself, but they're dealing with her because they're not where they socioeconomically feel like they are comfortable, they want to be, or that they would be to get a white person or a non-Black woman.
That's right.
See, maybe I struggle with this conversation, and not with the things that you're saying, but I struggle with this conversation because when somebody tells me that, like, I think it's funny because I understand the concept of Black people trying to live like white people. I get that aspect, but then who then categorizes Black people living like Black people? Who makes that distinction?
Okay, so my thing is, if you're Black, right? I don't see why a Black person would question what it means to be Black or what it means to live Black. No other race does that. The reason why we do that is because we want to disconnect ourselves from that, to be honest. We really do.
I've never had any issue with being a Black person. Hold on, I got to plug up my cell phone because I got 3%.
And I hope y'all don't get offended how I'm talking. I talk with a lot of passion, so it's not like
this is what conversation
there
is.
Some things that are offensive, and having an open conversation about Blackness is not going to be one of them, especially not on the B1 network. And in fact, you're not pushing back against me, because if I could sell some of my Blackness, I'd put that shit on a bottle, put it in a bottle, and give some away.
But right now, the thing is that I don't. What do you mean? What determines living like a Black person, and who determines that, or who? I mean, that makes no sense. You just said that Asians have a language.
They have a dialect. They have a culture. Correct.
They have a culture, and so they will never ask you as a Black person or any other person what it means to be an Asian person. So for you as a Black man to ask me,
there's multiple Asian cultures, though, is the problem.
They would understand it regardless of which one.
Hold on, my phone ain't even plugged up. I plugged up the phone, but it's not plugged into the wall. Hold on.
You see what I'm saying? They would understand what it means to be whatever Asian culture it is, whether it's the Indian or the Japanese or the Chinese. They understand what that means. Right, it doesn't matter. But you even know their culture. You know their language. But why would you ask me what it means to be Black?
I think the question was a matter of stratification.
No, I'm asking,
or to a degree.
To be Black. That's what I'm asking.
The reason I would ask you what does it mean to be Black, because my experience, like I said, how I speak is based on how I was raised in the household that I was raised in. So talking in slang was okay while I was at school with my homies, but it was not okay if I was talking to my mother or my father. They beat my ass for it. So that was my experience.
Wait, however, what way? I'm sorry, because I heard noise in the background. Talking what way?
Probably because my room is echoing a little bit, but talking in slang was not acceptable. Talking to my mom, like I couldn't like, yo, mom, what's up? How you doing? What was your day about? She was like, who the fuck are you talking?
That defines Blackness?
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying, because then in the house next door, the house right next door to my house, which was also a Black family, that was how they all communicated with each other.
Let me ask you this. Since you said that you understand what these Asian people are, you went ahead and named their whole culture. You even stated that they understand their culture and their language. Let me ask you this. What does it mean to be black? What is the definitive nature of a black? What is the definitive nature of a black person?
To be black is to be a color, but the problem is that people get confused with color because we have many variations.
So-called black, right? The only reason why I'm saying black right now is because we're just keeping it simple. But what does it mean? What is the definitive culture and understanding and mindset of a so-called black person to you as a black man?
To me, and it's funny because I like this movie that I just recently seen, Queen and Slim. And one of the things in this movie that was said was about why with black people does everything always have to be excellent? Why can't we just be good? But it's because we live in a society where, unfortunately, there's white supremacy. We weren't brought here on an equal playing field. And so now in order to thrive on the fucking playing field, we have to be above average. We have to do better than good.
Right, but I asked you, what is the culture of so-called black? Because you answered the other races very fast.
Right. So there's different parts of our culture that come from the tribal nature that we have. There's different aspects from the spiritual nature that we have. And I don't mean like, Christianity or Islam or anything like that. I just mean from the spiritual nature that we had. I mean, going back to like the passing of stories and the passing of information through witch doctors and non-modern medicine. Those are the things that I'm talking about. But those are things that are so far removed.
Correct. I'm not even talking about that. So I'm talking about today, right? What does it mean to be black? Since you asked, what does it mean to be defined as black? Because again, black people, because we don't know, and I don't mean we as in me, because I know, but I don't distance myself from my race. So because we don't know, we then go and revert back to this white supremacist talking point. Well, what does it mean to be black? And you don't realize that it's a white supremacist talking point, but it is because you're dismissing yourself. You're dismissing your race. It's almost like when a white person says, I don't see color, or what about Martin Luther King? Don't judge a book by its character. But they do it. You understand what I'm saying? So
and I get that.
Submissive to your blackness. Explain to me, what does it mean culturally in this system? What does it mean to be black? Since you understand these Asian people, tell me what it means for you.
I could tell you what it means for me. But see, this is where we probably won't agree, is because I've never had a platform to where I would tell you how to be who you believe that you are.
No,
I've never had that platform.
We ain't talking about.
But from my culture, from my experience, from my family, what it means to be. But see, we're the same race does not mean we are the same.
Asians, though. Hey. You lumped in Asians, yo. You lumped in Asians. You understand what I'm saying?
But okay, so let's take it back a step. I have a cousin who's Filipino and black. Her black experience is not necessarily the same as my black experience.
Black. Go ahead, Cocaine. My bad.
I'm sorry. How's everybody doing? I just wanted to say hello.
Hello.
And ask Deity a question. You're asking how does it feel to be black in this system?
No, what I'm saying, Cocaine, is not because what he asked was
who defines
black? What does it mean to be defined as black? But what I often hear a lot of black people say when they say that, they then go ahead and define these other races, their nation, their culture, their language, and they proudly define these people as though they're a part of that. But when it comes to their own culture, race,
they can't tell you the unique characteristics of the black experience.
So my thing is, why would you as a black person that claims that you like being black? Well, he didn't ever say that he liked being black, because I didn't have that particular conversation with him. But my thing is, why do black people do that? Like, that's crazy to me. If you don't know, then you don't know. But don't act like a white supremacist and then say, well, what does it mean to be black? That's crazy.
But I didn't say what does it mean to be black. I said, who gets to define that?
That's the same thing. What does it mean? A definition.
No, it's not. No, it's not the same thing. What does it mean would mean that I don't know what I am. I know what I am. I know that I'm a black male. I know that for me, what black male is.
What does it mean to be black?
What it means to be a black male is that genetically I'm a black male. I know what it means for me to be black means I get together.
What is the Asian culture? Tell me that again, because you said it earlier.
Asian. I told you the type of Asian cultures there are, but I'm not Asian.
But you went ahead and stated that they had a language, they have a culture.
They have a language, a culture, a dialect. I told you as a black man. That's what I'm asking. African American male, I don't have a culture or a history that I can go back to. I can't tell you if I'm from the Ashanti tribe. I can't tell you if I'm from Congo. I can't tell you from where that bloodline leads back to. All I can tell you is that, hey, from where I do remember, from what I did start with, from where my culture started, I can go great to my great. That's about all I can tell you. So I can tell you that we're strong, independent, intellectual people. And that doesn't mean that all Black people are strong, independent. That doesn't mean all Asian people are strong, independent. What I know for myself is based on my upbringing and my history in regards to my bloodline. But just like those trauma-based traditions that can make somebody's experience, though they're working, be different than the person who's working picking cotton or the person who's working on the
let me explain to you what it means to be Black, right? We have
for you.
Man, for every Black person, there's a basis for every Black person. We have rhythm. We have soul. You understand what I'm saying? We have rhythm. We have soul.
Not every Black person has that.
Yeah. No, listen.
This is the problem. Not every Black person has that.
Listen, no. You don't know who you are. That's sad.
I know who I am.
The most coolest. No, you don't know. I'm telling you. You couldn't tell me, and I'm telling you, and you're telling me that it's not true. So you're lost.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you is that the most coolest nigga, and I'm gonna say nigga because a coon is a nigga to me because it's an ignorant person.
That word is allowed on my page. Go ahead.
The most cool, huh?
I said that word is allowed on my page. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. The most coolest nigga can be amongst all these white people and as white as he or she wants to act. That when music come on, that motherfucker know how to move. You understand what I'm saying? We have rhythm, we have soul, we have passion. We have something that these other nations and races do not have. You know what I'm saying? Our melanin makes us connect to the environment in a completely different way. From our hair is a part of our culture. Don't nobody else do with their hair what we do with our hair, whether it be Black women trying to relax it, and it could be in white areas, or Black women with afros. That is a part of our culture. You know what I'm saying? There are things about us that's just what it is. Like, so when you talking about Africa and all that bullshit, that's bogus because you weren't there. You don't know nothing about that, but you still live in the day. And as long as you got breath in your lungs, my nigga, you got culture. So if you can't understand what a Black culture is, that means you've been too assimilated and diluted with these motherfucking white folks. Because we understand, you just sat here and told me about the white system and dealing with their system and their culture. You understand that, but you mean to tell me you don't know what it means to be Black? I
never said that I didn't know what it means to be Black. I simply said, who gets to define it? So for you just got done defining it, but you don't get to define it for everybody. I don't care.
But you just defined Asians, though. You went ahead and spoke on Asians and their culture. And
how did I define Asians? Please tell me how I defined Asians.
You stated that they have a culture. They may not all feel they have a culture, but you said they have a culture.
They all have various cultures. I'm just speaking for the Asians that I grew up with. I grew up with Hmongs. I grew up with Laotians. I grew up with the Laos.
Right, but you're Black. You're living in a Black body. You mean to tell me that you understand their culture because you grew up around them, although you are not them, but you don't understand yourself as a Black man? Get the yo.
No, I didn't say I don't understand. I didn't say I didn't understand.
So crazy because when I talk to a lot of Black people, as thorough as they sound with their Blackness, when you talk about how you really living, are you really living that? A lot of people ain't really living that. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people are not really living that. They're just not. And I'm not screaming because I'm angry, so I hope nobody takes this offensive. I'm just
you is all right. Keep going. Flame on.
We know how you are.
You talk however you talk.
I just told you I'm not gonna match your energy though, because I'm too old.
Hey, what we will do? What up, Cocaine?
Hey. You know, the flip side of what Deity was talking about is what does it mean to be Black in America? So what it means to me is being judged before you even open your mouth.
That's right.
That's true.
Having people surrounded and having preconceived ideas that you're uneducated, loud, and ghetto already before you even open your mouth. So that to me is a part of being Black as well, because not other races have to deal with that.
True. I mean, I get taken from a drug dealer all the time.
Yes, but that is not our culture. That's not our. That's
No,
not
that's
our,
not our culture,
right.
but that is a part of being Black in America. That's kind of what I started off as saying.
Absolutely.
But I
Hey,
agree
you
with
caught
that.
that, Kenya? And let me say this: when she originally asked the question, I thought Cousin Ro was going to say, "Wait, nah, you're skateboarding right now. You're dancing a little bit." You were talking about Black folks who are making a decision to choose economics over that. You know, I'm Black. So you walked into the room, and every time I tried to do the economic argument, you kind of dismissed it a little bit. But
Because
I'm telling you, that's where the men are. And you're looking for a relationship with a man who can be 100% in tune with a woman, but yet you're not understanding that that man is not 100% in tune with himself. He's already rationalized and justified for himself this go get the bag mentality, this one that accepts capitalism over this whole, well, I'm Black and all of that shit. The Black spaces or the Black experience that you're talking about, it's not going to be a homogenous definition.
no, I didn't.
So what you did, hold on real quick, I'll let you go, Deity. I'll let you go.
Mm-hmm.
What you did was essentially take one definition, listen to the things that he had to say, so that in order you can start picking apart the things that you may disagree with, which is why he kind of moved away from saying, I'm going to give you a definition in the first place. His definition will be his own. And because there won't be a homogenous definition, it will be easy to keep trying to cut it down at the base.
No,
go
he
ahead, I'm
didn't.
done.
He asked. I mean, if y'all go back, he asked for a definition. He didn't provide one.
I did not ask.
He didn't ask you
said,
for a
who
definition. He
define
said, who
what it
gets
means
to
to be
define?
Black?
That's
Who
not
gets to
asking you to define it. That's saying when you look at this measure and you're having people
That
having a
means that you
conversation,
don't know what it is. There's
that's
no
not
way
what that means. You take that
on.
wrong.
You
You
have
take
still-
that wrong and you conflate it. What really happens, Cousin Ro,
No,
what
I'm
really
saying-
happens right there is the question is one of more rhetoric than it is of actually me asking you, can you tell me what the Black experience means?
No,
It really, it speaks from the stance of, from the position of white people have done a hell of a job trying to tell us what we are, to put it in the media, to put it in the books, to define what the Black experience is. But look, I know, listen real quick, if you would listen, from that same lens now, you have African Americans adopting that same premise and saying, well, you're not Black enough. If you don't walk like this, if you don't say nigga, if you don't say bitch, if you don't say ho, if you don't wear your hair, if you don't wear your hair natural, girl, you're not Black enough. If you don't walk into that boardroom and say, I'm the man, then you're not Black enough. If you're not living in poverty, if like 90% of other Black folks, then you're not Black enough. If you're chasing after that house in the suburbs, exactly. So what you're looking at are those different nuances about social conditions. Come on, rock with me. You're looking for those different nuances about the social conditions that Black folks uniquely experience, and then you try to cut those down and say whether or not they're Black or not.
That's not what I was saying at all. What I was telling this,
try this again.
What I was saying to him was, when he was explaining his situation about his family dynamic, he didn't mention anything about Blackness. He mentioned about survival and integrating into a white system. And what I said in response to that was that you sound like a person who's been integrated. You're not really thinking about race. You, your spouse, and your children were not thinking about race. Y'all were just thinking about surviving in this white system. He then stated, well, what does it mean? Who gets to define being Black? Yet and still, you as a Black person was able to understand the definitive culture of other nations and races of people, but you don't. I mean, come on. When I asked,
I did not define those cultures though at all.
You stated that these individuals had a culture. You stated that they had a language, but you then said you don't understand what yours is as a Black person.
I said I don't have that same luxury because it's a luxury at this point.
But
I don't have that same.
So you don't think Black people have a culture in America?
I believe
Black people do have a culture, but they can't lead with their culture when they're in corporate America.
Right, but I'm not saying that, but there's still a naturalness of who you are as a Black person that is representative of a culture and an identity and understanding of another Black person when you see one.
Are you saying the head nod when we walk in the room and see the only one across the hall?
Absolutely.
I explained to you what that was. I explained what the culture of Black people.
No, but you said, Deity, you said to me that we have rhythm, we have soul. These are your words.
We have rhythm, we have soul, understanding of our hair. That's a part of our culture. Correct.
Absolutely.
There are
and I asked you,
that have not been tainted.
And I asked you, because I have full Black cousins, because I'm Black. I have full Black cousins who cannot dance, no matter what song comes on, who clap on the 3 and the 4 and the 1 and whatever beat they feel like they want to clap on. I have that. So, but it doesn't make them not black because they don't have that rhythm.
So let me ask you again, what is your definitive? Who do you think makes the definitive statement of who's black or what it is, what a black culture is? Who do you think gives that definition?
Good question.
I think that we collectively give it the definition, but the thing is our people are so dynamic, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean this in a good way.
Homogenous. We know that for one.
So dynamic that you don't think our people are dynamic? You don't think black people are dynamic?
You're not. Y'all are not getting the point of what I'm making. I mean,
okay,
Asian
I'm gonna stop back. I'm gonna step back. You help me understand.
People are not homogenous, but they still have a culture. So what you're saying is not making no sense. You're still
because you keep trying to conflate culture.
Nobody's conflating anything. If you stated culture in regards to other race, why is it that when I say it for black people, you're talking about I'm conflating? I'm just simply asking you, what is culture for black people? You're talking about it's not homogenous, but we know that it's not homogenous for any race of people, but there's still a definitive culture that these people have.
You think so? I would say hell no, they don't got no definitive culture. That would be an assumption that you would put on them. And it would also be adopting the same white supremacist ideology that wants to categorize and break things down like that. So
you're saying that no race has culture?
Do they have one culture? No. Do they have culture? Yes. You see what I did there?
Okay, well, I'm
culture
done
is like a collective. You can take all of these.
Because I just simply stated that we're talking about culture. We're not talking about all that other stuff. We're talking about culture, bottom line.
Hold on, what other stuff? Make it plain for yourself.
Y'all cannot understand, if y'all don't want to understand the fact that y'all don't understand what it really means to be black thoroughly because y'all are not really living that for real. Y'all are trying to survive in this white supremacist system. And because y'all don't understand that, y'all want to turn the conversation here and there because you can't answer the question. And although you're saying deeper.
What is your question? Let's start this over. Hold on, Brother Ro. Because she gonna ask this question one last time because obviously it got to be the men in the room who don't understand feminine versus femininity or versus feminist movement. We're missing that mark. And then when I tell her up front, it's not going to happen. We're already missing the point on spirituality. We've long since left that white Jesus over there where he belongs.
But we weren't talking about white
other ideologies.
We weren't talking about that.
So that's what I'm telling you. You're going to miss that having a conversation with men. Maybe the expectation is on women who could probably better articulate
it. This has nothing to do with that.
Exactly. So you're talking to a masculine man about things that are more feminine in concept.
I'm not your wife. Your wife is the one who's focused on femininity. I'm not.
Feminine energy. Femininity.
We're talking about blackness.
Okay, Deity.
Exactly. You're focused on your blackness. Black men who look at intergenerational wealth have adopted capitalism above that spiritual shit.
In order for you to get generational wealth in this system, you would have to assimilate to this white system. How do you still claim you're black first if you're?
Why do you feel you would have to assimilate? Do you not feel like black people could do it themselves? Now that just came out of your mouth, so don't run from it. You said only way that we would be able to do it is if we assimilated to the system. Do you really think so lowly of black people that we can't create? Go ahead.
You can create, but whose face is on the money? Whose face is on the bill?
The bill at this point, and I don't give a shit about that money. But Deity, because I really want.
Whose face is on that bill? That means that you're still going to have to operate in their system.
Deity, when they put
have to deal with them to a certain extent.
Oops.
When they put Harriet Tubman. When they put Harriet Tubman on the bill, is that going to change anything about the bill? No, it's not. So, question, because I really want.
It's their choice.
Rose, it's your choice. You're about black folks creating, so it's your choice. And in this sense, it's the black folks' choice.
Talking about
not the face on the bill, but the creation of money or wealth.
What he was talking about. He said, "Would it make a difference if you put Harriet Tubman's face on the bill?"
The answer is no.
It's them that's making the decision, not you.
We agree with that.
That's just them throwing you a bone.
We're not in disagreement in that, but I'm just letting you know at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whose face is on the money. It matters who gets to decide the value of the money.
Symbolism.
It matters. No, it matters
for good symbolism. I'll tell you that.
The value of the money. Because if we all stop agreeing.
Because that means that that's their money and you're going to work for their money.
No. Well, first off, the U.S. dollar is
that's still running from the question too.
The U.S. dollar is an international currency.
What are you talking about? Go ahead.
The U.S. dollar is an international currency. It's not just here in America where you can use it. You can use it abroad, and it is how business.
That is the white man's power. That's not your power.
I'm not saying it's my power.
you're talking about it's international, but you're getting away from the point that it's still the white man's power.
Hold on,
That's
cousin
his
Rose.
power.
This was just a test, but now
That's
she's
not your
putting Brother
power.
Moses on the hot seat, so I'm gonna put you on a quick mute to
That's
put her
their
back on the
culture.
hot
Put it
seat.
like that. That's the white man's culture. That's not your culture. So tell me, what's your culture? Tell me that.
Exactly. So now that you're dealing with an African American man, and I'm gonna start over, and I won't be long-winded, so just rock with me. You're dealing with an African American man who, when you originally asked a question, I told you it was impossible because you're dealing with black men who have chosen economics first over even that blackness or that spirituality. Until you
Not
can
all
get
black
over
men
that.
think like that.
Hold on. Until you can, and again, when you told me about the woman who can tap into a man's soul and impregnate his mind, I told you that bitch died at birth. I told you she did not exist. But you continue to say that she exists. Just like that black man exists, that black woman exists, but they're rare. They're diamonds. I said that at the very beginning. So let's get circular. Now that we're back here again, we're still having this conversation about wealth, and that wealth, or the idea of accumulating wealth.
That up.
Wait. That's what I'm telling you. Black men have accepted the ideology of capitalism over even spiritualism. Their wholeness, their unique character trait of love and genuine personality. Exactly. Is not interpersonal, because in America, we're now individual. How do you get over that indoctrination
black
period?
Men, you're talking about yourself. Not all black men.
And did I tell you not that I was projecting? I even called out people in the chat and said, this ain't yours. This ain't yours. This is for Brother Moses.
Correct.
So now,
and I'm speaking
now that we have that
as a whole and an understanding of their culture. I'm not talking about you, Brother Moses. You've already stated that you're talking about yourself. So when I'm talking to Ro, I'm not talking to you.
So let's bring it out though. When we're right there, it seems like when we're talking about wealth, and this is for Mrs. Deity, sister, you came up here. You say that wealth accumulation is now a white man's ideology.
I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Maybe I'm using too many big words. You said that that's the white man's, or being a part of his system. There is no way to create wealth. There's no way to create wealth. Black men cannot create wealth without going through the white man's system.
Moses,
do you agree or not?
Moses, you got to stay on topic, dear. You ain't staying on topic.
Do you agree or not that the black man can create wealth outside of the white man's system? Go.
If you create your own system, of course. But as long as you're using if you're creating wealth with his money, that's his system.
So his system, is his system a global system, or is it just talking about the system here in America? His system.
When you say global, explain, because it can't.
Where in the world can a black man create this egalitarian society for black people by black people that is outside of the periphery of the white man or colonial powers?
Nowhere.
So your answer then is that no, the man cannot.
Unless you create in this world as of right now, they dominate even Africa.
Okay, so if they dominate even Africa, is there a space where the African American man can create outside the periphery of the white man?
Absolutely, if you create your own shit. But as of right now, what's going on as of right now, what's already created, no, you will be working in somebody else's system. So if you choose to create wealth within your own system, then go ahead and create that, and then I can say yes.
So is that a form of assimilating to use the resources or the tools that are still currently under the ownership, as we would say it, of the white man, to use those tools?
Yes.
Is that assimilating?
Why would the owner give you something if you're not willing to bow down?
Okay. Now that he has assimilated, has he chosen economics over his blackness, or is there a way of maintaining his blackness even though he's using these tools and resources?
For an individual person, not speaking about you, because you've already said that you're thinking of resources before your blackness. Absolutely. A black man, like I said,
my God.
hold on, let me say this.
I said I'm putting that before my black.
Man,
Go
listen,
ahead.
man. Yes, you did. Yes,
all right, keep going. I'll check the playback.
And what I said was a black man would have to understand his blackness, understand himself first as a black person. And so would his woman. Because when you go out in this system, you have so many things that's tearing you down and so many obstacles in your way that it can actually turn you away from your blackness and wanting to be representative of that, because that's not going to get you financial success for real. Not in this system.
What is that that's not going to?
Being openly pro-black when you're trying to go out in this system and obtain this white man's wealth.
Why not?
Because most black people do not have love for being black. That's why I say you have to love being black before you go out there in this system. You have to know who you are. Once you know who you are, you know how the system is going to come at you.
Wait, that sounds like a double negative. You're saying it's not going to work because there's not enough black people, but you have to do it anyway.
I never said it's not enough black people. What are you talking about?
You said most, right? So let me ask it a different way then. Are there enough black people who have that pro-black mentality that you say? Would you say that there are enough black people with a black first mentality?
No. You got a lot of black people that talk it, but they ain't really about that.
What is the difference between talking and about that to you?
It speaks for itself. One is action and one is just talk.
What kind of actions are you looking for, Miss Deity?
A person who knows who they are and therefore they represent that everywhere they go.
Okay, that's where Brother Rowe keeps getting locked out, because when you say they know what they are,
how can you speak for him?
Not because I hear it now. I hear where his angst came in is because the definition of I know who I am, but does that meet your standard, Miss Deity? So tell me what your standard is. I'll skip that. I'll skip that.
What are you talking about?
I'll skip that and say, what is your standard then of knowing oneself? And that'll be my final question. You will be off the hot seat, and I think you're doing that.
As I said earlier, when I was giving you the explanation of a man and his woman and how they can be spiritually in tune with each other, you have to connect to your soul first. You have to know who you are beyond just the physical, your physical. But you also have to be very aware of who you are in your physical and loving that, because you've been stripped of loving who you are as a so-called black person. You have to understand the benefits of your race. You have to understand the positives of your race. And therefore, you represent that when you go wherever it is in this world that you go, wherever it is in the system that you go.
Thank you.
And there are most black people that don't know who they are. They're not comfortable with being black. Therefore, they have this white black disposition. That's what you call Oreos and Coons and Uncle Toms and Step and Fetchits. They're black, but they act very white. They act very white. Therefore, it's their action that shows who they are and where they stand, not just what you say. You could talk all this black shit, but when somebody's in your chest and really testing that, then it's like, oh, I don't know what it means to be black. Oh my God, get the fuck out of here with that phony ass shit.
And again, here's where we draw the line. When you start talking about white shit, you can talk in tangibles, you can talk in communications, not you, Deity. When you look at it though, and you start talking about the black culture, you're saying love. You're saying in tune. You're saying all of the things that sound good. I said
about knowing who
not you, Deity. Deity. Hold on. I'm have to hold on. You. Yeah, when I'm saying you, let me do it the same way. I'll say we, this big magical we, so it doesn't feel like I'm saying it about Miss Deity. We can talk in the abstract about what black experience looks like. We can talk about it. We can fantasize about it. We can even romanticize about it. We can iconoclast, whatever that iconoclasm is. We can use all of those big ass words, which say paint a beautiful picture. But where are the tangibles of that black experience manifesting itself here in America? The loving oneself, the knowing oneself, the being in tune with, I know my history. I know my culture. I know the struggle. I know what we got up against. I know the economics all the way down to what is your plan? We can have those conversations until we're blue in the face. So my question now then, and I thought the last one will be the last one, take all that magical love shit and put it in the form of tangibles and then have that same view. Why is that important? It's important because when you're looking at what he said, the Asians, and you're trying to define what that culture looks like, they're talking about a unique thing. A unique character trait, a unique of the Asian being smart. How did they get there? Different stereotypes that was made by them from who? From that same white supremacist system, which makes it what? A circular rhetoric about them. From that black lens, when you ask that, or when Cousin Ro asked that question, who can define it? If it is that same white thing who's doing that same categorization, then you'll find yourself saying, well, we share 90%. Oh, you came off mute. Give me a second, Ma. We'll find ourselves, my bad, I have to use the magical we. Fuck that, you can take it. We'll find ourselves saying, well, we come from descendants of slaves. We'll say poor. We'll say that soul, we can dance. So the only tangible is our ability to entertain people like a fucking joke. Our hair, our only real tangible is what we physically look like, our chemistry. Not the, what is more than that? I know I'm with you on this point. When you talk about love and all of that shit, I am right there with you. When you talk about understanding and feeling that shit deep down here, I am right there with you. But at some point, you're going to have to move to the second layer of that conversation.
Moses, you done been saying a whole bunch of nothing. You talk, you ramble. I'm not gonna lie. I like you though, but you ramble.
Hey, I fuck with you too, though. You saying a lot of shit too. It's almost as you like it. So
your shit don't be making a damn bit of sense. You hear me?
Black women that can't compete on race when their men become economics first. I'll say it one more time because she says I'm saying a lot of bullshit. Somebody may have missed the thesis. Black women who can't compete on race. So Deity cannot compete on race when she goes to a boardroom, when she goes to the White House, when she goes wherever it is where the real decisions are made about real power and economics, ownership out there that can really change the lives of people inside of communities. When she goes to have that same pro-black conversation in front of key decision makers and she pulls that, well, you just got to feel me because I'm black shit. She can't compete on blackness because the men who are supposed to be standing behind her saying that's right have become economics first. That was the thesis that I laid at the very beginning. Then we moved from that and said it's because they have adopted the ideologies of capitalism over spiritualism. So her support system that was supposed to be loving, compassionate, was supposed to be about the community. They missed all of that, Sister Deity.
Nobody was talking about that. That's not even what my whole.
That's what I told you I was talking about. So you're talking about what you're talking about.
You gotta stay on topic though, Moses. And
wait, Deity, are you on my topic or am I on yours?
Listen, we had when I came in, you were on my topic, and then you start going off into
what is the topic? Is it relationships? So what part of when you came on and said I want to talk about relationships does not include the black men being able to choose economics or his woman, capitalism versus spiritualism? Stay with me. I think if maybe I'm talking to you.
That was your personal decision. You just said that does not. That's not directed to all black men.
So our ideology systemic or individual?
What are you talking
Let me know. Are ideologies systemic or individual? You said it was my decision. When I'm saying capitalism versus spiritualism, am I talking on my household or the broader? Yeah, I am.
That you're saying that's for black men, and then you're saying that you're just talking about yourself.
Brother Craig Harper, you were in the chat as a businessman. Are you choosing capitalism and maintaining your family, your livelihood?
That's not everybody, and you just said that earlier. That's not everybody, and nobody's talking about that. What I'm saying is that you don't have to compromise one for the other. What I'm saying is a black man. Moses, how old are you?
I'm in my 30s. I said that at the beginning.
Okay, mid-30s. Okay,
talking to me in circles.
No, I just asked you again because I didn't. Whatever. But listen.
Now the first one was about wife. Are you clear?
A black man can be in a relationship and thoroughly be in love with his woman and still be focused on building with her. But you can also be focused on building with her and not be in love with her. One does not have to
be. That's a business partnership. Cool.
Correct. What you and your woman have. And what I'm saying is, what you were actually saying was that most men cannot be fully enthralled in their woman on a spiritual level because they're so distracted with trying to come up. That's
not just to come up, but all of those distractions. Yeah.
It's bullshit.
I'm sorry. Hey, don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt your feelings trying to find that good ass dude you're talking about. Most men are distracted. I would say that
black men are distracted with trying to come up in the distractions of white supramacy.
Yeah, they can't get that. They can't get that white man out of their head. That's why. Go ahead.
Like you. What I said was, if a man and a black man and a black woman thoroughly knew who they were. You have to know who you are thoroughly before you try to get into a relationship and want it for it to work anyway. And that's why I said, in order for somebody, for a man to fully be focused on that one woman and not focused on no one else, there would have to be a spiritual connection between those two beyond physical. You said that
spirituality was the first thing I told you would not happen.
That black people can't connect on a spiritual level because of the distractions. The only way that you would be distracted is if you're constantly trying to fit into those distractions. If you don't,
why do you think that? Why do you think that?
You have to know who you are in order for you not to be fucking distracted by bullshit.
Around what age do you think you would be when you finally figure out when you know who you are? Let me ask you.
I know who I am.
Then why
And
you
I'm
ain't
in my
pregnant
20s.
and popping out babies? Go
Why
ahead.
would I? Because I know enough of who I am to know that right now that's not what I want.
So you're choosing not to reproduce black babies. What do you actually want?
Nigga, I'm in my early 20s. Why the fuck would I reproduce right
What
now?
does your age have? I asked you when will you be? Is it 30? Can we say
I have
32?
up until my 30s and 40s to produce a child. What are you
Why are
talking
you
about?
putting
There's
it
no
off?
time limit on that.
Why are you really putting it off? Do you know yourself yet, or are you still figuring it
Because I
out?
know myself enough to know that right now that's not what I want. You don't just
What do you want?
Just because you get your period at 10, 11, 12, 13 years old does not mean that you got to start producing a child.
Never had one, which is why I said this conversation was probably better between you and other women. But when will you know, and what do you want?
What do you mean? When would you know? When would you know what? When you're ready for a child? Come on, that's just time. What are you talking about?
Time is going to tell you. Time itself. You see that? That's another one of those things.
No sense. Just because
tangible. Do you put it at 30?
Doesn't mean that you should have a child. What are you talking about? Again,
34?
Moses, let me tell you something, Moses. You talk all this dumb shit to these people.
37.
And they sit there. I don't know what's wrong with a lot of these folks, but they sit there and they listen to a lot of bullshit, and they think that you're saying something because
40.
you say pro-black.
You will answer this question at some point. When will you figure out when you want to start reproducing black babies? Isn't that pro-black?
Pro-black. That's bullshit, but they don't really delve into these niggas' minds.
So is it pro-black or not to have black babies?
What? I didn't say
that. Is it pro-black or not to have black babies?
I didn't say that I wasn't going to have children. What are you talking
about?
So
let me ask you, what are you putting it off for? Why are you putting it off?
Nigga, shut up. I already answered. I'm not finna engage.
You didn't answer. That's why I keep saying the same thing.
I did.
What are you putting it off for? What are you choosing over reproducing black?
I'm not going to answer that. That shit is stupid. What are you talking about?
What is exactly? So when I tell you that the black man has started to choose economics, you want to damn near call him a sellout.
And all black women in their 20s are not without children. So I'm not, you can't.
You see what that means right there? That means you're being circular. When you're back on the hot seat, you don't answer the question either, but you think that this pro-black shit is a joke.
Say that because I don't have children in my early 20s that there are women
exactly. But then you want to call out earlier when I told you I was speaking for Moses. Oh, that's just Moses. That's just Moses. Now it's what the hell are you talking about? So now you're on a hot seat, Deity. You can stand up. Stand on your square, Deity. The same questions that you want to ask the black man about his pro-blackness, I asked you about your black woman pro-blackness. Are you choosing your womanness, which is your right to say when you can have a baby? Or are you saying I'm pro-black to the extent that I don't even have a choice? It's incumbent upon you to reproduce black. Why are you not?
I have plenty of time to have it. I'm not going to answer that question because it's retarded.
Time. So when my black community is suffering right now, and rather than going back to my black community and doing something positive and strong, I'm saying I need to chase the bag. So I'm putting it off on time as my excuse. When I know I could be doing great things for my community, all of these skills and resources that I should be bringing to my community, I'm saying, well, now I could do that when I'm 50. I could do that when I'm 65. Go ahead.
Go ahead on what? What? I mean,
because I think I just showed you exactly what you're telling me.
That the things that don't be making no sense. What are you talking about?
How does that not make sense? Why do you get confused?
How did that shit made any motherfucking sense? What you?
How did that not make any sense?
But Moses, you ramble, and for some reason, these people think that you making some sense, and your ass be going way the fuck off topic.
Man, I just need a one in the chat. Am I still talking about relationships when I say having babies? Maybe that's something that's a little bit too big.
I didn't have any children, and I've answered that question. And again, that's a stupid ass question. Just because a person is of procreation age or their body is physically developed to procreate does not mean that they should have a child or that it would make sense to have a child at that particular time.
Now, did I say a person or did I say when will you? I'm pretty sure I was specific as hell. Now, you can try to conflate the question, but I was serious and direct.
I'm a person.
Diddy?
What's up?
I think what's happening is the same instance in where I know that's why I'm just listening for the most part, but the same way that you feel about him saying, well, when are you going to have a baby and why are you not contributing to the cause? Which there's rhetoric in the question. Why aren't you contributing to the cause of the black struggle by having more black kids? That's rhetoric. Everybody, all of us.
That's a masculine expectation of a feminine energy. You better get in that room and start having babies. Go ahead.
All of us. Yeah, sure. I'm done. I shut that down. But
go ahead.
In the same rhetoric in that question is the same rhetoric in which I'm asking you, who gets to define? Let's say, because from when you're saying I don't have an understanding of what the black experience is, because I'm asking you,
who gets to define what it was to be black. Because
Yeah, the
Correct.
black men in that community get to define it. White people can try, Asians can try, but it's the black men.
y'all don't even
And
know.
now I'll stop being
Y'all get
sexist
on
and
this
say the black
YouTube
women.
shit. No, y'all get. Let me tell you something. It's a lot of black people that get on this YouTube shit and say things that sound like, on the basis of it, it sounds like it's for blackness. But people ain't really living like that. Y'all motherfuckers ain't really living like that. Y'all are not living like that. Most
What do you
black
mean
people
living
don't
like
live
that?
But Deity, we don't
Is
even
there
know each
one
other.
way that black people live? You
I
tell
can
me
tell
what that
you
one way
what
is, and I'll tell you. And don't do that Hallmark card shit where you start using like, well, we love and we compassion. You tell me that one way that all black people live, and then we'll get there.
Or in love with who you are as a black person.
What makes you think I'm not in love with me as a black person? Go
You're
ahead.
not in love with your blackness thoroughly, no.
What makes you think I am not in love with my blackness thoroughly? Go ahead.
Focus on your money as opposed to your blackness.
Oh,
And
I
that's
can't do
part of
them
it.
both. So again,
You
hold
said
on.
you can't do them
I
both.
see what's going on. I see what's going on here. Hi, man. This was just supposed to be a test stream. I was only checking my audio files, but we did have the powerful sister Deity come on here. She has one hell of a position, and I even said we might have to take this off the line and really start to take notes. In fact, I started taking notes when she started talking. A very powerful position from an African-American woman by all leaps and bounds. She is speaking that real. She is really challenging me, even as a black man, to really examine whether or not capitalism is starting to come before blackness. Blackness comes before capitalism. Here in America, there is one way to go, and I believe that that one way is with that black mentality. I don't think chasing a bag stops me from doing so. And in fact, I believe I'm able to get a bigger bag because of how I represent myself. I don't think she knows who the fuck I am, so I might have to go in. This is no longer a test stream. I may have to change the name of this motherfucker. I'm going to take her off mute and let her go on back in, because if you just got here, hit that like button. Be sure to subscribe. Got my cousin Ro, who was just doing a sound check with me. Peace. Who else do we have? We had sister, what is her name? Kells, that also joined us. I'm not sure if she's back in, but if she is, I will bring her back on. All right, thanks for that commercial break. We got Deity coming back up. Deity, keep going, sis. Oh, wait, we got Skinny Boy who also had a question. He'll also ask that, but y'all keep going. Go ahead, sis. You good?
She said being black doesn't buy bread. No, but you
ahead.
could love being black while you buy your bread.
Deity, just for the record, because I haven't said it to you yet, I absolutely love being black, but I absolutely love being who I am, period. It's more
You don't
to me.
even know what it means to be black. You don't even know what it means. You don't even
be me.
Hey, she good with that one. Hey, she good with that one.
You want to tell me what it is to be black?
Just be comfortable around other so-called people that look like other so-called black people, because white people won't let you integrate in their spaces. You've been rejected. You've been mistreated. So now y'all come together, and because y'all have that in common, as far as your race in common, now you love being black. That's bullshit. Motherfuckers really don't like that shit.
I don't agree with that comment.
Somebody that's really real steps in these motherfuckers.
Okay, so
you know,
time out.
these niggas start sounding like white supremacists.
Time out.
Oops.
And that's real.
I don't agree with the comment, because see, this is how I define that I love being black. I love being black because every single stereotype that has been thrusted upon me as a black man from this white supremacist society, I combat that shit all day. And I like to keep them confused. I like for them to be confused when they interact with me, just like you said. I think it was Co that said it, Co Klein or Co King said it.
Kells.
Kells said it. Oh, well, you know, we go out into society and the expectation is, I told you, I'm confused for a drug dealer when I'm in this society. People have come up.
And what does that do for you?
It does nothing for me because I'm not a drug dealer.
Well,
if I was a drug dealer, what's the point of what?
What's the point of mentioning it?
No, because if you let me finish talking, I can finish my thought.
Go ahead. That sounds like a sworn motherfucker to me, but go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I've spent a lot of time listening in this particular chat, which I'm okay with doing, but I would like when I speak for people to listen to me. So if we can agree on that, then I will quietly sit and listen to whatever it is you say, but I just ask that we respect each other and you quietly listen to what I say.
Diddy said, fuck that. She ain't here to be accommodating. She here to push back.
She said it's cool.
Somebody need that. Church tomorrow.
but here's my point. Regardless of whatever this society thrusts upon me as stereotypes, I enjoy confusing them when they interact with me. So when I say I have a love for my black experiences, is I don't want them to be able to
pinpoint who the hell we are. Because as I said, our people are dynamic. I think that our people as a culture, as a race, as people in general, we are the most dynamic culture on this planet. From the shades of color that you can find us in, from the types of dances that we create, to the ability.
Man, come on, dog. I just said it. So you saying that your culture is basically how white people oppress you and how they misjudge you? Get the fuck out of here. See, y'all just hurt niggas. Y'all niggas don't love being black. Y'all just hurt that these white folks don't accept you, motherfuckers. Call it for what the fuck it is, okay?
Oops. Who told you that?
Diddy.
These niggas don't accept you. It sounds like you got one of them hotepping ass niggas that didn't help you typecast what other pro-black sound like.
No, because
here's what you should say when you hear pro-black.
People are judging you and how they're
you ain't even listened to the man once. Hey, tell the truth, shame the devil. Did you listen to him, or were you thinking of that the whole time?
What I said to y'all earlier is when y'all know who y'all are, you would know how this system is gonna already come at you to the point where you ain't even gonna give a fuck. But
exactly.
You telling me how these white folks come at you. I don't give a fuck how these crackers see me. So why should that even be a topic of the fucking conversation?
Ooh, okay, I like that point though.
Hey, so Moses, I have 2 questions for Deity.
Skinny boy,
if I may.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Hey, sister, how you doing?
Hold on, real quick, Skinny. Let him finish off, and then we'll bring you right in.
So from the last thing that you said is giving a fuck about how, number one, I don't give a fuck how anybody sees me, period.
You just said it how they see you, and you like to throw them off.
I said I enjoy infusing the stereotype. I didn't say I care how they see me. I didn't say I care how they see me. See,
if you like doing something that is going to feed into whatever they have going on, then that means that you care how they see you.
If it fed into how they see me, then I would be confirming stereotypical information about me, not confusing stereotypical information.
You said that you like to throw them off. Now you're saying that you like to feed into what they already believe in. See, y'all motherfuckers.
No,
I did.
I did
Go
not.
Ahead, Skinny boy.
I did not say that I like to feed into that. Anyway,
go ahead, Skinny boy.
When you run it back, you can check it out a little later. Go ahead.
You can check it out. Go ahead, Skinny boy.
I'll be sure to check it out.
People that watch this shit could check it out too, and I guarantee you they're gonna understand what the fuck I'm saying.
So here's my last part. When I woke up this morning, I spent time working on a book that I'm working on. Why am I working on that book?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Here's the key reason why I'm working on that book. Mm-hmm. For me, when I start working on a book, the first 3 young black boys that I see are my sons, and thinking about how I can disseminate proper information to them about our experience.
Craig Parker, what the fuck do you want to see, nigga? We on YouTube, so what the fuck you talking about? God damn it!
Whoa, Deity, don't you do that,
nigga? You don't know what I got.
This will not be the platform where women get to come up and disrespect like that. Come on, lady. Keep it 100.
Is she talking to somebody in the chat?
Yeah, she tried it.
Oh, okay. So fast forward past that. Cousin Mo has been on my channel First Row before. The reason that channel exists today is because I had an experience with a young black man. This young black man was like 9 years old, but I always call young black boys men. That's 9 years old, in public, in front of a police station, throwing a fucking fit. And because of my love for black people, I went over and said something to him because he was there with his single mom, a stereotype. And I could just tell just by looking that this boy didn't have no male guidance in his life, none whatsoever. So I go over and I talk to this young man to re-guide and redirect him, not from his blackness, not from his sense of anger, not from any of that, but to accept and acknowledge that you are lashing out at a woman who had you and is raising you and loves you.
Ro,
that's what I did. Mm-hmm.
Were you raised by your mom?
I was raised by both my parents.
Okay, so your dad was very influential in your situation?
He was there. He was there as well, yes. And my dad had a temper that he definitely passed on to me.
Okay, so both of your parents were in the same household?
Absolutely. They were married as well.
Okay.
All right.
So
finish up.
To wrap that story up, I spoke to this young black man, not because of the fact that, he just was acting up and he needed a man to tell him and set him straight. I spoke to him and I specifically told him at 9 years old, look, you may not give a shit. You may not give a shit about your life, but you got to understand that you, me, and my sons all look alike.
Mm.
I want to see is something that happened to you and your mother, because he was in front of like a police station area that we were in. I'm like, these motherfuckers will come out and shoot you.
Cool. But Ro, what does this have to do with what we were talking about?
Because you said I have no love for my black people.
Because he doesn't know his own
you don't
black self.
genuinely love your blackness. No,
and
you
then
don't.
she said, thoroughly. She threw that shit in there. You don't thoroughly love your black self.
No, you don't. But you deal with it. You don't love it. Skinny boy, what's your question?
Okay, hey, cousin Mo, I'm checking out, bro. It's 11 o'clock at night. I can't talk to people who can't listen, so I'll get at you. But
no, she gonna get this work tonight. We might be up till about 2 o'clock in the morning, but she gonna resolve to understand the black man.
Okay, go ahead.
Miss D, it has been a pleasure.
You ain't gotta leave, bro. But if you're gonna leave, I really appreciate your conversation and good luck on your book, though.
Thank you. I appreciate it, sister. Take it easy. All right, Skinny boy, take it easy. I didn't get a chance to check in with you because Mo, it's good to talk with you, fam.
Yes, sir. I hit you,
bro.
All right. Peace.
Skinny boy.
What's up, bro? I just had maybe 1 or 2 questions for the sis, because I'm a little confused where you stand as far as capitalism came up, putting your honoring your money before your blackness is those type of statements that are said, and I guess what some of us in the chat are kind of want to ask you, sisters. Well, what I want to ask you, let me not even put the chat in it, is for one, do you don't have to say what you do for a living, but do you work for yourself or do you work for somebody? That's for one.
Oh, I'll tell you what I do, but go ahead.
And for 2, have you ever participated in higher learning? And when I say that, I don't mean high school. I mean, have you taken the time to go to a college? And I'm not asking this to be on a white man's level. I'm asking this for a particular reason.
Can you tell me that reason before I answer that question?
Because when we talk about culture and things of that nature, and when y'all was speaking on culture and things, we do know as blacks, and I mean, you was asking the brother, what does it mean to be black and all of that? We have to accept the fact that being black in America, and maybe in some other countries, that our culture is not going to be strictly just black culture, which is why I think the brother, I don't know, maybe I came in late. I don't know if you sat down and actually broke down Asian culture or not.
He said Hmong, Vietnamese, and she.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about no fucking Asian.
Jumped on that shit.
I don't give a fuck about.
No, I said him, the brother. I'm talking about the brother that just left. He was bringing it up or whatever. I said I don't know how far he went into it, but my point was
just ask the question.
Being in America, like we can all, let's just be real. Being in this country, this is a multicultural, what they would call a multicultural country anyway. So. I don't think it's me consigning to another culture because I understand how another culture works. So
nobody said
saying,
that.
okay, well, Japanese or Chinese people do this, which I hate when people do that to us anyway, compare us to another culture. But for the sake of the conversation, when somebody, like if I say, well, you know how the Mexicans are, Puerto Ricans do this, that I don't think that's me not being in tune with my black culture. That's just understanding that I'm around other cultures in this country. So I don't think, I guess that was my question when dude was bringing up the Asian culture. Did he go specifically and say, okay, this is Asian culture. Asians do this, Asians do that. Was that what you were looking for?
Nah, he didn't do that. He just said there's Hmong, Vietnamese, and whatever. What's the question? Do you work and do you have a higher education?
Let me get back to the question. Do you have a job within the mainstream of this country?
What do you mean, do I have a job
do you work for
mainstream within this? So I... From the
I really don't even need you to answer it. This is basically what I'm getting to. If you participate, if you work for somebody right now, we're all participating in this system.
Nobody said anything about that. Are you slow?
Hold on, sister.
Nobody said anything about that.
Well, that's why I'm asking a question, but
I said loving your blackness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go back and listen to the video. What I said was, the point of the conversation was, no, man, listen to what I'm saying.
I also have to keep a roof over my head, and everybody
is not a fucking job. Just say
everybody is not in a position to where they can work for themselves or they can start their own business at the moment, or at all for that matter.
So motherfuckers be lying.
When you put off the perception that people being about a bag or being about getting resources is not loving their blackness, you're being disingenuous, sister. Because if you know we live in this system, you have to understand that we have to have money to survive.
Okay, and that don't mean so, but what is that? So you're saying that you got a coon and you got to kind of
I
shell.
never used the word
Let me
coon.
talk.
I
And
never
you gotta
used the word
shell
coon,
the
sister,
love for your
because
blackness
honestly,
to survive.
I
That's
never
Keep
used
cooking,
the word
Diddy.
coon because anybody
you
on this
gotta
platform
shell
that
the
knows
love for
me
your
can tell
blackness to
you
survive.
I'm very pro-black even within
You
my
ain't pro-black,
I'm
nigga. You just
quote-unquote
said that
pro-black
and
even
you
within my
conformed within this
workspace.
conversation. You
So I
just
don't have to
conformed
coon to
within
get
this
my
conversation.
dollar.
Listen, my nigga, you just conformed within this conversation, which means,
How
my
I
nigga,
just
you
conform
are
by letting
not
you know that
pro-black.
this pro-blackness,
You
that
just
doesn't mean that you
identified as
can't,
a
that you
black
got to go
woman
to a job and earn a living.
not being black.
That's conflating, because I'm trying
Nobody
to
said nothing about
show
conflation.
you
I
that you
said
can't go around
conformed.
telling
You
black people,
conformed even
oh,
within
you're
the
not totally
conversation.
investing in your blackness because you go to a job or because you're about trying to get resources. We got to stop with that.
Nobody, that's not even what the
That doesn't
conversation
make you a
is
coon,
about,
because
man.
what I'm saying is Brother Moses is not a coon because he's speaking about resources and how to attain them.
That's right.
Yo, my
That's
nigga,
not, that doesn't make you a coon.
I'm
That
the
doesn't make
treasurer.
him,
I ain't that
that
motherfucker
doesn't
that's finna
mean
get
that
out here and
doesn't
have
mean
these
that
conversations
he's
with this
putting
lady.
that money
I got
before his
real work to
blackness.
do.
That
stop
what that
trying to
is the
make an
brother is
excuse for being
understanding
a
that I
sellout
can't eat
nigga.
if I don't have a dollar in
Stop
this
Mhm.
making an
system.
excuse for
I
being
don't
a
have a roof
sellout
over my
nigga.
head if I don't have a dollar. So
Yeah,
when
but
we
you
get
gotta
on
be
here
a
and start
sellout
spouting
nigga
off
to
the,
get a dollar.
and I get
You
it,
have to
sister.
be a sellout nigger
You're
to get
very
a dollar.
passionate. I love that about you.
Out of here with
I
that
Now it's
love
the
that
sellout. Go ahead.
that
She
passion needs
dropping
to
them
come
off.
with some type
phony
of
ass niggas.
wisdom as well.
With
All
that
right, so let me get 1 minute real quick, Diddy and Skinny Boy. 1 minute, and then I'll let you two get right back into it. Is that all right?
No, you good. We good.
I appreciate y'all. I ain't even gonna put y'all on mute. But two of the books that I look at, again, this is me being that sellout coon ass nigga, I guess. Number one is this Powernomics by Claude Anderson. Definitely love Claude. And then the Blueprint for Black Power. And all of that Hotep Protep shit that you're talking about, or that I hear resonating, I
because you
don't hear here. I
go
don't
ahead.
hear here. So I guess I can't get a minute. Is you gonna be respectful or not?
I'll put myself on mute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mom. All right. So the things that we're hearing from these two scholars. Now, I'm not the one who's ever had to create a community for anyone. Now that I'm operating within the context of a broader community connected to other people, it helps if you have something to bring to the table besides just rhetoric. And that's going to be defined by your works and your deeds, the things that you can actually do for someone else. And in this one conversation, I will say that two of our greatest minds, and I don't know if she likes it or not, maybe she throws these guys under the bus, but Claude Anderson and then Amos Wilson, I don't see that same love connection. I do see the greater sense of love that they're communicating is starting first with taking that white man out of your head, that understanding that you are solely going to be responsible for your family, your individual self, and then your household, your community, and then the broader context, your people. So first of all, put the black men in there. Whenever you say put money on the dollar bill, that is the black man who's going to have to create their own bill if they want a dollar bill, if they want to facet themselves. Wherever you are in this world, it's going to be up to you to make that happen. Now, these are the books that I read in order to better understand what that actually looks like with real tangibles. So when people ask us about what black culture is, we're not talking about singing, dancing, or what our hairstyles are. Let them two get back into it.
So again,
Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. We were speaking over each other. Go ahead.
yeah. If singing and dancing in your hair is something that what we naturally have better than any and every other race, just because these white folks made you feel like you're talking about your hair and you dancing and wearing gold jewelry, that's buffoonery. That means that you've accepted their ideologies of you. So singing, dancing,
Are you white? You just said that.
That is no, you said that you want your culture to be more than just your singing, dancing, and hair and all that bullshit. I don't even know where the fuck that came from, but that is something that I mentioned in regards to our culture.
Exactly. And that Powernomics was the difference. And you dismissed all of the Powernomics to go right back at that shot.
You dismissed that. You didn't add on to that. But the point of what I'm saying is in regards to the conversation and how it came up. I said, and I'm not going to keep saying this shit to you motherfuckers, if you people are too slow to catch the fuck on because y'all not really on what y'all claim y'all on.
Maybe I'm talking too fast.
No,
or are you
talking
listening
about
too
a bunch
slow?
of bullshit. You be going back and forth, going around in circles, dog, and you don't stick to the point. But the point I'm saying is, I was talking about, can a black man fully love, or not a black man, but a man, period. I even said in the beginning that this is not about race, but in the event that we are black, it will somehow get to that point. What I was saying is, Can a black man fully be enthralled into one woman, for one woman, spirit just connected to one woman, in love with her, not looking at no other woman, not desiring no other woman, even regardless of how good she looks? Brother Moses said no.
Hell no.
Because black people are not, and then he went ahead and stated blackness are not connected to their spiritual selves because they have so many distractions.
In fact, I said men. I said all of us.
You said you, and then when I asked you about your black woman, you said that she was on some feminist bullshit.
I said feminine energy. Her feminine energy.
Well, you said feminine.
When we rewind this back, you will hear yourself saying that over and over again. You're talking about she joined some type of feminist movement. I said no. Her feminine energy comes first.
You said
it's
feminine.
about shame for her, not.
You motherfuckers, listen. Y'all are some fucking cool.
When you rewind it back, you'll see when you came in and you'll hear it. You'll be like, oh, Brother Moses was right. He wasn't on no bullshit. Same thing over and again.
Pro-black shit. But when it gets real, you motherfuckers want to start talking about, well, I got to conform to get this money. Get the fuck out of here.
I have to conform to get this money.
Y'all motherfuckers are not for real. Y'all still in this goddamn.
What do you mean by what do you mean by the statement?
And talk to the same group of fucking people all day, every day, and these motherfuckers cheer you niggas on.
Deity, I gotta ask, who sent you?
God, nigga. Now, Skinny Boy, what's your question?
My question. What do you mean by the statement when it gets real? What do you mean by that? When it gets real?
Huh? Speaking
and the statement you just made, you said when it gets real, we're not really about that. We're like, so because when it gets real, we're about to.
Speaking complete sentences, don't just take out a portion of it. What was I? What was
That's
I?
Why I'm asking you, sister. We're on the internet. It's broken. We're all talking over each other.
What do you mean when it gets real? Just
what you said.
What was
I like her, huh?
What do you mean by when it gets real?
What was I speaking in regards to, man? If you cannot present the question thoroughly, then don't ask me shit.
Dude, I can present a question thoroughly. When you gonna have some babies?
And I'm done with that shit. But Skinny Boy,
see, this is what you get when you get new woke niggas, man. See, I've been trying not to speak at her like this.
No,
because it's not
like the
important.
motherfucker that just got saved, and now they want to walk around and tell everybody,
just to challenge,
tell everybody about how they need to come to Christ and how they need to be saved. That's what you sound like, fam. And this is not the first time I've heard you on here.
She didn't mention Christ one time. I think her spirituality is more.
There's only one more time you're gonna get to call me a motherfucking.
I didn't mention nothing about Christ.
These niggas can let your young ass sit up here and call them what the fuck they want to. Now,
she young, she learning.
I ain't disrespecting
you. No, y'all niggas
you're gonna approach me the fuck the same way.
Go ahead.
I'm not your coon, nigga.
Whew.
Now you do that with them niggas.
Fire.
Oh, he flamed up right now. Okay.
I'm not.
Hey, you can't. Oh,
you're the one that's up here flamed up.
All right.
I'm not flamed up. I'm just putting you in perspective for who you speaking to. I'm not these niggas.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You're not gonna come up here and keep calling me a coon because you're trying to make a point. Now, I asked a simple question that you just said out your mouth, and now you want to go in circles talking about complete questions. I'm asking you to verify what you just said.
You asked me, did I go to college? You asked me what I do. You cut me off every time I have to answer the question.
I simply came right behind her and said, what do you mean by when shit gets real? We're not real. You said that. So I asked you to clarify that. What do you mean by when shit gets real, Deity? It's a simple question, but you want to, what do you mean? What do you mean? But we can't fucking relate. We're slow.
Since you're the one asking the question, what was I speaking in regards to?
I don't know how to turn Skinny's mic up.
Let me do you. If you can't keep up with what you just said 2 seconds ago, then you don't need to be in the conversation.
That's asking the question.
Seriously, since we're going to do this way, since we want to have this type of energy, I tried to come up here and have a
further explanation, you need to tell me what the fuck you want to know.
Peace, Remy.
I don't even got to deal with you, sister. Brother Moses.
You ain't got
question for you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. We live in America, right?
That's right.
We know that the dollar, not saying we have to love the dollar above our families, no, but we know that we need that dollar to survive in this quote unquote country, right?
That's right.
To eat, to keep a roof over your head and all that. We all got families and shit, right? So I find it fucking disingenuous when all of these Hotep pro-black motherfuckers come up on panels talking about you're putting your blackness before this and you're a coon because you're this. Everybody's got to get a dollar, my nigga. Doesn't mean I love that dollar more than my family, my blackness, and none of that. So when somebody comes up on here and has that fucking message for black people, I'm sorry, new woke girl. I know you just woke up yesterday.
Oh, that new woke. You can still hear the smell of Similac on her breath.
I know that. I get that. And we're happy. And actually, I love her fucking intensity. but bring some wisdom and some fucking intelligence with that as well.
Deity, come back next
right
time.
now, you sound like the upset black person that just realized what and who they are within the white supremacy. We've been knowing. And the B1 Network, we've been knowing this, boo-boo. We've been doing this motherfucking work. We've been speaking in this way.
Here's what I like about what she's saying, though. Her willingness to actually challenge is probably going to be the thing that allows her to get in front of some of those congressional Black Caucus members and say the same exact shit that she said to me, not knowing the millions of dollars that I've brought to my neighborhood specifically for Black folks, not knowing the legacy or the hard works that I've put in. So she can make the assumption that you're just like everybody else, say you're talking in circles, but then if you ask Moses to put his resume on the table and he shows you it, it is exactly what B1 needs. It's the merger of this whole, we don't like it. It's that dual consciousness that Du Bois talks about. I got the book over there. I could show her where one could never be American enough. You could never go along to get along the left to get these people to the position of being able to do for self. These people being me, my cousins, everybody when we're doing bad. It's like, no, what the fuck am I going to do? I'm down on my last and I got to get this bread. What am I going to do? And that's the bottom line. If you can't create a job, if you can't, you can't create a motherfucking sandwich right now. I could go ask Deity right now to create a sandwich, and it would probably be hard for her to actually create a sandwich. She would have to go to somebody's system, somebody's market. It's not just about love, Deity.
Exactly.
It can't just be about love. At some point, you're going to have to start speaking intangibles. And at some point, though, I got to say this too. If she's in the face of people who are not delivering tangibles, then she would be able to have that conversation. But without asking the right questions, I think she's doing a good job of calling or having the courage to question. And then this whole relationship piece, it was just a microcosm, right? So Skinny Boy, the conversation starts off about relationships. She asked me a very plain forward question. She's like, do black men have it? I tell her, absolutely not. We are too distracted. The first thing that's going to go is the spiritual system, the spirituality, this deep-seated belief that regardless of whatever happens in this world, this is my boo to the death and all of that. Hell no. Too much jealousy, insecurity, too much TV, too much porn, too much everything else in the world, but the ability to focus on one woman and to lock in like that on a spiritual system to where you will have no doubt. I said that it's not likely. It's speaking in an absolute that I thought was impossible. So after I thought I had already burned the conversation because of spirituality, I said, and why? Because there's other ideologies or distractions that we have adopted to be all right. We've accepted them. Number one is I gotta pay these bills. Now, unless she's talking about doing some nature boy shit and running off and being naked, or the white man made these shirts, the white man made these drawers, I'm not wearing that. Unless she's talking about that shit, she's not going to get anywhere. She's probably going to put on either pants or some type of clothes tomorrow from somebody else's business. When she goes shopping tomorrow, she's going to spend it. So her mind might be as pro-black as she wants it to be, but if she wants to move into a space where black people can have these businesses, can have black business partnerships, can say, hey, y'all in Atlanta, mess with Craig Harper's business. I know y'all got these holiday parties coming up. Get some of these cakes. These are going to be the best. Get these cupcakes, bring them to your party, and to actually connect and to keep sending that message until they actually do it, then there's nothing to go but into another circular conversation. I've already dismissed it. Skinny Boy. And that's I told her off top. My answer is no.
The questions I started off with.
It is absolutely no.
Do you work for a living? Have you ever gone to a higher? Because at the end of the day, if you're doing any of these things, you're participating in the same system.
You are, and your participation by default.
If you're not putting those clothes that you made, or that's from your company, or that's
play
the whole Black Africa thing, that's you get what I'm saying? Then stop. I hate when our people get up here and we want to shame each other because we're all surviving within this system that we're in, and then they want to put it off as that we've let go of our culture, that we're not living in our blackness because we have to go to a job every day, or because we decide to go get a degree, or because we decide to do whatever we decide that correlates within this system. It's called culture. Manifestation of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively. Customs are social institutions in of a particular nation, social group, or people. So everything we do is culture. Everything.
Now, she didn't get mad and leave. I did have to let her go, though, because she started offending a couple of people there in the chat.
If you go to a grocery store, if you go to the mall, if you shop online, the fact that we're on Facebook and YouTube and all this shit right now, you're participating in this system.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to shame each other for using YouTube now? Are we not in touch with our blackness because we're choosing to use, like, come on, that was my point to her. Like, we're all part of this. So at the end of the day, I don't have to lose my black culture to understand that there are other cultures around me, and even to understand them and how to move around within them around it.
Hey, look,
That's the
even
only point I
amongst
was
black,
making.
we got enough diversity right here, skinny boy. We're going to need black accountants. We're going to need black treasurers, black secretaries. We're going to need black sales folks. We're going to need black builders, black economists. Black, all of that shit can be black. So that sense of black love that black love comes before the economists, before the accounting, before all of that other shit. You can still love and appreciate black, but have a specialty that has some value. So for her to think, and this is where I'm still drawing the line on what she was really meaning. If I decide that, economics, capitalism, and all of those other ideologies are what is inhibiting me, and they're worth it. It sounds circular, but bear with the kid. It's worth it to actually have a specialty and something that you're focused on, a sense of purpose that drives you, and to develop the skill set to be able to execute that at a higher level that creates surplus, right? I'm gonna say that one more time because maybe I talk too fast or she listens too slow. I said for the black men, we have decided to focus on a foreign ideology, which is capitalism, over that spiritualism. And because we're focusing on capitalism, it does not mean that we are less black. It does mean that we are too distracted to only have that one woman as that's the cream of my crop, and we're resonating sound waves of energy bouncing back, and nothing else matters but our eternal happiness that we create one to the other. Fuck all that bullshit. Kids got to eat. And hey, man. And so anyway, all of these diverse skill sets that come together, they can make for a more structured organization that has more sustainability. And I'm not with the whole cult movements, but I do see a very articulate message about some of these cults that people fall onto. They find people who, like Miss New Woke, and they're able to replace whatever character that she wants to slander about a pro-black with something that does fit her caste type or her type, what she would like to see. And because she has found that, now she feels she can vibe and resonate with them. She can find herself a nature boy. And while they're at it, I have business deals to close. Mm-hmm. She didn't like it when I said, look, today, there's some things that you can resonate on: the sadness, the emptiness, the feeling of rejection, all of those universal type feelings that would prevent a man from being his whole self that woman would need for them to have that, one-off relationship that's, magic or whatever it is, those intangible ass words. Other than that expression of I love you and I'm locked in and we're ride or die for whatever, I feel like it's impossible because these real tangibles are real. These real tangibles are the bread that you need. These real tangibles are the whatever, if you eat pig or if you eat cow or if you only eat fish, pescatarian or whatever it is, you're going to need that fish. Those are the real tangibles that one would focus on outside of just loving and being fulfilling for their woman. I love you. Now I got work to do. And because of that, your unfettered attraction is already broken. Your focus is already locked in on so many moving objects that the only thing that you could be is a chicken. What do you see today that will drive you away from being that loving, compassionate, I'm locked in, we're in tune with each other, we're cut from the same yoke? What will it take? Anyway, there's a lot that we could take away from that conversation, skinny boy. So I want to recap just a couple of quick points that I wrote down from the notes that we could revisit. Miss Deity and I can have this conversation on another day. Today was not the day. I even asked her, I said, we would be up till 2 a.m. hashing this out. And she said, Brother Moses, no the hell we won't. So a couple of quick takeaways. Black women, if you come to Brother Moses's channel, this is not your space to start trying to ride down other black men. That's probably not going to be the most well-received for me. So when Craig Harper said something in the chat and Sister Deity tried to jump on Craig Harper, that's not the way that we're going to conduct business. The cutting off Cousin Roe, I know he's a stand-up guy. He does have a bit of patience, so that was his test for himself. He can do that shit. But the black women who like to try to jump on black men and then say, well, if the black man was a stronger man, I wouldn't be able to do that. No, black women, if there is one thing, he came on Respectable and said, hey, I really don't want to do the back and forth. I really don't want to talk over each other. She wasn't able to respect it. I asked, can I get 1 minute? She said, sure. And then she cut me off again. If you're that type, then coming on to one of my panels probably won't work in your favor. I am a bit fiery and I don't like that shit either. I got 13 little babies and all the way up to 14-year-olds, their kids upstairs. You don't hear them screaming and crying and complaining and fussing that I've been on this live stream. And that's just me. I don't really tolerate that type of shit. I do love you though. And so if you have a strong ass point like Sister Deity, if Cynthia G was another one, she's going to make strong points. And once you filter away from that bullshit, those strong points are going to stand. All I say is ouch when she says something that cuts me. Yes. When it comes to capital, I am one of those people who have adopted some of the Western nuances of the importance of capital in our lives. I am one of those people who say, damn, I'm a part of this system that I cannot escape because no matter what, if I want to go get some land, I've been in those plains and looked down at this earth and seen those squares of land and counted them. Not all of them, but look down and see all of that land. And I know just how much of that land is concentrated in other people's hands. And in my mind, as a Black first person, I want that land, which is why you'll hear me having conversations about reparations to help people get their minds right to say, damn. So when they take that plane trip and they look out the window and they see all of that land, they first thing that they think is, why isn't that my land? And so I'm going to keep on talking about it, and there's nothing that she can say about it. Now, here's the difference. When I say it, I'm having conversations with power, and I speak to power. I'm not here for a 24-year-old girl who just wants to earn a stripe and say, this is the way that I was talking to those B1 brothers. You have to understand this articulation has to be sharp because of whom I speak with. I speak with decision makers. Now, I can have it on an open platform in YouTube, but this is preparation for the bigger battles that we have to fight. This is the gun range, boss. But at some point, you have to move away from the gun range and lock yourself into some real conflict. My conflict is in finance. It is with bankers. It is with capitalism itself. I walk it like I talk it and I live it. I don't even have all of my teeth in my face, but I can still have conversations with the Billionaires Boys Club. There are only 10 Black folks in the nation's America's largest private label credit card company, the #1 private label credit card company. There are only 10 African Americans who even make it to the SVP ranks. Those are the brothers I have to have conversations with. So when you come to the B1 network, prepare me to have the conversation with them, similar to what Sister did, without most of the vitriol that cuts a man all the way down. They won't receive that as well, but they will receive the harsh criticism that we have to give them. So I appreciate the sister for coming up and doing that. A couple of other areas. Fighting for financial security. That is just going to continue to be backed up by the data that we see. There's no way around it. We have a lot of brothers who have to learn the importance of fighting, that they are fighting for financial security, whether that means getting your degree or whether that means increasing your hustle, whether that means having brothers like myself who say, look, if y'all gonna be the ones voting, then vote for legal marijuana all the way across the board, decriminalization and everything, because that is an industry that we have the potential to take over that can grow billions exponentially. Why? It's a collective good. It's not tobacco. Those tobacco farms are a global trade. Marijuana is a global trade that we can have an invested business in. Right now, we are small ball, but we have to think big picture. And that's why I have that conversation as well openly on my platform, which is about marijuana. Talk about it. Talk about your getting high experience days. Why? Because we got to drive that message down and we have work to do. So fighting for financial security means more than just recognizing. And again, I speak for men. The whole feminine energy and why she would rather not have my babies as a wife, that's going to be for her to have a conversation with another woman talking about feminism and all of that shit. But as the man, I say, woman, You are here to have my babies and to reproduce black babies so that we have more black bodies that can become those scientists and inventors and STEM if they want to go STEM, more soldiers if we need more soldiers. But we cannot do that if we don't even have the black people there to represent in the first place. If we don't have a strong black household, then what the hell is she talking about? You're 26 years old already. So you've decided to do something else with your life. And when you figure out what that something else is, start quantifying your sense of purpose. Is your purpose having a meaningful and impactful, a meaningful engagement or meaningful impact in the lives of others? Or is it just a self-fulfilling thing where you feel good about yourself? Because I cannot afford the luxury of only feeling good about myself. I have work to do, right? I have work to do. So me feeling good, whether I feel good or bad, I still have work to do. Can't get caught up in that one little bullshit about, oh, I feel sad today, I'm not going to do what I have to do. And she made me do that. This was a test stream. She made me go all the way in and we had to get back to work. So appreciate her for that as well. We cut each other while we applaud each other. I got to say that. When she's talking about the black culture, we can cut each other while we applaud each other. And that's just the way it is. Look, there's not everything that I agree with. There are some things that I completely disagree with. You're 26 and you don't got not one kid yet. That means your priorities have disregarded both your blackness and your femininity. So before you ever bring my wife up into the conversation, please believe you got some splaining to do. Where is either your blackness or your femininity? Because right now you are missing the both. You don't want to produce black babies? Now is not the time. You got 40, 50 years to do all of that. Miss me with it. What are you focused on? Let me know. I asked you those very straightforward questions. Next time we talk, if you can answer those questions straight up, the same way you asked me questions, I told you, hell no, flat out. So answer those questions. What are you focused on and when? So where is the disconnect? Is the disconnect because is the disconnect capitalism, or the allure of capitalism is just better than spirituality itself, or better than, love your wife, treat your wife with the highest respect. You two are a pair in a pod. She is your rib. Now that you have your wife, you're now complete. Your energy is now balanced, or you found your sense of balance. Your masculine energy is now complemented by that feminine energy. You support each other. 51, 49, 49, 51, 50, 50, 100, 100. You give your all, she gives her all. And now you are two circles that used to be distinct, but now you are one circle. All of that shit, that spirituality, as I would call it, that evolution of thought when you were alone and afraid and sitting next to a river. And now that you are in a thriving society with big buildings and skyscrapers and everything, all of these interconnected lives, you found one that has agreed to rock with you for whatever that is, eternity or even for right now. Now that you have found that, what is the disconnect that prevents you from being what she needs? And what is her disconnect for being what you need? That is a good question that I think Sister Deity is bringing out. I mean, it's covered in a lot of the different facets when you talk about, well, you pro-black niggas are whack and y'all be talking in circles and fluffery. Miss me. There is a simile or a greater connecting lecture that she is driving on when she says there are black, or when I tell you that I get what she's saying. And what I hear by what she's saying is that there is a disconnect that has to be pointed out, that she thinks she sees in me may be applied to a broader context, that there is a disconnect when one chooses capitalism over that spirituality. Now, I would ask her the same. If you're not having babies yet, have you defined for yourself that babies are just not important, or where have you gone? All right, wait a minute. I just ethered her intellectually. Now, I won't do it that much. She's only 26. She's wet behind the ears. So this understanding, if I talk money, then the next thing that she'll say is fraud, scam. So when I tell her that I actually work in corporate America and have these conversations with big white folks, now I'm the sellout. Now I'm different.
Yeah, and that's
right?
kind of, yeah.
So you don't love black enough to not come on and criticize pro-blacks. But you do think that you know black enough, you understand black enough to be able to differentiate when you find a real one and to say where there's a fake one. So when he says, who gets to set that bar? The nigga who's having the conversations with the executives who are making decisions about credit for companies such as, I won't name drop them because that's their business. And then saying, as the only black voice in the room, I am the only voice that you got that will help those people in financial services better understand the plight of Black folks who they are not giving the best credit scores to, who they have been redlining for all of these years. And there's only 10 Blacks who will be invited into that room. And when they have their conversation, they don't have the luxury of walking in, making it about Black. They can only talk about the $25 million. Why? Because saying I'm Black and these poor Black folks have been disenfranchised by the economic system for so long that we need a fair shake and cap, all of that shit, trying to seek white approval or whatever it is you're saying. Look, when you start finding those Black people who have their own economic system, call me, Deity. But until you get there, you're going to struggle with
ball.
You're going to find people who are playing ball, and you're going to start having these conversations again. And I'm hopefully equipping you with a sense of let me switch. I'm talking to that other nigga right now. I'll tell you right now, there's quite a few niggas in me. There's still that gangster that still got a lot of meat on them bones. I didn't call you a bitch, but there is still that gangster that would have been like, if this bitch don't shut the fuck up when I'm talking. But that's not where we go. My aggression doesn't have to be painted or pushed towards that sister. And then again, once I really started listening to her, her same vitriol isn't towards all Black people.
Nope.
It's not. Right now, it may be a little bit misguided. She doesn't know B1 Brother Moses. Maybe she didn't catch the early videos, or maybe I have to drop my resume for her again. But she thinks she's talking to one of these congressional Black caucus niggas.
Exactly.
No, Deity, you said Miami. Miami ain't that bad for me. I'll be working in Miami if you really feel like that's the case. And I will look at Miami and say, well, damn, I don't see Deity's name on none of this shit. And I will take over the parts of Miami where you would have a problem shining at. Why? Because I have a deeper conversation on those levels. Anyway, we know the Jews run Miami. Take back Miami, first of all, before you talk shit to me. Now, a couple other key areas that I feel have to be brought out. Black people living like Black people. So now Black people, then, to answer her question, are the ones who will be setting the stereotypes for Black people. What Black people? Will you allow the boule to set that stereotype for you? Will you allow the quote unquote Pookie and Ray Ray to set the stereotype of what it means to be Blackness? Or are you just an army of one? You're going to set your own stereotypes and be it. Who gets to decide? When she said, I understand my culture and I love and all of that shit, that's good. When she said rhythm and soul, I love that. But that doesn't dismiss the oral tradition that Cousin Rose said. It doesn't dismiss the intergenerational knowledge of my fathers and my father's fathers. Doesn't dismiss that. There's so many other nuances to it that just trying to harp on one, man, you won't get anywhere. All it does is say, well, let me listen to what he says and let me try to point out some things that are wrong with what he says. And you can do that till you're blue in the face, especially when you're coming from that position. So Black people living like Black people, don't do that. Don't even do that. I've lived like a hustler. I've lived like a, what's his name? O'Shea Duke Jackson, to tell you when we showed up at his house like 12 deep over a fucking cell phone. We'll pop up like gotcha. Don't do that. And then try to make all Black people, oh, well, all Black people just pop up like gotcha, where they all link to a criminal past. It doesn't work that way. The dynamics from Atlanta to Philadelphia to Jersey to Miami, a California nigga raised with Mexicans and Asians and white folks, to a nigga that was only raised exclusively with Blacks, to a nigga that was woke at 34, for a nigga that was raised under the Nation of Islam or a fruit of Islam, and they have always been raised under a discipline and Black love. You take your pick. Anyway, so you don't know what it means to be Black was an alleged statement that she's going to have to follow back up with me on. Where the fuck does she tell me that I don't know what it means to be Black? Where does she get that from? Or is that just another talking point that people use when they're new, or these newborn pro-Blacks? These newborn pro-Blacks like to say, oh, you don't know what it means to be Black. That's why you're only fighting for white people's acceptance. Mm-hmm. What the fuck does that mean? When I told her the 10 Black people in the room, where did she miss that? The motherfuckers who have the company right now that you would like to see Blacks grow into that big global economy, those are the motherfuckers that allowed those 10 Black people in the room. And we are still fighting just for them to stop giving us lower approval rates and higher interest rates. That is our struggle as pro-Blacks inside of corporate America or inside of finance. Now you tell me where you start having conversations that are impacting 25 to 40 million people, and then I'll start listening. But until then, you have to be the iron that sharpens iron, not that cold water that makes my blade dull. All right. You have to shine a light on something that I can take into my boardroom if you want to come up here on this panel and have that conversation with Brother Moses. Don't come up here with that slander on Moses. You don't know what it means to be pro-black. Moses, you say a whole lot of nothing. Moses, you're talking in circles. Woman, we have work to do. Maybe I talk too fast or you listen too slow, but the shit that I tell you is very dynamic. You can understand that. All right. White people won't accept you. I don't think that white people should accept me. And in fact, I think more along the lines of white people who look at me as their open enemy. If you've ever heard me speak, you'll hear me say about the redneck or the cracker that is proud. They are all the way out there. That is the level of gangsterism that I can respect. The rest of this two-faced, code switching shit, it sickens me to my very core, which is why I would agree with her about going to other people's jobs and trying to do all of that and then going home just for your wife to have to look at you and say, well, damn, my nigga is doing all of this and then coming home doing all of this. That duality, W.E.B. Du Bois shit, that makes shit convoluted. All right? So don't let these hotepping ass niggas typecast you. Don't let these Pookie and Ray Rays typecast you. We are a collective and we will continue like water to define. We are more fluid as we decide what it is we like. We got a couple of more people that came up. I did want to give a quick sign out. Why every time? Oh, you know why? That's it. I got a bit long-winded there, but there was a lot that was brought out. Don't let this narrative be confused as they try to paint out black first and and what we are to be, there's one person who walks in the image of what black first is. When they find him, they become cultish. That's just not the way the network works. And inside of a real network, for it to become a thriving organization, you will need specialization. You will need the accountants, the people who, they do the numbers, tax accounting or whatever it is, people who can keep the books clean. Other than that, you end up like Marcus Garvey and they take you down. People who can make sure you're doing well with financial management. You will need economists, people who are can do a forecast. And they can look at the numbers. You will need sellers, people that now that you got all of that shit, your board of directors, I guess is what I'm trying to say, they have to come from a place of black love and black acceptance, even though they can move inside of white spaces, or even though they have started to dominate with excellence these other themes that aren't, well, I love you and your energy resonates well with me and we are on the same frequency and I'm vibing with you. They don't have to talk like that. They can talk about 401ks and nonprofits, stocks, bonds, and all of that other shit and still be black first. All right. So we got the general that came up. And yeah, that black first mind state. Look, this European philosophy, I guess, of capitalism in itself, there might be some good that we could take from it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's ask the general and let's ask my boy RJ. I'm gonna shut up for about 15 good minutes. What up, brothers?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, man? What's up? Hey, brother Moses, good shit, man. You landed out. Hey, listen, what's happening, skinny boy, brother RJ? Hey, check it out, man. I've heard that sister a couple of times, and I'm not here to bash the sister or dog the sister out. I'm here to point out. Yeah, but say again. What did you say?
She's both. Like she can take a good bashing and she can throw it out. So both. Well, go ahead.
I'm not here to bash and point out a few things, right? Number one is that we're all working this black first issue. We're all working within our culture to better the black culture, right? The black society, right? So just because I do it differently than what you do it doesn't mean that we're not working for the same, toward the same goal. That's number one. Number two, right? I heard, just the conversation, very disrespectful as a sister. But we turn around, and this is what a lot of our sisters are doing, that will turn around and be disrespectful to you, who was actually being quite nice and, trying to, get along and, trying not to go there, right? But to sit there and be disrespectful to both of you brothers, man, when there was no need to, that was foul. That was fucked up. And then sisters wonder why brothers don't want to, feel like they don't have to owe them any protection or anything, right? So I want you to just note, I just want you to note, here is a sister who's well-spoken. You can tell that she's somewhat educated, but you can hear the disrespectful tone and the condescending tone that she had towards you, Brother Moses. It was very disrespectful as a host of the panel trying to hold a conversation with her. When Skinny Boy came up here, she did the same thing to him. Mental defect that exists within our people. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
This is why we have the subdivisions and the divisions and the subdivisions that we have among Black people. That specific reason why. That's it right there. And I feel sorry for her, man. I feel sorry for her because she has a lot of passion and she's on to it, but she's too disrespectful, too forceful
It's that
to
new woke.
tell you that you don't know. And I've heard you speak before, to tell you that you don't know, or to tell any Black man that's had to deal with this society for more than 30 years, that knows a little bit about the history, that knows a little bit about where we come from, that knows what our people is going through, but to sit there and call people coons and you're fake Black and you coward this and you coward that, it leaves a lot to be desired, man.
She had me fucked
It
up,
leaves a
Joe.
lot to
Let's
be
stop going to
desired.
the neighborhood because I got tired of the funerals. That was it. I got tired of the cousins losing. And again, when I go to those funerals, they want me to speak and they want me to sing at those funerals. So they have an active role for me in the lives of the people that I've touched. She's going to have to show me the same in Miami or shut the fuck up trying to tell me that I don't know what Blackness is. We have a legacy of the works that we do being greater than ourselves. When you've loved yourself so much or you're right with yourself that you've created a surplus to where you got love that you can either sell or just give away, that's when you'll see people having a broader impact in their community. I love myself. I love my family, my wife. She can't disrespect my wife, and she definitely can't disrespect what I do for my community. Her opinion is hers. She's just a newborn woke person who doesn't understand the cultural nuances of being a Black power player. So she thinks that all Black power players are somehow acquiescing to white folks. That's just not the case.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right.
Go ahead.
Because when you, and RJ, I'm gonna fall back just a second. Because if you sit down and get to the brass tacks of it all, what is it in her mind that we're going to do to actually overturn this system and create a new system within the system? What is it? I really have a question for those individuals. You know, everybody does it in a different way. You act as though we're going to rise up with, she sounds as though she wants us to rise up as Black men with an army and overthrow the system and overthrow the government and take control and create our new money and put all Black folks on the new money that we create and have that shit is not going to happen. Not
I
in
didn't
our
hear her
life.
say that. I, in fact, didn't hear her say none of that.
You don't have to hear her say it.
She implies
have
it though.
to-
She implies it, Moses.
You don't have to hear her say it. It's an implied task. You see, because when you deal with military science, you talk about the second and third order of effects, right?
Yeah.
So merely by her saying, well, we don't have our own system, and merely by her stating the fact that, well, you have to live under this system. And if we had our own system, so, okay, these are all hypotheticals. So what are you actually getting to? You don't have to say it. You have to read between the lines. I'm going into 2020 and I'm sick and tired of giving Black people, both men and women, the benefit of the fucking doubt. I'm sick and tired of dealing with listening to the conversations being spawned in a circular motion and a circular situation. It is time that if we want change, and they say that Black men are leaders, so let's stand up and take our rightful place. Stop accepting the respect. Skinny Boy, I commend you for setting the record straight and not taking the disrespect. That was blatant disrespect.
But she wasn't that bad, brother, man. I've experienced some disrespect in my life. She wasn't that bad, bro.
No. Everybody sees levels of disrespect differently. And to
That's
you,
right.
it wasn't that bad. But to Skinny Boy, as a Black man,
Skinny,
that was
he said, I ain't gonna beat too many of these coons, nigga.
Exactly. That was
right.
Let me finish and then I'm gonna pass the mic to Brother RJ. What we have gotten into a position of doing is creating a scenario which we allow certain levels of disrespect. And by the time we get fed up and we try to quell that disrespect back down, it's too late. It becomes the norm. You understand what I'm saying? It's time out for the passes. If you want strong Black men as strong Black leaders within the community, guess what? Then there has to be a fucking standard set. And when the standard is set, you said, okay, you want us, I'm a strong believer. And that's what really pissed me off. I'm a strong believer of not every black woman is entitled to my personal protection.
Ooh.
Now, I don't have a problem looking out for a sister. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to sift and thin and find out who's right and wrong and when not to. I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you that if you're carrying yourself outside of the confounds of what I deem a black woman should carry herself, sister, you on your own. And the way she was talking to that brother, the way she was talking to you, if you had both cursed her out and called her a bunch of bitches, I wouldn't have said shit.
But then that still would have been a
I'll fall
reflection on
back.
me. I could take that shit.
Exactly, but you gotta
Art.
set the standards. You gotta set the standards, brother. This is all I'm saying. You gotta set the standards. See, we've gotten into a position where certain groups of people within our society, they want all of the respect that's due to them, but they don't want to give respect on the equal side of it. Respect is something that is earned, not given.
All right, I hear you, brother. RJ, what you got?
Hey, peace, brother. Thanks for having me up here. Peace, Kenny boy. Peace, General. How we doing, family?
What's up, bro?
Man, y'all got it, man. Y'all got it. So real quick, I wanted to say this, and this is why I wanted to come up. I was done like that.
Damn, did we lose him?
He borged out.
Damn it.
See, that's there, RJ?
Definitely rock with.
Stand for what I represent. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. So she has an issue with it, because and that's another thing. We don't, brothers, whether we're looking for, I don't know if we're looking for some sort of validation or attention, whatever the case may be, to whom it may apply. We don't need anybody gassing us up, telling us to go out here and fight this thing head on, so that way we can get slaughtered. Because I've said this and I'm gonna say it again. When we go out here and get slaughtered, guess what? They're not gonna be willing to share 1 to 20 and repopulate this thing. Or if we have sons, they're not gonna be willing to give their sons up so that way they can take up arms and go out here and fight this thing. No. If we're talking about fighting this thing from the inside, Brother Moses, you're in the financial services world just like me, so you already know what we're dealing with. You already know what we're up against. It's one thing, you mentioned the duality, so we got to take care of our family, still put something aside, and be able to build. The fact that you're married, the fact that you're self-employed while simultaneously having a business, that shows that you're a competent brother. That shows that you're productive, and you're thereby fighting white supremacy. Standing on the sideline, you're not standing on the sideline playing with a megaphone with an amp connected to with a cord connected to the amp. So I commend you, brother. You also are a military man. So you've demonstrated and shown that you've gone above the call of duty when it comes to countering this thing to the best of your individual ability as a black man in the United States. This system is already here. We were born into it, and we must maneuver through this matrix. Talking about tearing down a system, the thing is this right here. They have this game sewn tight. At this point, being on code and infiltration literally is the last line of defense. You can't show me another way of you can't show me another line of defense. And so, those whole shaming tactics, the nonsense, the tomfoolery, that aggression that she displayed, that's all she's used to. She's out of respect for your channel, there's certain things I'm going to hold off on. Okay, brother. And I think where I'm kind of going to go with it. Brother General, he hit it right on.
Yeah, y'all go hard on the broad, hard on the bash. Never let
well, out of respect for brother, because everybody knows where I come from. I this isn't a facade. This is who I am. I was raised certain way, to how to deal with women. But that right there, that's another level right there. And none of us are foolish enough to want to tolerate that. That sister wants to come to the table and have a sensible conversation, then fine. But if I'm a coon because I speak a certain way, as a matter of fact, she shouldn't even be allowed to come on these panels unless she's going to cam up. She's not even allowed over there in certain spaces because she won't even cam up. Show your face. We're showing our faces.
With avatars, I am so bold. You see my face. They know who I am.
Exactly. And she shows a white face. All we see is a little white circle, sweetheart. And then sometimes you're trolling. There's these other little folks out here, baby girl and all these other little avid names that we're seeing around here in these chats. And there's always some aggression like coming from her. Can
I give her a little bit of credit though, boss?
What credit do you want to give her?
Listening to think that we're totally shitting on her either. because I think a part of it psychologically is, and this is why I say I love her passion, my G. Because at the end of the day, you could tell she's new woke. Like I could tell when she was on the panel with Taz and she was doing all that, I was like, okay. If y'all notice, Taz even gave her space. But I think a lot of it too is she's angry. Like think about when we all got woke. What was you went through a barrage of fucking emotions. Your first emotion was anger for most of us. When we woke up and really woke up to things, you were angry. She's at that stage, bro, where I really believe that she's new woke, and I believe we just saw she's young. I'm not trying to give her any undue credit, but I'm trying to empathize with her too. Not just checking the behavior, but also understanding. I understand why my little sister's like that. I understand where she's at.
Well,
That's why I'm trying to talk
And
to
Skinny
her
Boy,
on a certain
I salute
level,
you for that. My bad, and I salute you for that, brother. I guess where I'm at with it is that I'm past the point of and I'm not saying that you're doing this, but this is just why I'm approaching it the way I am. See, when she was on the panel with me, she spoke out of turn one time. I said what I said, and then I repeated immediately. I said, sister, I'm gonna tell you, because I don't argue with women. I said, sister, I'm gonna tell you one more time. And then I said what I said. She went off on this little loudmouth tangent. Another sister take care of it. She got booted off. She likes getting booted off. What I'm simply stating is this right here, though, brother, Skinny Boy. See, because it's so late in the game and we got our back against the wall, and we have enough of the stresses that we have to do. We're displaying our leadership as the black men that we are. Okay, so we got enough stress. We know who we dealing with. We understand who the enemies are. We understand. We were trying to get a better understanding who the allies are and should be. So with that being said, for her to come up here doing that, it's ridiculous. Go open up your own channel. Go keep the foolishness going on over there. You go from being conscious to representing your hood, all that. She is a city girl with a Quran. That's it. Ooh. Let's just call it what it is, man. It's time out for the foolishness, man. She needs to be held accountable. It was ready to talk like a woman with some class and some femininity. And a woman who's gonna, respect herself and show some discipline. We gave her plenty of credit. We she brings up good points. Matter of fact, she says she's in real estate, and I salute that sister. And I hope she keeps on having a successful real estate business. Now with that, now and again, she got that from who? A black man, her father, by her own admission. So there we go. So while we coming up here with this nonsense, you're messing with Brother Moses. Brother Moses, he stayed true since day one. He been on what he's been on. I've been on what I've been on. We all been on what we've been on.
Moses legit.
There you go. And so that's
we got work to do.
And I rock with them. And so that's so what is there to argue about?
There's really no argument, no real debate. But when she came on, she said, let's talk about those relationships. Now, y'all know me. I typically don't like to dive into my own relationships. I think the point where I got triggered is when she was like, well, what does your wife focus on? And I'm such an honest guy. I told her, look, my wife, when I say you got to make $100,000, that's me talking to a full grown woman that says she wants to be my rib. She's my whiz. She's my queen. That's my wife. And so what happens is we've moved all of that lovey dovey. We need to be on the same frequency, same vibe shit to the side. And we put economics before that shit. So spiritual systems, as one might define them, have started to shift. And so then I asked her, I said, well, wait, when it comes to you then, and since you're asking me about my wife, tell me what you're focused on. Are you? And so now she uncovers, here's her only flaw that I've seen so far tonight, other than the fact that she likes to try to overtalk men. She says, I'm 20 or somewhere in her 20s, and I don't have to have a baby yet. And so for me, that's the contradiction. That is you trying to tell pro-blacks what they should be based on your expectation. But then when they tell you what you should be, your excuse is just like theirs. Well, I have all the time in the world to focus on that. I'm focused on something else. If she doesn't get that circular logic, which I told her in the very beginning, look, whatever you're focused on becomes the thing that I don't know, you're God or whatever it is. I don't like to say it like that, but that's the way I feel. That is the distraction that men have as to why there will never be that one man who can focus his mind, body, and she was said soul on just one woman. That was the whole relationship conversation. From there, everything else, capitalism and rhythm and soul, hair, everything else is just another distraction to what the main premise was. I said, hell no, there is not a man who's going to focus himself on that one woman, especially not a black man, given our socio-economic condition, our history here in America, the conditions that are currently here in America. And then the fact that you got some real grown ass niggas out here that are on some grown ass shit. I'm not about sitting here spending my time just loving my wife. I'm not going to braid her hair, massage her feet, or rub her hands. I got work to do. And my wife understands and accepts that when I get focused, it's time for me to be focused. And then when it's time for her and I will get back together. That is not me choosing that shit over my wife. That does not mean that I do not love my wife. That does not mean that I'm not pro-marriage, because I can focus on the things that I specialize in while at the same time maintaining that relationship. So, all right, who do we have drop off? We have RJ, who is another businessman. Salute to him. Thanks for coming on, giving me a little bit of cover here. This was just supposed to be a test stream for audio. It did get a little bit bigger. You got some more, Jenner?
Yeah, I got a couple of more items, man.
So let's go, bro.
Again, Brother Moses. See, this is where we are, man. We are allowing people to come in and question where we stand, question our blackness, question who we are as men. But by the same token, they'll turn around and say, well, men are supposed to provide leadership. I mean, it's asinine to sit here
I was
and
just
continue
thinking
to go
that.
down
I
this.
was just thinking
It's
that.
asinine.
Moses
It's
would say that.
asinine to sit here and go down this same road. You go down it time and time again. Well, you want us to provide leadership, protection, coverage, and all of these things, right? But then you yourself want to come up and be disrespectful to brothers.
That's
and
right.
not understand how to have a simple conversation. And yet you still have brothers that will give excusatory reasons as to why they present themselves in that manner. What young black man of significance is going to deal with a sister who spits fire and vinegar towards men in that direction? Who's going to deal with that? And this is why you have young black men talking about SYSBM. This is why you have young black men. I deal with hundreds of young black men every day, soldiers. Because I'm active duty soldier, service member. I deal with hundreds of them. You know what they say?
Uh-huh.
Man, I don't date black girls, man. I'm like, man, she cute. You know, you might want to. She might be a good. No, Big Sarge. I don't fuck with black women. I don't fuck with black girls. I don't date them. Older men that I deal with that are my battle buddies, and you know, they're all saying the same thing. Long before this YouTube shit came up with the SYSBM and traveling abroad, I got brothers that I know that are saying, I would never deal with another American black woman. Give me a foreign black woman. And sisters yet want to keep us corralled in this box. You don't want us, some of us. I'm good. I'm straight. I got a relationship. I'm cool. You don't want us,
right.
But yet, the minute we say we're going to go do this, it's, you're going to go over there and deal with the prostitutes and the trannies, and you got to get AIDS.
General, you know, that was her actual question to me, too. When she first came on, she used that same analogy. She was like, do you think that has anything to do with why men are, going their own way and doing all of that shit? She actually did come on with that same position.
What she needs to do, Brother Moses, I didn't mean to cut you off. What she should do is sit up and listen to a recording of her interactions with black men. And she will see why brothers are choosing to go outside. Brothers are choosing to go with other races of women, while brothers are choosing to go with foreign women, while brothers are choosing to go to Brazil, while they're going over to places like, what's the other place they're going to? Bogota, Colombia. If you listen, you will see why brothers are turning away from sisters. And that's what we don't need. We need strong black families. That's what we need. That is the only way that we're going to correct the problem within the criminal justice system. That is the only way that we're going to save the young black men and the young black women and this future generation that's coming up. We do not need any more lines of separation and division between black man and a black woman. We don't. We can't afford it.
Hey, when y'all get to Bogota, you better find you a bad black one, though. I don't know. If you get to Bogota and you get one of them Caucasians, that is not a black family.
Well, that's what the brothers are saying that they're doing. At the end of the day, we have to, as black men, stop giving the excusatory fucking reasons why they have this action going on, why they present themselves in this manner. It is going to get to a point where in the near future, 3, 5 to 7 years from now, a lot of sisters are going to find themselves without and at the mercy of the streets. They're going to be at the mercy of being at home in a big house with a lot of money, their new cars, taking their girl trips with cats and puppies at home. It's a lot of sisters that are going to spend this fucking Christmas and they're going to spend this fucking New Year with a cat and a puppy and a fucking dildo. Stop giving the
That's right.
excusatory reasons as to why this shit
Hey,
is
what's
going
up,
on.
Taz? Peace, brother.
What up, though? What's good?
What's that?
You
Peace
got it.
to the
You got
goat.
it.
Man, I missed the little turn up session. I was over here dozing off and shit. I heard wifey playing it, so I'm pretty sure Deity was on here wilding.
Like always. I didn't know, but I'm a coon. What else she call me?
We got it together though, Goat. We got it
Oh
together.
yeah, you know
she gonna get her fix, brother Moses.
She full of energy, bro. Like she done came on my shit, called me a coon and a sellout and the whole nine. Like bitch told me I want a white bitch and the whole nine. But
So is that the type of? I got a question for you, Taz. Is that the type of sister? Those are the type of sisters that'll say all of this shit to black men, then turn right around and then tell us that we're not giving them protection. But listen to how you want to talk to your own man. Listen to how you want to talk to your own men, and what makes you think that you are worthy of protection from a black man with the way that you come across to them. Like we got to stop giving excusatory reasons.
I play shit 50-50 though, man, because I don't think we've given the women enough reason to not behave that way. You know what I'm saying? So like some may say it's making excuses for, but like I don't believe niggas should be sitting here railing away and going in on her when you got these bitch ass niggas on this platform that do the same shit and they males and don't nobody say shit about them. You know what I'm saying? It's like I call a motherfucker out on this platform and niggas scatter to the winds. They don't want to say shit about these bitch ass niggas that they daddy, but it's easy to take shots at Deity, and that's what I can't do. I can't take part in that.
Well, if you've known me for quite some years, and I've never been bashful about telling what I feel is the truth. I don't have a problem with calling out bitch ass niggas that do bitch ass shit. I've always been down the middle, center line.
And
center line.
I just want to say, I just want to say, and Taz, the only reason I came up here is because she called me a coon on a separate stream 2 months ago, and I'm like, sweetheart, that's not even the correct term to use, even refer to me as. You know what I'm saying? I've never been on some coon shit. You know what I'm saying?
At some point, I just had to ask her who sent her.
That's the only reation I had something to say to her. But the sister makes. Again, she has a real estate business, and she's coming into the light. Great. I wish her well. I want her to, it's no hate. It's no disdain. We want the sister to do better, but hey, she has to be willing to do it, because how can she come up here talking to him about SYSBM and all this other stuff as if she's looking for clarity? Fuck whatever your answer is going to be. I got some heat for you. You know what I'm saying?
Ask one of them SYSBM niggas that shit. Ask me, the married man, about the married shit.
Exactly.
Anyway, go ahead.
At the end of the day, Taz, I want to respond to something you said just a minute ago. I cannot continue to hold every woman that I come in contact with, every black woman that I come in contact with. I cannot continue to hold them accountable for what some of the fucked up sisters that I've dealt with in my past accountable for those actions of those fucked up sisters. That's common sense. It's common fucking sense. So when you sit there and you make the comment of, well, what did you say about, well, I can't really blame the sisters for some of the shit that they had to deal with. I can't either.
50-50. Yeah, it's more 50-50.
Right. I'm not 50-50. I'm not 50-50. And that's you and that's your standard. My standard is this. If we continue to make these excusatory reasons, it'll continue to happen. She had no reason to be disrespectful to Brother Moses. Skinny Boy popped on. She went deep and started digging into him. That is wrong. It's unacceptable. And we as black men, if we're gonna be leaders, we're asked to stand up, be leaders, take our rightful positions within the community and in the United States of America and in the world. The first thing we have to do is we have to start with our own fucking front door. That's the first thing we have to do. We have to start with our own house. We have to fix fix your own house. That's what I'm saying. But as a part of but when I say fix your own house, I mean the community. That's what I'm talking about.
But see, like with her though, man, she's what I would call like too pro-black, I would say. Because you got the rhetoric, you got the emotion, you got everything, but it's a little too over the top. You know what I'm saying? You got to streamline it in and make it, you know what I'm saying, to where it's relevant. So, I think she do too much. I'm not saying that at all. I guarantee you, you know what I'm saying, that she was on this bitch doing too much. But my thing is, she ain't the only motherfucker that be on here doing too much.
And some of them are doing it for the other reasons. They're trying to pull away from the blackness. I say, hell nah, Diddy, you do that shit whenever you want. Come on. When she was cooking the brother about the Asian women, it would be inconsistent of me somebody who swirling is a bigger issue for me. It'll be inconsistent once she starts having a conversation about swirling and understanding the other cultures more than being able to define what yours is, being willing to say what theirs are. Rather, I asked you a question about blackness, and now you're telling me about these other cultures. When she did that, I was like, well, go on and cook then. So I'll give her that. Is in fact, she can come on and have the conversation with me again. There are a couple of areas that she's going to have to clean up, but anything more than that, I think she's still redeemable. If motherfuckers can listen to Mr. Fantastic, then they ought to be able to listen to somebody like Deity, because they're cut from that same
Absolutely.
new cloth where you're still double talking, you're still not really fully understanding what you're asking for, you're still looking for a strong black leader. But then when you have a conversation with somebody and they try to give you those gems, they just go right over your head. She basically told me, Brother Taz, she was like, Moses, what the fuck are you saying? And at that point, I was like, okay, we're done. I get that a lot, though, so it's all good.
I had a couple long rounds.
Yeah, she's definitely redeemable.
Did you? That's what's up, man. Hey, I think she's on a tear though, and I don't know what other channel she goes to, because I'm literally only on the B1 network now when I have time. I fuck with Brother O'Shea Duke Jackson, but not as much on the manosphere as much as I used to be. And then the real estate and the Black Brain Trust and all of those different other topics, not as much as I used to be, because I'm just still trying to streamline my Patreon and stay caught up there. But I gotta say this. With some of the talking points that she uses, my question about who sent you, and when she said God sent me, I think that has to be revisited. I think that it's going to go deep and cut across most of the other sectors that I be in, whether it's conscious community or whatever it is. What really drives your sense of purpose if you're B1? And for some people, understanding that theirs is economics. For other people, it's the family. For some people, it's the community. Other people, it's politics. They may have a lane, and I don't think that we give each other enough credit when we're trying to understand what each other's lane is. And by me challenging her on that, I think she was wrong to dismiss it. That's a hell of a point to understand. If somebody claims to be black first, then ask them what their sense of purpose of their lane is. Brother RJ can probably articulate that and tell you mine's is business. I believe in restoring the credit vitality of people. I know right now that is a system that is, deeply entrenched in a lot of white hate. But I think that we have some leeway these years and what we have to deal with today with helping more black people better understand it and better play that game should they choose to do so. So that's my lane. So to be able to articulate what their lane is and then say, well, I don't know how that aligns with being black first. But for her to just dismiss me outright, that almost got the bitch please, and I don't even talk like that.
Well, see, I don't know.
All right, go ahead.
Her, on my shit talking to Sam, but that's where they hit a point of contention where they actually had a fallout in a whole big old fight because she, she challenged her on her Hebrew Israelite religious perception of being black. You know what I'm saying? And that, it led to a knockdown, drag out right there, and it was like, damn, so. Which one are you? Are you pushing your black or are you pushing your Hebrew Israelite? You know what I'm saying? So I haven't actually talked to her none since then, but I was kind of wondering, where she actually stand with that, because her and Sam fell out over that and she didn't want to.
Was that the day that David Johnson came on too?
Huh?
Was that the day David Johnson from the school came on too?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Now I remember. She was like, do you remember me? And I was like, I remember hearing of you on one of Taz's, and even trying to have a conversation. But yeah, I'm not too long-winded on those ones. But yeah, I did remember her, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
If we're going to have order, if we're going to have order in the house, if we're going to continue to go down this lane where we as black men are expected to stand and rise to the occasion, then it is a must that we have the absolute 100% holistic cooperation of the black woman. That is the only way that we're going to stop what's been happening over the past 45 years or so. Period. Point blank. We have to stop. There's a standard across the board that has to be set. And to allow disrespect to be tolerated, either way, man versus woman or woman versus man. If we cannot communicate with each other, then we're doomed to fail. Period. Going into 2020, that's where I'm at, man. I'm just not gonna deal with it. You come out like that, it's off with your fucking head. You know, we've let motherfucker, we've given excusatory reason after excusatory reason after excusatory reason why these sisters are allowed to conduct themselves in a certain way, but yet require greater and more from us as men. They want to call you coons. They want to call it like she did you, brother Moses. There was no need for that. Like she did the brother RJ a few months back, few weeks back. Like she did the brother Skinny Boy tonight. You have off with your fucking head. If this is how you're gonna conduct yourself, this is what you get.
And I
No
call
more
that shit a
pussy
healthy
around and
paranoia.
pantying around.
Don't trust none of you niggas. Don't trust none of them niggas, Deity. Fuck them.
Okay, so my question would be this then to that, because I don't completely disagree, but I think my point of contention in that is if you want well-behaved women, don't you have to do the things that it takes as men to get that type of behavior? If you want a concerted effort from the women, you have to require a certain effort from the men too.
You're absolutely right, and this is why I say it both ways. It doesn't matter, male or female, whichever way. From now on out, whichever way you bring it, that's the way you get it. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to fuss with you. I'm not going to fight with you. But the minute you come out with your guns blazing, overwhelming firepower to quell the objective, that's what has to happen. If I'm going to sit on a panel and hold a intellectual conversation with you, we shouldn't be filibustering the conversation. We should talk to the topics so that we could reach a point of understanding instead of a point of contention. If I'm going to sit up here and hold a sensible conversation, intellectual conversation with you, and because we have a disagreement, and then the name calling and the shaming tactics want to start, oh, you a coon. That's why your bitches and this and that and the third and so forth and so on. You's a fake nigga. You fake black. You fake bitch ass nigga, this, that, and the third. Off with your fucking head. Period.
That was funny. I'd still be interested in understanding what she considers a real pro-black. Those are the questions. Where did she get that understanding from? And that way, once she starts to define what she's looking for, I can tell her where she got her expectation from. But until then, the conversation will keep going in circles. Go ahead.
Thank you. We got to get out of the circular conversations and actually speak to the topics. What we do a lot of times, and many of the, since I've been watching YouTube and been in this sector, what happens is we talk around it. We talk at it. We'll talk over it, but we don't confront the topic of the conversation head on because we're too busy trying to be politically correct, not step on toes. I'm gonna, men don't argue with women. No, men typically put women in their places when necessary.
Those have been dealt with head on 300 times a year. What's not dealt with head on is the other side of it. What's not dealt with is the head on of how, like, when we do encounter these women in these spaces, how people like there's an expectation that somebody like her is going to like have a level of respect. If you can't deal with that shit, you just got to get you got to kick her off. Like she ain't somebody you're gonna be able to rein in. You know what I'm saying? It's only, if you ain't got no patience, you might well not even have her on your shit.
You see, she came off that mute button hella fast. I was like, come on, real quick, boom, muted her. Cousin Rose started, next thing you know, her mute button came back off. I said, damn, did I double click? Nah, she took that motherfucker off. There's just a caliber that I can deal with a little bit better than some other men. Go ahead.
She ain't no joke, bro. You fucking with her, bro. You got to have your energy up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
2 in the morning, I can't deal with that. I'm gonna go upstairs and deal with my wife.
But you know what's so crazy about it? Like we got Brother Taz up here. He does hella work with the presentations and things of that nature, right? So if someone was to come on the panel and call this brother a coon, not only I'm certain would it piss him off, he'd probably be taken aback. Like, dude, me of all people, you gonna call that shit? You know what I mean? And so when I see Sister Penny Sparks, she said I don't have heat like that for people in the manosphere. Here's the thing: I'm not here to attack anybody that looks like me, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even here for problems. I'm not even here for beef drama. I haven't even been like around lately. Okay, because from me noticing things. And so again, I'm not here for beef with anybody. I prefer not to have any heat for anyone. But the thing is, I was called a coon, and I would love to. I'm open and I'm down for anybody to have sensible conversation, but not some, oh, as soon as I start talking, oh, I know what type of N-word you are. You're one of those boule dudes. You're one of this. Dude, you know, like fall back off that. So I want to address that because I see my sister in the chat feels as though I should be, I guess, running around here like I want to be able to enjoy content, okay, and be able to, you know, take it, you know, chew the meat, spit out the bones. I like if there's pushback on it, okay, fine. I know how to separate what I don't want to digest. If it's something that I want to take in, then great, and then not leave it at that. But I don't want to have to go on everybody's panel or feel like the need to even to say, hey man, I got to give you pushback on that. Only reason she can get pushback is because she personally attacked me. That's it. But I prefer not to get personally attacked because I prefer not to personally attack my people. Like I said, I'm real about this. I'm real about this pro-black stuff. I eat, sleep, shit this.
Just so you know, bro, not only did she call me a coon, she told me I'm scared of white people. And
see what I'm saying?
You know, like
see, now when she said all that, Taz, when she said all that, you probably was like, me of all people, right?
Yeah, I laughed at that shit though, bro.
No doubt.
Like that, you know, that's how she moved. I'm still trying to figure out where that thought process come from to where you are the ultimate pro-black. You know what I'm saying? Because
I don't think it's a thought process though, Go, because she does it with everybody. Like that's why, like I said, I even let her go a couple of times. She did coon. She was you coon, and then it, like General said, it's a certain point, bro. Like I try to come up and respect everybody, but motherfucker, I ain't gonna be too many more names, and I'm not having that energy with you. Now, if I came up on this bitch and deserved it, if I come up on skinny boy fuckery, cool. You can match that. Nigga, I literally came up on some sister shit. I'm hotepping for this hotel. And you think that you're going to continuously address me that way? And I'm simply trying to have a conversation. And then she does a lot of ducking, bro. You ask, she'll ask 1,000 questions. You ask her one question. What do you mean? Why are you asking me that? Well, what the fuck you doing up here, my nigga? Like, seriously. Because the questions are very, very plain stated. She did that to Moses. She did it to me, bro. So, like, I get there's a certain level of patience. But at some point, like General said, we got to have some standards, too. Like, look, excuse my language, but look, bitch, hold on a minute, bro.
Exactly.
Hold on
And that's all I'm saying. There's no gender war. Go ahead.
And to keep and to refrain
like, I'm a grown ass black man.
Exactly.
And you gonna fucking respect me as such.
Point blank period.
Pro-black. Miss, I'm pro-black.
Point blank period. And as far as the heat, I got heat for any motherfucker that want it. Any motherfucker can get it. Ibmore, goddamn the Black Manosphere, motherfucking MGTOW, all them motherfuckers can get it. If you're wrong,
yeah, them niggas
if you're wrong, you can catch that. You can catch this motherfucking heat.
Them the safest niggas on this bitch. All them niggas safe as fuck. But like with her, that's
they're protected.
Like, her problem is she in the wrong space talking to the wrong people. Now that's why I said, like, nigga, that rumble I was on where motherfucker said pick 3 people, I would have loved to pick her.
Absolutely.
She ain't gonna stop, nigga. She gonna go. I would love to throw the battery in her back and throw her out there and just let her go on the rumble. Because those are the type of conversations that she needs to have that type of energy in. The conversations we have ain't really like that. You ain't talking to coons. You talking to niggas who, you know what I'm saying, can take that thought process and play with it, but we ain't moving like that. Now the niggas who she need to have that smoke with, she ain't engaging with them. That's what I see. The motherfuckers who she can direct that shit at and come at them all crazy and talk all reckless because they're gonna talk to her reckless. She not in them spaces. You know what I'm saying? So I still think a lot of that shit can be redirected for the good. It's just she having a conversation with the wrong people.
She just got it wrong this time when she was trying to read it. So the talking points are coming out fire. What she's working on in her debate or in her attack is being able to ask the question in the meanwhile that whatever they respond, it's going to fit with that talking point. So only thing that she uses now is, oh, you're being circular, or that's not what I said. That's the same tactic that Obsidian uses when he's having the conversations and you really start challenging on the shit that he says. We be like, look, brother, the only thing that I disagree with, some of that shit sounds pure, but on this one point, when you're talking about X, Y, or Z, it sounds like you're moving the goalposts. It sounds like you're doing this. It sounds like that. You know how we call that shit out exactly what it is. And so the same response that she gives, again, is that one, oh, well, no, that's not what I said. And so when I'm trying to have a conversation, I may lose you, but maybe I need to just slow down, take my time, talk real slow like this, so that everybody can hear the words. But I'd be like, look, I told you at the very beginning when you asked me this conversation, you asked for this conversation. And when you asked me about it, I gave you my number one answer in 2 words. I said, hell no. And if you need me to say anything more than that, the first thing that you're going to lose on is spirituality. And now I see why. That Hebrew Israelite shit, it's more indoctrinating. So there's a rigor around the disciplinary track of a Hebrew Israelite man and the expectations of a woman under a Hebrew Israelite man's leadership. And so to take that energy and try to divert it towards the pro-black, she's going to have a hard time pivoting, because the only thing that they had was that God was talking to them and thus made them the authority. But I'm going to give you something a little bit deeper than what thus saith the Lord. I'm going to give you some history and some facts. That's 100.
Yeah, I just look at Deity as the epitome of fuckery, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to take her on the rumble with me, dog, so I don't have to do all that talking and yelling over motherfuckers. But in intellectual conversations, I just don't think she's ready for our style of conversation. Because we gonna go at it and shit, but we still listening to each other though. You know what I'm saying? Ain't like we not coming from no coon standpoint. Even if it's something questionable, you still don't jump all the way to coon, because the assumption is we just dealing with logic here. We not ain't no coons here. So if something I said sound questionable, it's based on logic, not my feeling about black people. And I just don't think she's ready for that level of conversation.
Kells said she thought she was Taz 2.0 for a second, but nah.
and Taz, I'm glad you. I was gonna say, Taz, I'm glad you said that, because the thing is, when you've been in this, when you was raised, if you've been, obviously all have been raised in the pro-black ideology and understanding, right? V1, whatever term you want to use. And the thing is, so when you hear the term coon or being called a coon, man, that's like that's lower than a yo mama joke, because it's like, yo, you know what I mean? I can point you the direction of the coons. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I love this. You know what I mean? I care about my people. You know what I'm saying? I'm all in. They ain't no faking and fronting around here. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing, man. That's how I feel about it. And that's really all I got to say about it. But it's all love, like you said. The sister is redeemable. Ain't no disdain, ain't no hate. But if you want to have a sensible conversation, let's have one, man. That's it. That's all I got on it. And brother Mose, thanks for having me on here, man. I appreciate it. And salute to y'all brothers, man. I'll be looking for the next stream.
Absolutely.
All right, Dre.
All right, now peace, family.
Peace, brother.
But yeah, that's my thing, man. Because like I say, it's that to me, that's what she doing is easily identified. It's easy to point the finger at that and say, yeah, that's some bullshit. But see, niggas wasn't pointing the finger when Fantasia was doing that shit. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the same exact shit Fantasia does.
That's exactly what I said.
And when you in a black male space doing that yelling, hooping, and hollering, just making up shit, making your own points and all of that shit works. That shit will grow you. That shit is beneficial to you. So for me, it's people picking and choosing how they want to view the shit. You know what I'm saying? She's not the only person here that's like that. You know what I'm saying? She's just a female.
That's right. And so they can easily dismiss her because of her femininity. Sorry if they think I'm saying some her feminine energy is the thing that men have been discrediting. So in my relationship, and this is what she asked about, it was about my wife's shame. I don't want to be another baby mama, another woman that is dismissed by a man. So if she thinks that that's the feminine movement or some party or something like that, no, I'm not expecting your greatness or your perfection, but I'm not going to be discarded either. So as a woman, it was easier for my wife to identify with a goal of $100,000 a year, i.e. capitalism, over spirituality, that fantasy that we're connected and we're always going to be together and we're equally yoked. Man, fuck that fantasy shit. We got work to do. How do you get to 100 bands? If it's real estate that works for you, then good, make it real estate. If it's accounting, if it's economics, if it's whatever it might be that allows you to focus on whatever your purpose is. See, Brother Moses doesn't go out and tell everybody that your purpose needs to be economics. Your purpose needs to be getting to the bag. Moses's question is, well, what is it that actually makes you happy? Don't ask me about what makes me happy, because then I'm going to tell you about my family and my wife. The bag comes afterwards. I'm going to tell you about my community, and I'm going to tell you about some of these struggles that we have to keep focusing on. Then I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history to tell you why that's important. Then I'm going to wrap that up in a bow with some future projections, talking about the world as we know it, but where we are empowered to raise this motherfucker. It's not circular, but it is something that has power in it. Maybe that message doesn't resonate with her. She needs something a little bit more direct, something more cookie cutter. When you talk about spirituality with me, understand my spirituality may be different than what you define spirituality as. When you say the perfect and thorough, you use words or quantifiers like that. That is absolutism. When you say, oh, who is that? Topaz, you're using white supremacist talking points. I can get you all the way back down to the white daddies who told you, the white philosophers, the founding father of economics, Western philosophy, Western political, the Emil Durkheims and all of these motherfucking white daddies where these talking points came from. And Cynthia G would have hated that I said that, but they're white daddies, or that part of their brain that informs them on why they think that way about X, Y, or Z. Why do you think that way about X, Y, and Z? The bills that we say we've replaced. I got bills that, oh, my bad. Cousin Roden came back up. What up, Cousin Roden? Is you muted? All right, man. I could get my long-winded back on.
My bad. I got you. Can you hear me now?
There you go. I hear you.
All right. Now I was just looking at the chat. This doesn't let me see or talk, I guess, while I'm looking at the YouTube chat. But no, I since I couldn't get back to sleep, I figured I might as well come back online and join back in on the conversation. My whole thing is,
they said she need to be security.
Nah, my whole thing.
Ro, my bad.
It's all good, fam. My whole point was, and it was, I try not to argue with people about their opinions, because I realize in zero YouTube conversations have I ever changed somebody's opinion, because it's theirs to have. But my whole thing is if a person is not willing to listen, you've seen. I mean, I'm used to running shows, so I can talk. You and me can both talk. But I'm okay with being a listener if you have something to say. But it can't be me listen to you for 2 hours and I've never even met you, and you're going to, in that listening session that I'm participating in, you are going to define who I am, and you don't even know me. Like,
somebody called her a Hotep Hebrew Israelite, so she all three combined. Just pro-black Israel. I don't know, man. She doing what she doing. Hey, I think she runs the risk of being treated like white folks radio stations, where you call in and you make a couple of statements, then they say, thanks, caller, I got to get to the next call, and then hang up and then respond with you off the line. Why? Because she doesn't really listen to the response. She's trying to drive the conversation with men to where she wants it to go. No, ma'am. Feminine conversations will be for the feminine side. On this side, we will talk about the masculine distractions. Our number one distraction is mostly economics. That's it. We all want to try to get out from under white oppression, which means our bank accounts are hurting. What is the value of my time? Do I do so with entrepreneurship? Do I hustle? Do I grind? How do I get out from white oppression in the form of economics? And that's where Brother Moses took the conversation. Go ahead, Cousin Ro. I didn't mean to cut you, Bill.
No, you straight. But again, it's just this, and maybe because I'm not on YouTube as much as I used to be on YouTube, we spend more time arguing and trying to degrade each other. That's why I never disrespected her, never called her out of her name, because you know where we're from, Moses. Like,
that's right.
Somebody that I had to beat somebody's ass when I was a kid because they wanted to talk about my mama. Like, come on now. And you want to call me out my name because I believe in not letting my kids go out of the house thinking that it's okay to dishonor their family? Like, how is that anti-black? How is that not pro-black? If I'm a black man and my family members are black, how is that not pro-black? So just a lot of her points, though I understand where she's coming from and I understand what she's saying, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody when every time they recite or regurgitate what you're saying, they are making it into what they heard. And then when you reiterate that that's not what I said and you clarify this is what I'm saying, they turn it around and reiterate it to what they wanted to hear. And that's the difference between when you're talking to somebody who wants to jump left, jump right, jump up, jump down. You have to understand that maybe it was a miscommunication the first time, maybe it was a miscommunication the second time, but by the time we're at the third point, it's no, you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You want me to say this so that it fits into the dialogue that you want to have with me. The thing is, like,
Bingo.
you're never going to be able to define me, because for all my life, while I lived in the hood and I spoke like this, and people, why you talk like that? Because this is the way I want to talk. If I want to talk with slang, then I'll talk with slang. I'll speak how I want to speak. You speak how you want to speak. And as long as we understand each other, we're good. But if there's a misunderstanding and you swing some hands at me, I'm gonna whoop your motherfucking ass. That's what I grew up with. So when I'm online and I'm listening to somebody who is constantly taking what I've said out of context and then not remembering what they said, I'm like, you're not listening to me. You're not listening to yourself. So how are we supposed to reach any kind of reasonable solution for the Black community that you say that you so-called love and that I say that I love, but I'm a coon because I go to work? Like, how are we supposed to reach any kind of that's going to be uplifting to our people if we live in this shared experience? That's why I asked her that rhetorical question about who gets to define it, which was never answered. I was immediately a white supremacist and conforming to the white society when I asked her that question. But it wasn't me anything. It was like, well, okay, so if you can't understand the answer to that question is that nobody gets to define it. I don't get to define it for all Black people. You don't get to define it for all Black people. Collectively, we can agree on a couple of things, but there's going to be some differences. If you don't understand that we as Black people are dynamic, then how the fuck are you going to define me as a Black person?
And that's where it gets lost too, right? So with the Black Hebrew or the Black Hebrew, the Israelite culture, whatever it is, there are definitive definitions that she can reach towards that she's heard before. And because of those definitive definitions, you're putting all other ideologies or talking points, pro-Black or non-pro-Black, a consumer, everything else has to go up against this one that says we are, the Black, we are the tribe of Israel, Judah, and Jabaz, or whatever the fuck their talking point is. If you've heard one that's used it and it's not been challenged yet, then you can try to levy that one against all others. And I'm thinking she lost the transitional statements that go in between that. So when you ask her to answer a question, she's not able to do so with the same consistency that she expects when she was asking a question, right? And therefore, where I find the hardest part of dealing with these conversations, you ask me a question, I'm going to tell you the truth, and then I'm going to scoot over to the left. You're going to either accept it or reject it. That's just the way I am with it. And I still got work to do, which is why I don't have to sit around thinking about whether or not they are accepting it or they're rejecting it. The only thing I can do is tell you what that truth might be that I'm experiencing. I'm hoping that it's not your truth, because there are 7 billion people in this world who've lived and experienced something different. But even if it's not your truth, I'm hoping you can learn a little bit from it, or that it resonates with you at least for that time while we're having that conversation. Look, I got about 5 minutes left. Then I'm going to run and jump upstairs. Taz, you doing a stream tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow. I'm trying to get these damn videos, man. I got all these damn videos with all this copyrighted shit in it, man. They fucking with me by my presentations and shit now.
What are they doing now?
But they sent me an email and told me I'm using too many pictures in my presentations that's copyrighted.
Pictures?
Yeah.
How the hell? Where did they get it from?
Well, see, I don't know if somebody reporting this shit or what, but like, when I because I got on the thing and asked the motherfucking Google person in the chat, and they like, well, yeah, the pictures are copyrighted too, and I'm like, well, yeah, but I've been using them for the longest, like, who gives a fuck? And so, what I did though, I had monetized the video with the pictures in it, and so that's why they started even. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know I couldn't monetize the video because what I'm saying, I just do my presentations and never thought I was doing something, with some copyrighted pictures and shit. But I like, yeah, like you had 100 copyrighted pictures in one video. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I hate that.
But I thought if it was used for educational purposes, I thought that was part of the copyright law.
and
Nah, I'm snipping the author and everything off that shit. If I'm coming, that's full blown
see,
slavery.
I do that shit, bro. But like you just said though, man, like that fair use shit is what I thought I fell up under. But they saying like,
Yeah.
nah, it ain't no always fair use. They get to determine if your shit is meaningful. So, I mean, they ain't outright say it, but according to like, if you look at it and shit, how they saying you have to redirect it towards something educational or it's not meaningful. Well, they basically saying that my shit don't mean nothing. It's not educational. It's not redirecting. I'm not doing nothing with the content. They basically just playing me like I'm just throwing up the articles and just talking over them. I'm not showing nothing with them. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
So
yeah,
they
they
saying
playing.
that my shit don't serve no purpose, dog. You know what I'm saying? So I can't monetize.
Hey, whoever said, oh, Penny Sparks, yeah, she making rounds. I wonder if someone is sending her. That's a valid thing, right? Because sometimes it's like, man, I'm not going to come on and have these conversations with these motherfuckers. Send X, Y, and Z. See if they can handle that. See how they handle these very basic, rudimentary ass questions about absolutely nothing. Attack them on, oh, I don't know, swirling. See if they're pro-Asian more than they're actually pro-Black. See how they feel in regards to Asians. Do they think that they are actually the model majority, or do they think, Black folks actually are, and it's just the narrative that's been thrown out there to say otherwise? But that we're doing pretty motherfucking good. Our minds are sharp. I like her singing and dancing reference and shit, although I think that those are some of the weaker ones that she could have brought out. I would have talked about Black adventures and shit like that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone else is hyping her up from a different camp or a different, sector of YouTube that she mostly resonates with. And for that reason, she's more than welcome to come back and have these conversations. We need iron to sharpen iron, though. I need her to listen more than she talks, because this is not the place for throwing Black people under the bus. We're gonna have to unpack some of them statements she was making. Now back to
Like I said, I was
motherfucker.
more insulted at the because you go to work or because I was more insulted at that shit than a lot of that's really why I came up, because it's like, motherfucker, you ain't gonna determine my blackness because I have to go to a fucking job every day. You ain't gonna tell me I'm a coon nigga because I'm trying to take care of my family. And a lot of thing too with a lot of that hotepery shit is everybody, and this is like the general says, some of this is logic. You be wondering where their logic come in.
yeah,
You don't want me working for the white
Bible.
man. You don't want me working for the white man or whatever, and that's great. That's, if it's feasible, cool. But everybody, this is my thing with everybody talking about they're a boss and start a business. Who the fuck is gonna do the work if everybody's a boss? If everybody starts who's gonna do the work? Like,
Hey, I straight up
that
asked
whole,
her, hey, who
sometimes
sent you?
these talking
That's the same
points.
shit I said to Fantasia. Like, nigga, who saw this? Nigga, you sound like my little niece, man. You come on like a big ass, big ass Black guy or something like that. And you come on to represent the voice of Black men, and you're also a soldier or a vet or whatever he is. But when you start having conversations, you're throwing Black women under the bus. Now, anybody who's been listening, you can even ask yourself, even after the stream, did I throw her under the bus, or did I say, hell no, now is not the time? I asked her, did she want to be on for a couple of more hours? She said no. So you're not going to get here and keep ranting with this fake ass icon that nobody sees with Brother Moses. We're either going to have the conversation or not. But yeah, I asked her, who sent you? She may not be in the camp, but she may be one of the wives, one of the multiple wives. And from that lens, she is someone who's good at vetting other candidates. If they want to have the conversation, whoever sent her, they should have hit the link, though. Mano y mano, come on and have that conversation. If you're still locked in that Bible, that is your prerogative. I do have questions about the Cain and Abel story that I would always ask. If you're about that goddamn comedic shit, I would still have questions about your interpretations on Gab and shit. I think that shit is driving these MGTOW and Cisboo or whatever the fuck them dudes is. That energy is way over there. I don't rock with none of that shit. You got your lane. Whenever you're ready, we can have these conversations about economics, and Brother Moses will tell you we got work to do. So with that, brothers, I appreciate it. Taz, copyrighted content. Do you feel like we could use that little disclaimer, or they wouldn't even be fucking with the disclaimer even?
No, I just did all the little research on that shit in the last couple of days. I was trying to figure out why they was demonetizing my shit like that. And what it is, you have to actually get consent from the person.
God.
Any of the disclaimers and none of that shit don't work, bro. I don't give a fuck what you put before it. There's no way to get authorization for an image unless you get it from the person. And so, like I said, you can use it, but the thing is, I can't monetize these videos. You know what I'm saying? So that was my only issue, because you know what I'm saying. Like, I can do it; it ain't gonna stop me from doing it. But when I went to monetize it, is when they start fucking with me.
Oh, that's crazy. You know how that's a double-edged sword, right? So right now, if you wanted to do prepared content, you know, you can put the pictures in there. It keeps it flowing. It gives it that professional format. You can replicate it. It can go faster, right? But if you can't use those images, then you might as well be doing a live stream. But if you're doing a live stream, then you might as well fall under that box that says not for kids. And if you don't fall under kids, then even if you are monetized, they're not going to send you all the people to your channel unless you already know those folks. Like, you won't come up with like notifications that are popping up in people's trending. Like, you know, Tony Harrison trended, Cesar Chavez trended. So anybody who was online would see at least 1 or 2 stories about Cesar Chavez out of the millions of people online. For you, it'll only go to that very, 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 very small group of people who have already liked and subscribed to you. And even then, that's a maybe. So that's really playing with your money. If you can't use other people's images, i.e. copyright for whatever the conversation is, and then you have to do live streams. So they're taking away a complete demographic of live kid viewers or whatever it is. And then, I don't know. I think there's that last caveat too, right? If you're not for kids, then they just turn your monetization off, right?
Pretty much. I mean, you know, they hold all the goddamn cards, you know what I mean? So, you know, they almost do what the hell they want to do, man. And then, because they just went through and looked at everybody's monetization like 2 weeks ago, and then they come back and demonetize my shit. Like, the fuck.
Now you know you niggas ain't really black because y'all allowing YouTube to fuck with your money, according to Deity.
Oh yeah, you just admitted they own the whole system, right?
You know that ain't black. That ain't, you know what I'm saying.
Hey,
y'all niggas some coons for letting.
Hey, when I cut off the other mics, she did have to admit that. I was like, tell me where in the world you can go where it isn't covered by So where is it that you're supposed to be building this whole little thing you talk about? Hey, that shit was hella fun.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, you don't get this work. When I slow her down and start asking questions one by one to show her that circular logic that she's trying to employ, then she was like, oh yeah, but we still need black men to do it anyway, which is what I agree with. Even though it might seem futile and hopeless to anyone else, not you. Black man, you can't be the one to assume the attitude that says this is fruitless, we'll never make it, you know, they own everything. You can't be the one. You've always been the one who fought back against that shit, oppression, throughout all of his stories since our first interactions. So with that, we got to join Taz in the morning. I don't know if he's going to be a live stream. Brothers. What time you going on, or anything like that, or just we'll wait for the notification?
You know, it'll definitely be early. Shit, I got to get this last little 2 weeks of regular season in, so it'll be early. 6, 7, 8, 9.
And with that, fuck the Niners, and
man,
have a very good night.
Nigga.
Hey, them Niners is trash, man. First of all, Northern California, all we saw was them red jerseys. They probably still walking around with the number 8 on their back right now. Can't stand that shit. Still don't like it. So who that nation proudly representing stand up. YouTube, we got to keep fighting those battles. Those are facts. What else? It says Adobe has lots of images. I think Adobe has like the what are they called? Like card stock images or stock images that you can use that are already cleared. But the problem is their catalog is not going to be as pro-black as you would have wanted it to be. I'll leave it at that.
You know, too, the other problem too, though, is, you know, I do news stories that's right now and present. So
absolutely,
I can't get the picture of the Becky and the Brad that, you know what I'm saying, that just
did the crime.
I don't want to put no random motherfucker up there either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just realized, like, I'm gonna still keep doing my presentation. I just know I can't monetize them. So now it's, you know, I get now the onus to support the network is now back on the people because I can't monetize my videos.
That's
you know,
right.
you can always super chat and all that shit, but I ain't gonna get no ad revenue from them. That shit over with.
And when I say who sent you, for the person who asked in the chat, that's what that literally means. That they understand that the Black Person Network, there's a lane or a vein one here on YouTube of Black consciousness, Black media, Black history, Black all of that we present. And in order to keep that from unifying, you have people who look just like us, our brothers and sisters, who would come inside and create confusion rather than confirmation. They know what it is we're trying to say, but rather than encourage and try to stimulate more conversations on where we're trying to go, they would rather try to hold us to those well, financial security is important for Black folks. Oh no, that's the white man's dollar. Your face ain't on it. That ain't your money. It's that motherfucking super brand new woke motherfucker. Man, fuck that. Somebody drop $100 right now. I'm picking the motherfucker up. I don't care whose face is on it. Now that's my logic. I'm done with the bullshit.
Right.
She gonna walk by. Oh, there ain't no black man on that face, man. They used to have slaves and plantations on the motherfucking money on them bills. Was that a better symbolism for you, motherfucker? Do you want to see the plantation on the back of money? Miss me with that bullshit. The bigger premise is.
Let me say one more thing before
we got work to do.
Moses.
Go ahead,
Craig made a good point earlier in the chat room, because I said this before too. For the people that's like, okay, let's take our black. If we had let's just say we had a whole black utopia. They gave us the whole state of Texas. Y'all niggas had that. Do y'all realize like we still got to do business outside the quote unquote culture? If we want our economics and our quote unquote utopia, our little nation to grow, you're gonna have to do business. You're gonna have to do trade. You're gonna have to do all of this
distribution.
Yeah,
you get what I mean. So to think that you're gonna you would be a fool to think I don't want just black people shopping with me if I got a black business. I want all them dollars. Now my black business is gonna be towards black people as far as building the black community, but I'll take the Mexican dollars. I'll take them white. I'll take all them dollars.
It's just when you have the ability to run somebody else's conversation to an intangible, immeasurable thing. No, I just need you to love and honor black folks first. Man, I know you don't want to talk about economics and you really love this spiritual sense, but I don't do the whole spiritual connection piece and trying to convince people or prophesize, bring people around on spirituality. So with that in itself, when I ask you for tangibles, like next time she calls, she'll call back. We'll find out what it is she actually wants, what she actually considers to be that ideal or typical pro-black. And then she definitely has to run me my fade on birthing. If you don't believe in birthing black babies, tell me what kind of pro-black, I don't know which community you're with. She's going to have to answer that question. If you don't even feel like you should be birthing black babies, then it's probably improbable that if your man says it's time for you to get pregnant, that you're going to listen to him. She'd probably make that same excuse. Well, I don't think it's time yet. And even though her man has told her it's time to have my babies, she would push back and say, but I'm not ready. So whose leadership do you fall under? If not for your own biological processes, and if not for your man. Now, again, that was not no pedo shit like she tried to make it seem, oh, when I started having my period blood, and no, keep that feminist shit over there. You said you're 26. I said, when will you have a baby?
Wait, what happened?
And what are you focused on?
Hey, hold on, bro. Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, I need another 15 minutes with that Taz. She started throwing some real slander, boy. Real slander.
She was doing some shit up here. That's just
I told you, she ready for the Rumble. She just targeted at the wrong guy. My nigga, that's my nigga Q.
Oh, she's Rumble ready.
Oh,
yeah, I think she can go over the Rumble. And
she need to come on the Rumble, but understand with those same talking points, she's going to get thrown under the bus. But that's where she needs to take that shit. And it's the same thing. She just had the wrong nigga on that one. And I ain't gonna play no games with her.
Well, the reason I say the Rumble, because like it's all about the energy, the talking points, the facts, the data. None of that shit don't matter on the Rumble, nigga.
It doesn't at all. That's what I learned, and I hate that energy piece. I just be look, is my mic turned up loud enough? Can you motherfuckers hear? That's about as far as I'm gonna go. Argue with them weird ass niggas, man.
Man. I'm tired of arguing with them niggas. I need that soldier in there, man. That's gonna just go 100.
Them niggas got to be able to tell me what happened. That's the only thing that I can ask them. Like, when you tell the whole world that you don't even want to deal with women no more, that's the problem. I'm like, bro, what happened? That's some serious trauma, man. I know it's out there, but that is serious. But she really tried me with that shit. I said, "What? How old?" She already told me 26. I said, so let me ask you a question. Why you ain't had no babies yet? You like damn near 30. When will you start having babies? But what I was doing, Taz, is other people like to put expectations on people. And if you don't meet their expectation, then they like to, the name dropping ad hominems and shit. So it was my expectation that her being 26, she should already have kids. And that's what I wanted to tell her when she comes on and say, well, you ain't pro-black because you focused on this, that, and the third. All right. You can keep saying that shit all you want, but that is your expectation. I ain't going to argue with it. I ain't going to argue one way or the other. But I am going to do the same thing to you now if that's the game we're playing. Hey, Q-Butter, you on here?
Well, my expectation is this. Yeah, I got you.
My expectation for her as a woman is to get back in that kitchen. If you say shit like that, it's very blatant and to the point. My expectation is you don't need that white man clothes. Walk around naked in my house and never leave. Like, what kind of dick or jackass would I be? Oh, shit, there she go. I thought she said she wasn't going to have a conversation until 2 a.m. I will invite her black ass back up. My guy Q-Butter comes first.
What's up? Hello?
My guy Q-Butter comes first, Miss Deity, so hold for a second.
I want to say this. I never told you I was 20.
Deity wild ass back up here.
Yeah,
you said you're 24.
She be taking that pause off. Q-Butter, what's good?
Yo, what's good, Black?
Let Q-Butter go.
Peace and love, Black family.
What's good?
What up,
man? What up? What?
What's goody?
Man, I'm still working on a studio investment so I can finally get some tracks out in the air, man. What up, Q?
Yo, I'm here, man. Yo,
Okay.
yo, look into the Focusrite. The Focusrite 2i2, that's a good investment.
Oh, yeah, that's the one I got. That's the little red box?
Yeah, get the Focusrite, little microphone. You know what I mean? Little Mac.
See, that Mac shit was where the problem was. That should have taken, man. I'm pretty competent with technology, but the Mac, man. Every time I look at that motherfucker, everything is just backwards. I can't get it.
Once you go Mac, you never go back.
Yeah.
Hieroglyphics. That MacBook is hieroglyphics.
Oh yeah. How y'all doing though?
See now, I hate anything PC or anything like that, bro. Everything I got around me is a Mac, Apple, phone, everything.
See, I'm HP'd out, everything.
Yeah, I'm 50-50. I use both. For the studio, all that's Mac, but everything else I'll be on the PC.
All right, so I never told you my age. I never said I was 26. See, you up here lying, trying to make
my bad. 27, man. Shit.
No, she said she was 20.
I never said my age, period, on this motherfucker.
Deity, I thought you said 24. Deity, didn't you say you were 24?
You niggas are weirdos. No, the fuck I didn't. I didn't say
I'm the weirdo. Goddamn, Deity, you read me all the way wrong.
You niggas are weirdos.
My apologies for getting your age wrong. Shit. She came back up here for that other triggering shit.
I clicked back on this shit and you still talking like and you're lying at that. Like you niggas are lame.
Didn't you say you wasn't gonna rock with me? I asked you personally to stay on and you didn't. There we go.
So tighten up, nigga, and I'm out.
Appreciate it. Still don't know who sent that lady. And the only thing I wanted to have the conversation about her with, she still won't have the conversation about. So we'll move forward. Like money. Anyway, Q-Butter.
Hell no.
It's my joke.
Well, at the end of the day, shit, the age is kind of showing.
We say whichever
I'm just
one
saying,
it
like
is.
the age.
Whatever.
And I'm talking,
27,
I'm
50.
talking about spiritually and mentally, and I mean, and maturity wise. It shows like you're not. Now, what was that supposed to do, Deity? Like seriously, sis.
Now, here's what I'm gonna do, because when she asked me about my wife, and she asked, was my wife 40? Okay. I said, nah, and I think she did tell me that shit. So right now, I might be tripping. Maybe I can find it in the back chat. Maybe it's not even that serious, but I know she did say that shit. I digress. Anyway, she's still cool. She's still ready for the Rumble. She has a lot of vitriol, a lot of energy. I think she'd be a good performer there. And I think even some of the talking points that she uses are relevant against the swirler community and the niggas who don't really like women no more and all of that shit. Brother Moses is not your hotepping ass nigga. I do the economics. I like treasury. And at some point, whatever organization you're in, they may need somebody who's good with the numbers and the math. That's Moses's skill set. That's what I stick to. Anything outside of that is peripheral. I love black business and connecting them. I support black business daily. I make it a fact that black business shall be supported and represented. I don't care which organization that you're at. You could even have a failing business and I would still support it if it's black. That's Brother Moses's spiel. Motherfuckers will attest to that all day, every day. My track record and my resume speaks for itself. Pro-black is not something that I play around with. It's what I am. When I said we have problems with economics, I work in finance to try to change that problem. That is my daily task. Don't get yourself, I don't know what they call it. Don't get it twitted. But yeah, let me use some black colloquialisms. Don't get fucked up around here. I'm not the one, sister. I think you got me fucked up with a guy who kind of talks like this when he gets around white people, and then he makes this game changer
shit. Don't get it fucked up.
Don't get it twitted. I'm still from the streets of Del Paso Heights, California, and red rag, blue rag, all of that.
We
shit,
hear
man.
we hear you. Hey, we hear you, game changer.
Hey, we know you out there, boy. Hey, man, 2020 is going to be a phenomenal year. As you see, I did invest in the microphone piece. I got the Focusrite 212 Scarlett. It's a small board, but it's at least allowing the microphone to come in. That was what the test was. So if the volume quality is pretty good, next thing you know, I might be back into the making music. So that's what I actually love is music, even more than economics. So that's where we at now. Hopefully I got some brothers who I could call on when it's time to make this an actual, investment. Like what is real studio pieces that someone should have if they really in on, that craft, producing, engineering, music. I know I sound like I'm a little bit late in the game. I'm damn near 30. I'm damn near 40 rather already. But shit, that's what I like is music. So I might as well take that leap and invest in myself.
No doubt.
Yeah, my son's stepping into the producing shit. So yeah, I've been buying equipment and shit for this nigga. I ain't been able to get my own shit up so I can get my damn content popping.
Absolutely. I got like a MIDI keyboard because I used to play the piano, used to play the drums, used to play the trumpet. I know music or I got an ear for it, but I never had the system really. So I could get like a keyboard, but then by the time I would put away my little pennies enough for the actual computer without having to buy it on credit, which is what most people can do is put it on a credit card and then pay back a monthly payment. But if you don't want to fuck up that shit like that, you want to be able to pay it in cash. So that $1,000 requires a different level of discipline. And somebody,
where you
I got a cousin.
$1,000 from, Brother Moses? Because
I work for mine, but like I told you.
No, you're not supposed to.
Nah, I'm supposed to sell bean pies or something, $1 newspaper every day, man. Fuck all that. I'm working.
Moses, you're not supposed to work. You're black.
You're supposed to work, but you're not supposed to like it. You're supposed to work, but you're not supposed to like it.
You're not supposed to have money to get those things. How did you get that money?
I don't know. Hey, that's
I'm just saying, that talking point. I'm just saying, like, while you're talking, these are things that just cross my mind. Like,
that should keep going over my head, man. I'm not going to apologize for it. I am not going to apologize for it. My brother George Macon does the same thing to me. He'd be like, man, you still working in corporate America, but you got all of these skills and shit. Why aren't you finding yourself invested in, I guess black businesses or black spaces and shit like that? For him, I say the same thing, man. I got no excuse. And when you find some black businesses that are willing to pay me, $75,000, not a discount, but a premium. If there's a living wage that I can make and then my skill set does align, then yeah, I would fuck with that shit. But at this point, I wasn't even looking for black businesses to work for. I was looking for someone to pay me that living wage. And when I found that, I said, yes, that was what it is. That was the only separation. It wasn't intentional to go into corporate America. It was family. It was economic, and it made sense. But anyway,
Moses. But you know what? You don't owe nobody that. That's what I'm saying. Like when these conversations start getting to a point where Taz got to explain his cash apps. Moses got to explain.
Taz got to explain going to Mexico.
Skinny boy got to explain.
Right.
A nigga can't even lead a motherfucker. Like you can't win for losing.
Bro, This is what I'm talking about with those so-called woke motherfuckers. Like, that's what I mean. The fact that you had to sit here and say what you just said is asinine, bro.
But I gotta deal with that Mexico
Like
shit damn near every fucking day, man. Motherfucker, like, how you be one in Mexico? Like, bro, like, damn, did I just leave my black card at the border or something?
Yeah, the minute you cross that artificial border, all the blackness just left.
Like, damn, bro, like, that shit crazy. They damn sure make a nigga explain that shit over and over and over, and I just don't get it.
They be dudes in their squares with not many friends and shit. That's what they come down. A lot of these people on the internet really don't have no friends. Like, they got, like, since high school, they only met like 20, 30 people that they actually interact with and chill with. They're like 40. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
And some people, crazy. Honestly, they use this woke shit like they use the church. That's what I'm starting to see, because I thought it was funny. She actually made a good point when she was saying how people jump in this because black people are hurt, and so you become pro. I will give her some of that, but I believe she's deflecting too, because I believe a lot of that is her problem. She's so upset with the system, and like I said, the stuff she's just now coming into to grips with and reality with. Now you've become, your new pro-black, and I believe that a lot of people take, like Q said, they take these spaces and you're looking for a bestie. You're looking for, you get what I'm saying? You're looking for a motherfucker to validate you, and you're looking for that shit on the internet.
Yeah, I'm not like here's a good one. Motherfuckers like you gotta be an autonomous system within the system. So to me, that my brain operates and says, well, that sounds like a virus. And then my brain also says, well, that's a computer virus. So rather than having conversations about being a system within a system, I'm like, well, where are the motherfuckers that know how to create these computer viruses and shit? I'm literal like that. If what you want to do is try to tuck down the system, then your connections ought to be doing the same. No, you wanted to come over here and have a conversation around taking down the system from within. I'm not the spook who sat by the door. No, there are 10 black men who have a seat with the people making the decisions that are impacting our credit today. This is the number one or the largest private label credit card company, and there are 10 people only out of this whole 15,000 people company, and there are only 10 black ones. Now, when I do the power map, 6 out of those 10 just about, or the most, or the majority of those ones are not aligned with pro-black. They are aligned with economics. So the challenge is, how do you get those people who are aligned with economic? Well, it's $25 million if we do decision A, it's 15 million if we do decision B. If they are focused on economics and not that pro-black shit, then what is the iron to sharpen iron to help those brothers make the decision that gives us an advantage rather than a disadvantage? And if I don't get the iron that sharpens iron, then when I go and have the conversation with them, what do I say? But hey, it's just good to see another black man in the room or something like that, man. Fuck all of that shit. Fuck all of that shit. I think no time for them games. Go ahead.
I think that comes down to like, because I kind of went through mad different circles and shit, and like pro-black is meaning like you're productive, you're producing for black people, you're about black empowerment. That's why I say black empowerment. Mm-hmm. So they hear it like, you're empowering people to do for themselves and having a community do for themselves. And as a community that could do for themselves, we can bring more to the table for everybody else versus just walking around looking at everybody sit at the table. And having that mind state, goes with being black first, and creating black families and seeing black communities thrive for the purposes of being part of the table. And when I speak to people who don't have that mindset, I just have to understand where they're at culturally, because, a lot of times, a lot of people don't see black people as being supposed to be at the table. And it turns into like a liberal conversation where like, well, everybody's at the table. It's like, nah, like everybody's, the Chinese have a table, Germans have a table, everybody got a table. When we want to have a seat and present our table, even to ourselves, it becomes a conversation where it's like, why don't we work with everybody? Why don't we work with everybody? And that goes from the elitists to everybody. Because when you say economics, when I hear economics, it's about understanding how resources is distributed. It's not just about money. And the people who have the information about, how to manage resources, how money is handled and different things like that. That's what they bring to the table. But people just get into this bourgeois boule mentality and just like push stuff off to the side where it's not like as if they're the culture of being black pushed to the side, and it's about this other world view that's being sold to us. And it's like there's nothing wrong about black people. If it's 6 out of 10 people, and most of those people are really just on some like I'm not my money shit, then that's just what it is. Focus on the 4.
And even with the 4 though, you have the one that's just trying to be the moderate, kind of like myself. I kind of play somewhere in the middle where I'm not going to be too offensive, but then I ain't going to just let you run over me in the same sense anyway. I am trying to defend myself when it comes to these verbal assaults or contact sports and all of that shit. But at the same time, I wasn't the damn star running back or the point guard. What am I saying right there? That one person who sits in the middle can be a key swing vote, right? Because they are going to have to decide and they are going to have to represent. They got to come up with something at the end. Right now, we are under attack economically by some of the major banks and corporations in lending, and they find us where we're at. They find us on the products that we need, and they can understand what Brother George is telling us about being the major consumer. And that's where they have the higher interest rates. And that's where they have the higher late fees, $35 if you have a late fee and all of those different issues. And so in order to change that, to make it more favorable for African Americans, someone has to have that reasoning or that come to blackness moment with the people who are black in that room so that they might be more effective having that conversation where they're at in their battle. It's a big battlefield, economics, right? So it won't just be your credit. It won't just be your FICO score. It won't just be how much in loans do you have? Do you have student loans? Are you on the opposite end of that? Do you have investment portfolios and all of that shit, strategies and shit? But all of those are an economic battlefield where people can play their part and have that battle, I guess you will. For Brother Moses, that my black firstness is still going to be originated in the music that I love first and foremost. But deeper than that, it's my wife, it's my family, it's my individuality. Economics is what I do. That is what I bring to others. I can help with money shit. And that's it. If you don't need no help with money, you good. And the rest of that shit, what I love is still our history, context. But we can keep going. We can keep going all night. I gotta get upstairs. It has been a good day though. Any last words from the homies? Man, it's been a minute.
Hell no, I appreciate it, bro.
Salute. Appreciate you too, Q-Buddy, for coming on.
Hell yeah, I just woke up. I'm up.
You know what I can't do before I go to work is listen to the music that Q-Butter has. I would fuck around and get fired on my lunch break. My headphone come out. Be on my lunch break, my headphone come out and look at Moses and be like, shit. I'm like, what you mean, man? Y'all love NWA, don't you? Y'all love Ice Cube. Oh, you like that Are We There Yet Ice Cube, huh? Oh, yeah. They like that Are We There Yet Ice Cube. They don't like the nigga with the attitude. Hey, I be calling them on shit like that. We have heated conversations at my water cooler because that's just who I am and that's how I represent, not just on YouTube, but also in the spaces where I walk. That expectation, it doesn't protect me from people thinking that I'm a coon or just wanting to use that word in black spaces. It doesn't protect me from motherfuckers thinking that I'm Samboing it up or whatever it is. No, we have work to do. And for those of us who love this shit, I look forward to a powerful 2020. It's going to be huge. All right, peace and black power.
All right, family.
And that's it. Damn it. Did it end or is it still on?